Chapter 201 Grand Demon Duke Agar's 1. Kindred extended his hand to grab the empty air and ripped it open. Quack! Behind the space that was ripped like it was paper, Kindred laughed violently and jumped out. Kindred curved his finger like a rake and brought it down on Brahm's head. Brahm was able to escape using Blink, but he couldn't avoid it completely. The Book of Mercury's cover was completely ripped out. Was that what he had been aiming for in the beginning? Brahm glared at Kindred with a hard face. No, aside from that, his movements had been too free so far, with the intrusion into the barrier and the folding of space. It was like this illusionary world was his. Kindred jumped up from the space once again and ran at Brahm. Squeak! It was like a beast hunting after its prey. Brahm activated Blink again, and began triple casting. Tens of lightning bolts fell from the sky. On top of that, ceratopsian dinosaurs with devil poison were summoned from the ground. Chapter 202 Grand Demon Duke Agar's 2. Seems like we should first get rid of this dirty thing. Agar's lightly waved his hand. Then, the kilometer-high tornado quickly settled down, like a lie. Crash! While the demonic species corpses and demon tree pieces were falling in a pile, Kindred looked up at Agar's with unbelieving eyes. Agar's! A demon that should have been on the 98th floor had descended. And it was one of the highest demons with the position of a Grand Duke. Kindred grit his teeth as he thought of Brahm, who used his power like it was nothing. Also, he couldn't understand why a high demon had descended to the lower floors. Even if there was an amazing sacrifice, it would only be helpful to medium or low demons. He had to think of a way to figure this situation out. Even if there were limits to that guy's descent, he was a being that could do what he needed to do. And it was clear what he was after. The dragon human. It was the same goal as them. The Elohim, the Bloodland, the Devil Army, and even the demons. He had thought this would be an easy mission, but things got more complicated than he expected. It would be a waste of the 10 years he spent to meet the other face of the heavenly devil, the great sage's shedding. Kindred pulled out 5 yellow iron pieces from his robe and floated them in the air. They were pieces of the Ruyi Bang. The moment he used them as a medium, a golden column of light came down from the sky to wrap around him. The pieces of the Ruyi Bang swirled around him. Black energy combined with it, taking in a significant amount of holy power. Walk! Kindred focused the holy power on the edge of his fingertips. Borrowing the other face of the heavenly devil required a colossal amount of magic power and spirit power. He was planning on borrowing it after he completely dried up Brahm's holiness. But with Agar's here, he didn't have time to weigh his options. Pajajik! Kwak-kwak-way! Byuk and Yung of the 72 Bien sparked as they combined on his right hand. On his left hand, Bing and Si swirled around. Yin and Yang. As the two opposite properties were used at the same time, the pieces of the Ruyi Bang were pulled away with the power of the Monkey King. Kindred's body shook at the power, which was too much for his body to handle. The veins on his skin popped out like they were going to explode. In addition, his eyes were shining with a deep golden color. Kindred demonstrated the power that he got from the Monkey King, and he slammed his hands together. Explode! Kwak-kwak-kwang! The two opposite forces became highly condensed to create the large explosion that was Kindred's signature skill. Since he had the power of the heavenly devil as well, he thought he would at least be able to break his manifestation. However, I was wondering what you were preparing for with such intensity. You were getting this adorable thing ready. Agar smirked, and he extended his hand to Kindred's direction. But... And his laughter suddenly cut off, and his eyes narrowed. You've still got a long way to go to copy the Monkey King. The Yang Hap Byuk that was powerful enough to destroy the 23rd floor vanished futilely before it could even reach Agar's. One of the wings around Agar's body shook a little, like he was flicking away an annoying fly. Disappear! The darkness that came down like hail swept away Kindred and the remaining bishops. They couldn't even make a sound, nor did they have the chance to raise a devil spirit or attempt a new possession. It was such an anticlimactic ending for the second bishop of the devil army. However, even if you were a strong player, you were nothing but a fleck of dust against a god or a demon. But Agar's frowned, like he didn't like something. It was a shadow? How fitting of a servant of the guy who does nothing but sleep. He lightly clicked his tongue, and turned his body. Well, it doesn't matter. As Kindred and the others disappeared, the heavenly devil was completely blocked away from the 23rd floor. There was no one here who could stop Agar's now. All right, since all the nuisances are gone, tell me your wish, contractor. In return for a demon being summoned, the summoner would have to give up his soul. Brahm bitterly smiled, leaning against the rock. Blood continued to pour from his mouth. It was the after effect of his holiness being forcefully taken away from him. His body was crumbling after his soul had been damaged. But Brahm didn't care about any of that. After he left the 98th floor, he had long since given up on caring about things like that. And he was prepared. Everything was happening as he had calculated. Well, Agar's wasn't in his calculations. I called for those like Belial or Dandelion, but why are you here? I don't know. Why do you think? A corner of Agar's mouth curved. Brahm clenched his teeth. If you want the corpse of a dragon, I have one from before. It's a lord's corpse. Dragon humans are useless to beings like you, so that's enough, right? The corpse of a dragon lord. It was a precious material. Demons and even gods would want it. However, what are you talking about, Brahm? Do you think I don't know? Agar's crossed his arms and scoffed. Brahm couldn't easily open his mouth. Did he know? He wanted to avert Agar's attention to something else, but it seemed like he already knew the truth. But how? This fact should have been hidden from the eyes of gods and the seers of demons. I'll take the dragon human. Although it's nothing more than a lump of trash. If it's Heaven Wing's child, isn't that enough for me to take it? Brahm's back stiffened when his suspicions were confirmed. His fists were clenched. And the same went for Galliard, who had been planning to leave the stage with Brahm. What? Galliard's gaze moved from Agar's to Brahm. His eyes were shaking. Sha is Jeong-woo's daughter. Heaven Wing. Cha Jeong-woo. The one who had chased after him in the tutorial, calling him teacher. After that, he visited him frequently, and helped to find Akasha's snake. He was a kind and cheerful person. So when Galliard heard that he had closed his eyes after being betrayed by his comrades, Galliard thought his world was crumbling apart. However, too much time had passed since then, and Galliard wasn't strong enough to avenge him. So he had forcefully cooled his anger and waited for the day until he was stronger. And he was about to convince Brahm to become stronger together. But a trace of that child was this close by? No. That child is... Brahm shouted frantically. His eyes were red. Ananta's daughter. My granddaughter. He gripped his book of Mercury even tighter. He forced himself up. Flutter. As he did, light shot up from the book and the book began to turn its pages. It was the activation of the grimoire. Agar's. I'll tell you my wish. I'll do that first. Speak. You need to be sacrificed for my granddaughter. And the moment he was done speaking. Walk. The transmutation circle that had been engraved even deeper than the summoning circle was activated. Tens of thousands of transmutation circles floated up. They were all spinning like wheels, prepared to activate at any time. Brahm had put the last of his proof that he was a god, his holiness, into this. Creak, kriaak. The wheels began to spin. The transmutation circles revolved and scattered, and in their stead, thousands of chains soared up. It was the artificial iron that Yeon-woo had seen when he was making the formula of the divine iron. Crack! The chains wrapped around Agar's body and even his wings. Brahm bound Agar's tightly. It was divine iron with His Holiness. Even Agars wouldn't be able to easily escape from this. Brahm's body looked to be in danger while he maintained the chains. Wrinkles formed on his bloodied face. His aging, that had been paused from His Holiness, was progressing quickly. Brahm was now a normal human without his godly level or holiness. Dying in this form meant that he was really going to die. But Brahm was planning on giving his life to seal Agars. It was a shame that he wouldn't be able to see his granddaughter smiling, but if she could smile, he would give anything for it. So he input even more magic power into the Book of Mercury. His Book of Mercury, which could probably even be his shadow, seemed like it would rip to pieces, but he hoped it could keep it together just a little more. And during this time, Galliard, who had read Brahm's eyes, quickly turned around. He was sorry he couldn't see his friend's end, but he was going to somehow keep his last wish. Kriaak. The wheels spun as the chains started to move tighter against Agars. Then, with the chains wrapped around him, Agars spoke in an amused voice. So this was it. What you prepared all that time? Sorry, but I can't make your wish come true. This was all possible because this was Brahm's illusionary world. This world was revolving around Brahm. But Kindred just cut all the lightning and the ceratopsian dinosaurs without even slowing down. His 10 years of training on the 20th floor amounted to this. Also, Brahm saw something hazy around Kindred as he moved. Even devil spirits. This was a unique phenomenon that was said to happen when the bishops themselves descended. It was known that while the phenomenon was active, one's power would be amplified. It seemed that Kindred was able to move freely in this space because of a devil god's blessing. Brahm clenched his teeth. He knew well who the god was. It was a god, but also not a god. A demon, but not a demon. That was why the players of the tower called it a devil god, but ironically, that being was closer to light more than any other being. So the devil army called him this. The devil from the sky. The heavenly devil. Kwa kwa kwang. And the heavenly devil was someone that Brahm couldn't win against, even if he fought with all his power. No, it was someone he couldn't even imagine fighting. Kwa kwa kwe. And considering how Kindred had received the heavenly devil's blessing, it would be hard to defeat him for the time being. The illusionary world had begun to become tinted with the color of the heavenly devil. Is that how much they need Shi? I understand the Elohim, but why the devil army? Brahm had to change his mind. If he couldn't win against Kindred right now, he had to kill him by crushing him, along with the illusionary world. Everything. Brahm raised his hand up, then slammed it down. His judgment was fast, and he quickly destroyed the world that he built over a long time with his own 2 hands. With the horrifying sight of the sky collapsing, the space around him ripped apart as a whole, and Kindred was swept along it. The magic circles that he had set up in different places helped Brahm's skill. He had been thinking of self-destructing if a powerful opponent arrived anyway, so he didn't hesitate in the slightest. If it was destroyed, he could build it again. As long as the summoning magic circle was left, it was okay. Kwa kwa kwe. Kindred realized that he would be crushed under the space, so he attempted to escape. But everywhere he passed by continued to crumble, so if he took a single misstep, he would be locked in, just like that. Then, the 2 other bishops arrived at his side. Second bishop. One of them used their strength to pull Kindred, and another sent a magic power explosion at Brahm. Brahm was completely exposed while he was using his skill. But as Galliard appeared, the explosion turned to nothing. Pat. Galliard stepped his shunpo and sent arrows flying. Ping ping ping, with the sound of the heavy metal arrows, the 2 bishops found themselves collapsing along with the barrier. Kwa kwa kwang. As expected of the arrows that Brahm used magic formulas to create, the barrier that they touched instantly crumbled. While the 2 bishops were being pushed back, Galliard used the wind spirit to arrive where the 2 were. It was as fast as blink. The 2 bishops instinctively waved their hands as Galliard approached them. As their robes flapped around, their blackened palms covered Galliard. It was a special technique of the devil army that popped the veins of where they touched. But Galliard quickly protected his body, and he instantly attacked the bishop at the same time. A dagger on his belt landed in the stomach of the bishop. Pug! Explode! Along with his spell, the magic in the dagger activated. As the dagger exploded, it ripped the bishop's internal organs into shreds. It was a critical attack, even if they had the heavenly devil's blessing. The ninth bishop, Jeong-woo, died like that. You! The eighth bishop, Dmitri, shouted with fury and exploded the grace of devil god attack. Galliard used Ilwido Gang to move back again. Dmitri chased right after him, but his feet became tied in the remnants of the collapsing world. Damn! His curses were muffled in the area. And like that, everything turned into a mess. The illusionary world collapsed, and with all kinds of explosions, their senses became dizzy. Meanwhile, Brahm and Kindred caught their balance and tried to attack again. The shifted world once again shook, and a large tornado that reached up to the sky rose. Brahm and Kindred's power clashed within it. Shatter! Qua qua qua! With the sounds of mirrors breaking, the illusionary world completely burst apart, and the outside world was revealed. The tornado that was rotating inside destroyed the outside. The wave of fire that Yeon-woo used against Ether and the others was incomparable to this force. The tornado spun with a range of kilometers. The demon trees and demonic species that had been within that range were all pulverized. It was a horrible collision that seemed like it would break the stage as a whole, but Brahm and Kindred continued to use their great power, not to lose the edge they had. In the tornado, power crashed against power. Holiness and holiness collided. Holy power and holy power continued their struggle against each other. And as they did, the size of the tornado became bigger, swallowing the demon's forest. Hails of sand soared up high, and the demonic species and ghosts were swept up in the wind as they tried to escape. Kek! Brahm grit his teeth at the pain that was equal to his arm falling off. As the illusionary world collapsed, his holiness and power flowed out like water, but he still squeezed out his soul. If he lost his edge, he would die. No, he didn't care about dying. He didn't have any attachments to his life. But if he ended up like that, Sha would be taken by them. He couldn't let that happen. I can't. Shay. Shay. His poor child. She was a child who hadn't ever received her mother's love. She was a child who had to live without even knowing her father's face. She had been bedridden because of an unknown disease for a long time, and she had just now started to recover. And she had laughed for the first time, holding his hand with her thin one. He wouldn't be able to forget that small smile she showed him. But to take that smile from her again? Never. Even if his power ran out. Please, I trust you with this child. The image of Ananta, who had shown up in the middle of the night with a sleeping baby, flashed by in his mind. She had spoken with tears in her eyes. Are you in your right mind? This child isn't even your. No. She's my child. She didn't come from my stomach, but she came from my heart. So please. Her eyes were firm. Father. It was the request of a child who had never called him father. It was the desperate plea of his daughter, who had hated him all her life. His care towards Sha might have been because he was paying for the sins that he committed when he was younger. Kwang. Then, the tornado that was becoming bigger pierced through clouds to touch the red sky. It looked like a column that connected heaven and earth. Brahm realized that the tornado had completely escaped his control. The tornado had sucked up all his holiness, but the power he felt inside of it was Kindred's. No, it was the holiness of the heavenly devil. If this kept up, not only would all of his holiness be taken, but the level of his soul would also be ripped away from him. And he would lose Shi. So Brahm thought of the only way to turn the tables. Thankfully, there was still something left. The summoning magic circle that was still deep underground. He had set it up separately from the illusionary world, so by now, it had probably eaten up a large sacrifice. The Elohim, intruders from the devil army, tens of demon trees, demonic species, and even the ceratopsian dinosaur. It had probably exceeded the needed amount. And if he used that completely? With his godly position as well? Brahm let go of his power that was barely holding onto the tornado. His body was flicked out of the tornado. He became dizzy from the demonic power, but he used his last skill, extending his hand towards the ground. With the horrifying pain of something being ripped from his soul, something that he couldn't see was quickly sucked below him. And then, the transmutation circle that was hidden above the ground floated up. It shined with a black light, and spit out a large iron door. It was an iron door that had a crumpled symbol on it. The door that was emitting demonic energy burst open. Cone. With a shock that felt like the world settled down, a man floated up beyond the shadows. It was a man with tens of black wings wrapped around him like armor. The air of the lower floors feels quite more refreshing than above. The second ranked out of Le Infernal's 72 demons. Also, the Grand Duke that symbolized ruin and madness. Agar's. It was his avatar. Chapter 203 Grand Demon Duke Agar's, 3. You have understood a lot of the Devil's Blessing. After Yeon-woo finished forging traces in the battlefield, he nimbly ripped up the thin book in his hand. It was De Roy's studies, his reward after annihilating the ceratopsian dinosaur. You have destroyed De Roy's studies, Part 2. Additional use of the artifact is impossible. The hidden piece is being revealed. On the outside, De Roy's studies looked just like an old diary. Its real appearance only showed when you ripped it apart. The frail paper was quickly absorbed into Yeon-woo's right hand. As he did, a black insignia appeared on his right palm. The insignia was a mountain sheep with 2 horns. The skill Demon Studies has been created. Demon Studies. Rank, D+. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary, a study that the adventurer De Roy recorded by observing demons his entire life. You can borrow the power of a demon on the 98th floor using black magic. As your proficiency increases, you can make contracts with stronger demons. Currently, the rank is low as parts of the study are missing, but it will increase as the other parts are found. Asterisk Devil's Incantation. After paying a price, you can create the demonic energy needed for black magic. There is a condition that you have to find a skill book to use black magic. Asterisk Devil Poison. You can create the pure poison that only demonic species and demons use. The amount you can create depends on your dark property or your understanding of the Devil's Blessing. Because he only had one part of the demon studies, the rank was low. The only magic he could use was incantations and devil poison. But after you earned the skill, it became easier because black magic was extremely common at auctions. Since most people couldn't easily use it, the supply was much higher than the demand. Of course, I'm planning on giving most of it to Boo. Since the Devil's Incantation and Devil Poison are big accomplishments. All he needed was the hearts of the ceratopsian dinosaur and the purple devil flowers to increase the Devil's Blessing that he had. The amount of demonic energy and the devil poison he had learned would be of great help to him, not just for the monster army but also for various skills. There were already a couple that he was thinking about. However, he had to use demon studies carefully. Dealing deeply with demonic energy meant that you would become that much closer to demons. There was nothing good about being close to demons. Yeon-woo just needed power. Hyung-nim, where should I put this? Then, Fanti and Edora brought the hearts that they got out. Yeon-woo opened Intrinian and had them put the hearts inside. For now, keep them in there. After they are refined, I'll give it to you. He. The strength of demons. I wonder if it'll go well with this horn. Fanti had been warned several times that it was dangerous to touch demon studies, but he was just happy that he could become stronger. Yeon-woo grinned and shook his head, like there was nothing he could do. The guy was always the same. Woo. Anyway, the fight was rough. Who did you fight with that it became? Fanti was about to say something looking around, but he suddenly widened his eyes. At the same time, his body turned the opposite way. Eudora and Yeon-woo turned their heads in the same direction. A tremendous shock came from where Brahm's illusionary world was, and a tornado began to shoot up in the sky. Boo! Yeon-woo quickly called Boo in his shadow and surrounded himself and the Fanti siblings with a defense barrier. Thinking that it might not be enough, he brought Aegis out as well. But even though they were far away, the strong winds of the tornado repetitively shook their defense barrier. Fanti and Eudora focused on protecting themselves within Yeon-woo's barrier with their scrolls, flicking away the occasional rock or demon tree that came their way. Just what was happening? Yeon-woo's gaze didn't move from the tornado. Brahm's illusionary world should definitely have been enough to block the Elohim. Was there an unknown variable that got in their way? But Yeon-woo's shock didn't end there. After the tornado stopped like it was only a lie, a heavy darkness and pure magic energy drifted towards him in the wind and caused him to shiver. It was a power that instinctively stimulated the senses of a dragon. It was the demonic energy of a demon. Since Yeon-woo knew the purpose of the transmutation circle and the sealing circle already, he wasn't too surprised about it. However, what surprised him was the fact that the demonic energy was so familiar to him. It was a type that irritated one's senses. It was the guy that had lent his power to Yeon-woo's brother and tried to tempt him into a contract, but left empty-handed. Why was someone who wasn't interested in things like this on the lower floors? Why is Agar's? He felt anxious for some reason. Yeon-woo spread his wings of fire to dart in that direction. He could hear Fanti and Eudora frantically shouting at him, but he didn't listen. You will eventually become mine. Around the time his brother was slowly dying, fighting off the poison in his body, Agar's had appeared in his brother's dream through their connection and said this. His brother just replied with a smile. Agar's. Sorry, but I can't be with you. Ha! A guy who's dying, acting arrogant until the end. Even if I die, there are things I have to uphold. Agar's obsession with his brother was extreme. At first, he had just wanted to bind one of the only dragon's successors to him. His brother had tried to learn the magic of demons through demon studies, and the being who had replied to his desires was Agar's. Because he was the Grand Duke of Solomon's 72 demons, his brother, and Viera-dun, who had helped him, had been completely shocked. Thinking back to it now, this was when Viera-dun had started to be envious of his brother. After Agar's taught Jeong-woo his magic, he had suggested that he become bound to him, and he would share his power if he did so. He said that if Jeong-woo didn't want to be his dependent, he could also be his disciple. He had promised that the greatest path would be waiting for him, and even after death, he would receive a high position. But each time, his brother had firmly refused without any hesitation. It was because he knew that what Agar's wanted was his dragon's blessing and his 10,000 immunity. Those rejections made Agar's furious. A half-blood that wasn't even a dragon had kicked away his generosity. On the other hand, Agar's was a being that was as strong as the high gods. Also, at the time, Agar's didn't have any interest on the lower floors. There was a goal he was trying to achieve, so he had spent thousands of years on it. How anxious would he have been when he couldn't have something that he actually wanted after all this time? So Agar's continued to offer even more tempting suggestions, but as his brother rejected them every time, he cut off ties with his brother. His brother considered it a shame that he couldn't learn from Agar's anymore. But by that time, he had already learned the black magic he needed, and he was able to awaken up to the 5th step, so he didn't regret it. Also, at this time, their enmity with the 8 great clans became worse, and this was when the problems arose. When Agar's restored his connection, it was several years later, when his brother was dying alone in the clan house. Agar's tossed his last suggestion here. To grab his hand. If he did, he could heal the illness that was eating at his brother's body and soul, and he could lend power for his brother's revenge. He had also said the unbelievable condition that he would take care of all the limits of the principles of causality on the contract. The limits of the principles of causality. This was the principle that forced the gods and demons to stay on the 98th floor so they couldn't do anything. To take care of it all by himself meant that he would bear the huge damage to his level. It was an incredible offer that Agars had never given in the entirety of the tower's time. Also, because of the dog-eat-dog nature demons society, an offer like this wasn't made commonly. Agars had put down the last of his pride. And on one side, he also felt anxious. If his brother died just like that, for the first time in 1,000 years, Agars would never be able to get what he wanted. However, his brother just rejected him with a smile, and Agars left, furious, saying the same words as he did when he arrived. "You will eventually become mine. Was it because of me?" While Yeon-woo was dashing by the forest that couldn't even be called a forest anymore, he continued to think of the same thing. That maybe Agars had recognized him. It wasn't weird if that was the case. When he first understood the concept of cores in the village of the one-horned tribe, multiple gods and demons had started to take an interest in him. Since the beings who couldn't move on the 98th floor couldn't do anything but watch. And to pick the next apostle, one who could demonstrate their power in their stead, they didn't easily take their eyes off of someone they were interested in. So everything about Yeon-woo was watched, and some had definitely seen him take off his mask. As much as his brother received Agars's love, he was someone who received the attention of the other gods and demons. It wasn't completely out of the ordinary for Agars to realize who he was, and it was likely he considered Yeon-woo as Jeong-woo's replacement. Everything else aside, Yeon-woo had seen a similar message multiple times. A message related to demons. They always had a discussion after someone's suggestion. According to the preference of the gods, opinions of Yeon-woo were split. However, they had just shown interest, and not done anything else. He just knew that because of a mysterious demon, they were having a discussion about him. But he couldn't know more than that. One thing he could figure out, however, was that for it to be a demon who could gather all the demons, it had to be a demon in a very high position. And if that was Agars? If Agars had come through the temporary connection that Brahm made with the 98th floor, it definitely made sense. However, no. No way. Yeon-woo shook his head. It was a hypothesis that made sense, but there was no reason for Agars to show himself. It would have been fine if he just sent a servant of his, or a lower demon in his stead. He didn't have to lift a single finger. Furthermore, even if Yeon-woo was his brother's twin, they were two completely different people. A demon who could see the soul itself wouldn't be interested in him, even though he looked like his brother. Also, if his hypothesis was right, Agars wouldn't have been scuffling with Brahm right now. He would have tried to look for Yeon-woo right away. The 23rd stage was already in Agars's control. If he wanted to, he could catch him easily. Then why did he choose to manifest here? No matter how much he thought about it, there was no logical explanation. What explanation? Demons are always like that. Evil, cunning. Right. As much as we don't know what he's planning, we should prepare for all kinds of scenarios. All right. Listening to Shannon and Han Ryeong speak, he became closer to Brahm's illusionary world. Yeon-woo attempted to awaken his dragon's body. He felt the scales growing on his skin and activated his magic equip several times to raise his power to the max. Even in this condition, he wouldn't be as much as Agars's toenail, but then again, he couldn't just do nothing. And he also had this thought. If he secretly ran away from the 23rd floor and came back, Agars's manifestation would have ended. He was surprised at himself for running into the fight without looking back. Then, he saw black clouds floating around in the air. Inside, he could see something vanish and disappear. He saw Brahm and Kindred fighting violently. There were pieces of the illusionary world. It seemed like after the barrier was forcefully taken apart, some still remained. The pieces were becoming fainter, like they would soon disappear. Yeon-woo started to expand the range of his extrasensory perception to attack each piece. There would be an intense vestige left in them from the illusionary world. He wanted to see what happened while he was gone. The entire time he was running, multiple scenes flashed through his head. The Devil Army was behind Ether. And Kindred, at that. Yeon-woo frowned. He didn't understand. Ether and his family had been excommunicated from the Elohim and his species because of his father's mistake, right when Ether was about to be king. He had worked hard to overcome it. He was a superior species, and he was more proud than anyone of the fact that he had godly blood. To think that a guy like that had become the servant of a player that wasn't even a demon yet was impossible. But his curiosity didn't matter. Ether had already sacrificed his twin sister and called Kindred in, along with 2 other bishops. And they had messed everything up. It was also a mistake on Yeon-woo's part for only coming up with a plan to catch the Elohim. However, the greatest problem was right after that. I called for those like Belial or Dandelion, but why are you here? I don't know. Why do you think? Brahm, who was shouting with intensity, and Agars, who was jeering at him. And Brahm's voice had been mixed with surprise and anxiousness. The piece of the barrier with Brahm in it was shaking as well. He seemed desperate, hoping that what he was thinking wasn't true. What are you talking about, Brahm? Do you think I don't know? But Agars had just smirked. I'll take the dragon human. Although it's nothing more than a lump of trash. If it's Heaven Wing's child, isn't that enough for me to take it? He didn't hear anything else. Just one phrase swirled around his Yeon-woo's head. Heaven Wing's child. Heaven Wing's child. If it was Heaven Wing's child. Jeong-woo had a child. Chapter 204 Grand Demon Duke Agars, 4. You are in a state of confusion. The cold-blooded trait has been activated for an unknown reason. The cold-blooded trait has been activated for an unknown reason. His heart started to beat like crazy. His breathing became faster. He completely blanked. He couldn't register anything. The diary definitely said nothing about his brother having a child. The only person that his brother had loved in the tower was Viera Dune, and after he was betrayed by his lover, he never gave his heart to anyone. However, there was someone who tried to heal his brother's heart. Ananta. Ananta had one-sidedly liked his brother for a long time. As the only dragon human in the tower, she had always been lonely, and had been extremely happy to see someone of the same species as her. His brother had also been close to her, according to Calidus's wishes. However, unlike Ananta's romantic feelings, his were strictly platonic. When Ananta realized that she couldn't get his brother's heart, she had secretly left. And the last time she appeared was when his brother had been staying alone in the clan house. The only conversation they had at the same time was about how they fared during all that time. However, Ananta seemed like she wanted to tell his brother something. But his brother had been cold to Ananta, after all the betrayal he had been through, and Ananta left without saying anything. After saying something unclear. I'll do whatever I can do to protect. Was she talking about Sha that time? Now that I think about it, Ananta seemed to be pretty badly injured. And it was like she was being chased by something. What was it? Brahm's vestige continued to conjure images in Yeon-woo's head. Ananta, who left a newborn baby in Brahm's arms. At Brahm's question, asking if it was even her child, Ananta had shouted that it was a child born from her heart. And when Yeon-woo reached Brahm's thoughts, he was able to know all the secrets that had been hidden. Like he was actually Brahm, all the vestiges flashed through his head. It was a mistake. A mistake that I made joking around with a dragon when I played around because I was so sick of a god's responsibilities. I was sorry to the child, but I couldn't acknowledge it as my child. I heard from somewhere that the child grew up well. I pretended that I didn't know about her, but I still thought it was a relief. I heard that the child liked another dragon human. Is it Cha Jeong-woo, that child? I thought that the world was quite small since he was someone I taught alchemy to. I heard that she died coldly by herself somewhere. And I was able to realize. Everything that I considered to be foolish emotions were actually everything to me. I regretted my past decisions. I cursed my wrong choices. I wanted to see the child she left behind. She brought a newborn baby. She called me father for the first time and entrusted the child to me. It was the child of Cha Jeong-woo and Vieira-dun. Vieira-dun had hidden the fact she had a child from Cha Jeong-woo. My child coincidentally found out about it, and ran away with the child. And she really raised her like her own. The baby's name was Shi. It meant remnant. It probably meant that it was something Cha Jeong-woo left behind. I heard that she was fighting with the witches somewhere. Cha Jeong-woo was also fighting a war with the other clans. But I couldn't help my child at all. The child my child gave me. I had to protect Shi. Brahm's vestiges were all colored with regret. Yeon-woo was able to understand everything now. I see. So that's what happened. The reason why Brahm hadn't helped his brother. At first, he thought it was because of Brahm's indifferent personality, but that wasn't the case. It was to protect Shi. That was also the reason why Ananta had wordlessly left his brother. It was to protect Shi from the witches. At the time, Shi was about to be experimented on by the Walpurgisnacht, and Ananta had barely been able to save her. But she couldn't save Shi from everything, so Shi always had to suffer her illness. Was Ananta fighting a war with Walpurgisnacht somewhere in the tower now? Brahm had to spend all that time not being able to help despite knowing everything. And now, to pay for his sins to his brother and Ananta, he tried to heal Shi. Even though everything about this tragedy had stemmed from one person, Brahm was blaming himself for what happened. Vieira-dun. You. Fire burned in Yeon-woo's eyes. His head was filled with a boiling rage for her. Then. Get a grip, master, you bastard. He heard Shannon's rough voice in his head. Yeon-woo quickly snapped to attention. Don't you have to have your head on properly in times like these? Do you want to die? Yeon-woo bit his lower lip. Shannon was right. He needed to get a grip. He folded his anger towards Vieira-dun. He also had to bury his grief for Brahm. Since he knew the truth, he had to focus on one thing now. The reason why Agars had manifested was simple. It was to take the only trace of his brother that was left in this tower. He had to stop that at the very least. Even if I couldn't protect Jeong-woo. At least Shi. At least his niece. I'll save you. His magic circuit spun powerfully to grow his wings of fire. The devil's blessing that had just begun to be absorbed in him reacted to the demon studies. And soon enough, he was able to arrive where Brahm and Agars were. So this was it. What you prepared all that time. Sorry, but I can't make your wish come true. Agars smiled wickedly under the binds of the divine iron from the sealing circle, and exploded his strength. Quang! Tens of black wings spread out, easily breaking the chains. Small pieces of the divine iron flicked out. Normally, they should have activated properly, but as the barrier of the illusionary world had collapsed, it seemed like the power of the sealing circle had weakened as well. Brahm vomited blood and fell forward. The Book of Mercury in his hand was crumbling. No. But he forced his hand out like he wouldn't lose Agars. Divine iron came out again, but it just helplessly clanked against Agars's barrier. What a nuisance! Then, Agars lightly shook his hand to completely break the remaining sealing circle and transmutation circle. Brahm hugged his body with his arms and landed headfirst into the ground. Because his internal organs were all damaged, blood continued to pour out. The small amount of the life force he had left had begun to end. And this time, Agars spread his hand out in the other direction. As he did, something started to float into the air from the middle of the empty field, locked in a round bubble. Brahm! Brahm! Shi was sobbing, slamming against the walls of the bubble. Galliard quickly ran after her, but he was blown away after being pushed by an invisible force. So this is it. What that guy left behind. It's not completely to my liking, but it'll be a good trophy. Along with a movement of Agar's hand, vines of darkness wrapped around the bubble and pulled it towards him. Agar's licked his lips with his red tongue, slowly opening his mouth. As he did, his violent-looking teeth gleamed in the air. He seemed to want to swallow her up at once. Sha bawled. She wasn't scared of being eaten by Agar's. However, seeing Brahm call out her name while vomiting blood and Galliard somehow try to lift himself up caused her chest to tighten. It made her think of her mom from a long time ago. Sha had an abnormally good memory, so she still remembered back to when she was a baby. In a strange dark place, faces she didn't know continued to mutter incomprehensible words while stabbing her with knives. Sha just cried, scared of them. And the person who saved her was her mom. Her mom had saved her from those people, and she never lost her smile. Sha. You look like your dad, so you look prettiest when you smile. So don't cry, and smile. What her mom said was still engraved deep inside her heart. So she always made an effort to smile. At first, it was hard, but from some time, it became easier. That was why she liked it, and she was happy. Since Brahm was always happy when she smiled, she liked it even more. But Brahm was injured now. She wanted to help him somehow, but she was powerless. It was the same with her mom. Her mom got hurt trying to protect her. Like back then. Her mom's face overlapped with Bram's. She desperately hoped that someone would help her. It would be nice if she had a dad, but she didn't. Instead, she thought of someone who was like a father figure to her. Agar's was now in the process of swallowing her. She tightly shut her eyes. Cain. Then, in the dark world, a stream of light suddenly appeared. A red light emanated heat, cutting Agar's right hand. She helplessly fell to the ground. Then, she was hugged by something. A hard chest. It was a warm chest. She lifted her head with tears in her eyes. There, the face she was hoping for was there. No, to be exact, it was a mask. It looked as scary as a devil, but the eyes behind the mask were so warm. Cain. Yeon-woo used blink several times, and he quietly placed her down, still hugging her. The heat flared up, messing up his hair. Then, he kneeled, adjusting his height to match Sha's. Click. He slowly took off his mask. Suddenly, Sha's eyes started to shake after seeing Yeon-woo's face. It was a face she had never seen before, but it was still familiar to her. It was the face in the stories her mom told her before bedtime. Dad. Sha called for Yeon-woo in a trembling voice. Yeon-woo just wordlessly pulled Sha to him, promising himself that he would never lose her, over and over again. Dad? Is it really you? Sha tightly grabbed Yeon-woo's sleeve. Her thin hands were slightly shaking. Sometimes, she thought to herself. What did her dad look like? Her mom always had a smile when she spoke about her dad. She said that he was the most wonderful, kind, and selfless person in the world. And she had said that he had a lot of laughter. So Sha always tried to imagine her dad. It would have been nice if he read her stories to her at bedtime. It would be nice if he cooked her tasty snacks. It would have been nice if he played hide and seek with her, and gave her piggyback rides. And when Yeon-woo had first arrived, Sha thought that her wish upon a star to send her a dad, someone like her mom had told her about, had come true. At first, he was scary because he had that strange mask on, but he was the same dragon human as her, and he always played with her. He even made her tasty snacks and became her conversation partner. It was the same dad that she came up with in her imagination. So before she slept, she always clasped her hands together to thank the stars. But it seemed like the stars had really granted her wish. It was her dad. It was the face that her mom had told her about. Unlike what she said about his wide smiles, he had a faint smile, and had sad eyes, but it was her dad. Yueong. Sha buried her face in Yeon-woo's chest and sobbed. As if asking him why he came now. She and her mom had been so hurt. And Brahm and Galliard had had such a hard time. But she was so grateful she met her dad like this. Yeon-woo just silently patted Sha's back. Telling her not to worry. That he wouldn't ever make her cry again. Then, he quietly blew in his warm magic power to put her to sleep. She was exhausted from the day's events. He needed to let her rest. Rebecca. Got it. Rebecca silently appeared behind Yeon-woo and disappeared with Shi. It was to take her as far away from here as she could. Then, Yeon-woo slowly stood up to look where Agar's was. He didn't wear the mask. At this point, it meant nothing. You. Brahm barely lifted himself, panting. His entire body was crumbling because of the loss of his holiness and holy power, but he couldn't take his eyes off of Yeon-woo. His eyes were shaking, like he couldn't believe what he saw. Yeon-woo just silently stretched out his hand in Brahm's direction and activated the rune magic engraved in his bones. Heal. Recovery. It was nothing more than a simple emergency treatment, but Brahm's condition quickly recovered. But Brahm's eyes were still focused on Yeon-woo. I'll tell you the details later. Brahm just nodded his head, knowing nothing else could be done. And he was able to realize belatedly that although his face was the same, Yeon-woo wasn't Cha Jeong-woo. His skills, attitude, personality, and strength were all different. And it was the same for Galliard, who forced himself up. After he observed Yeon-woo with fairy eyes, he seemed to have somewhat realized what happened. Yeon-woo pulled Vigrid out, and raised Aegis, glaring at Agar's. He was looking at Yeon-woo with a small smile, like he was amused. As Yeon-woo's shadow stretched out, Shannon and Han Ryeong also appeared, holding their swords. Bu flew up high in the air, and began to create his undead army. The monster army steadily got up as well. His dragon's territory was already sturdily set up. However, the influence of Agar's on the 23rd floor was too strong. Shit! I'll be damned! How am we supposed to deal with that thing? A demon is really a demon, I see. Shannon and Han Ryeong gripped their weapons even tighter, looking at the gigantic Agar's. Han Ryeong especially hardened his resolve. Even a high ranker couldn't easily touch gods or demons, and Agar's, who was one of the highest beings, was someone he couldn't easily approach even back in his old days. And Yeon-woo was feeling that same pressure as well. On the 16th floor, he had confronted the god Urd, but Urd, who had felt like a colossal sun back at that time, couldn't even be compared to Agar's right now. Yeon-woo wanted to kneel from the pressure that was pressing down at his shoulders. However, Yeon-woo didn't plan on bowing his head here. Extrasensory perception synchronization. Yeon-woo wanted to be released from the pressure by imitating someone. He used the same skills that of kindred that he saw in Brahm's vestige pieces. He thought of the shedding of the Monkey King he saw in the Monkey King's dungeon. Suddenly, strength started to grow from somewhere within him and pushed away the pressure. You are being released from the strong pressure of a demon. Your calmness is being maintained through the cold-blooded trait. You've gained a strong resistance to mental attacks. He met his niece that he didn't even know he had. A trace of Jeong-woo was there. He had to protect it however he could. Were Yeon-woo's thoughts relayed to them? The monsters that had been shaking from Agar's pressure began to regain their reason and moaned. He could feel that they were filled with the will to fight as soon as he gave the orders. At that moment, something flashed in Agar's eyes. The monsters and undeads were technically more closer to demons. Since they were from the darkness property, they shouldn't have been able to easily stand against him, but to think that they were able to show their enmity so blatantly. Was that how strong Yeon-woo's mentality was? Or were his artifacts outstanding? Or was it both? Well, whatever it was, it didn't matter. Agar smirked and looked at Yeon-woo. This was the only other person that he wanted to see as much as she. So. I guess brothers are brothers. Amusing. Seeing you myself is different than seeing you from above. Very different. Yeon-woo didn't say anything. It was most important to understand what Agar's was scheming right now. How about a response? I don't like talking by myself. Only then did Yeon-woo open his mouth. What do you want? From what I saw, you seem to be pretty smart. Don't you already know? You probably want me and she. Right. Agar's mouth opened. His severed right hand had already regenerated, and he was stroking his chin with it. His sharp canines were visible for anyone to see. A long time ago, your brother humiliated me. I want to be compensated for that. Darkness started to swirl around Agar's. But threatening a small fish while being a Grand Duke won't be looked nicely upon, so I'll give you a chance. You and the dragon human. I'll forgive just by taking one of you. The darkness intruded on Yeon-woo's territory and warped around his monster army. It was soft, but threatening, like it would swallow him any second. It's not a bad deal for you. You want power? I'll give it to you. The condition is the same that I offered your brother. It's a power that can shake the tower. Isn't it tempting? Lunacy was shining in Agar's eyes. He had a crazed personality that had to get what he wanted. But the Grand Duke was also someone who became easily bored after getting it. Anyone who was exposed to that lunacy would turn crazy. But that was why the darkness around Yeon-woo was so seductive. It was whispering sweet nothings in his ear that this would be his if he wanted. It was the same as his brother's case. It really was an intense obsession. The demon was being ridiculous, doing things to get someone who had already died. Yeon-woo knew as well. If he grabbed Agar's hand, he could gain the power that he had wanted all this time. Is this not enough? Then give up your niece as a sacrifice. If you do that, I'll give you a reward that is worth as much, no, that's much more precious than her. Even in the urgent situation when his brother was about to die, he had refused Agar's temptation. The reason? It was simple. To be bound to a demon meant that you would lose yourself. You would lose all your free will, and become someone completely different. His brother had refused that, and the same went for Yeon-woo. That was why the answer was rejection. And if I don't want to? Agar's androgynous face crumpled. A powerful demonic energy shifted around him. The darkness around Yeon-woo bared its teeth, like it would swallow him any moment. You don't know your place. Agar's, who had been rejected by Jeong-woo, and now Yeon-woo, extended his hand to swallow him. To forcefully bind someone, he had to touch their soul, so it wasn't fun. That was why he hadn't used that method, but since it had turned out like this, there was nothing else he could do. Why? The darkness spread to wrap around all of Yeon-woo and the monster army. Agar's planned on trapping Yeon-woo in the darkness. Then, his soul would naturally be absorbed. Agar's could feel the monsters jumping around inside, but it didn't do much to him. This darkness was pretty much a part of Agar's. It wasn't a strength that just a player could easily fight off. But for some reason, Agar's felt uncomfortable. The Yeon-woo he had seen from the 98th floor wasn't something to simply lose like this. Unlike Jeong-woo, Yeon-woo never lost his cool. Even in front of beings that were much stronger than him, he never backed down, and he was someone who always played the field to his advantage. That was how it had been during the war between the Red Dragon and Chong-a-wado, and when he had fucked the Godward over. Wasn't that also how he got the inheritance of the Monkey King? And such a person was being defeated so easily. It was obvious that a player couldn't fight a demon, but it was strange that there was no resistance. Suddenly, Agar straightened his back. It was something that he had never felt after becoming a Grand Duke. When had he felt this? He remembered it was when he fought with the dead Dragon King, Lord Kalidas. He had almost been erased from the face of this world, so he couldn't forget about it. But it was the same feeling as back then. A being that didn't fall short of him was trying to appear from the sky. Then, the land that Yeon-woo was stepping on started to float the transmutation circle up again. And the darkness around Yeon-woo was forcefully pushed back. Pang! The red sky suddenly split, and a bright light shone on Yeon-woo. Under it, Yeon-woo slowly opened his eyes. His wide-open draconic eyes were sparking with gold light, like they were the golden gaze of fiery eyes. Then, multiple shapes and rune letters from the transmutation circle broke, climbing up to the sky. And cuckoo! Like how an iron door had burst up from the ground to summon Agars, this time, a gigantic iron door came from the sky. It was a holy iron door with images of all kinds of angels and spirits. Chapter 205 Grand Demon Duke Agars, 5. Before Yeon-woo met Agars, he had contemplated how to fight against him. Agars was definitely going to want Cha and himself. Yeon-woo couldn't let himself be played by him. But Yeon-woo didn't have any power. How could he defeat Agars, who was strong enough to crush the god Brahma? So Yeon-woo changed his tactics. If I can't stop him, I have to call someone who can. Thankfully, he still had a way out. The summoning circle that Agars had gone through. Agars had definitely destroyed it, but the magic circle made with Brahm's holiness couldn't be broken so easily. There was still a little bit of it left. So Yeon-woo had concentrated his consciousness there and made contact with it. Information flooded out from the circle like a waterfall. They were formulas that Brahm had put down in the Book of Mercury. They were so complex that they were hard to approach. Time difference. However, Yeon-woo quickly fixed the areas that were broken. His brain hurt like it was burning, but he continued to collect the knowledge. And when the function of the summoning circle was somewhat recovered, the magic power that was always in his magic circuit evaporated. He felt empty, but he didn't lose his grip and lifted his head. The red sky began to split. As the blue sky opened, a column of light from above pushed the darkness away. Even Agars couldn't invade this area. And soon enough, a large iron door slowly appeared, piercing through the clouds. Who calls? It was a voice that rang in his head. It was a heavy voice. Yeon-woo spoke to the being that was somewhere behind the door. To the god that could fight against Agars. And the price? Aegis. It was the godly artifact that had been a great help to him, but to defeat Agars, he had to give an item that was worth as much. Deal done. Cuckoo. The iron door started to creak open. And under that, something strange descended below, stretching its neck out. A colossal five-headed boa snake that could probably easily sweep away an entire mountain slithered and hissed. And above it, there was a familiar face. Agars's face crumpled seeing it. Hermes. The sky that Hermes came down from was colored with blue, and brought with it a refreshing air. On the other hand, the ground where Agars was filled with darkness. As light and darkness clashed, a boundary line was made. Hermes made a pleasant smile above the boa's head. Long time no see, Agars. Has it been 800 or 900 years? This is the first time we've seen each other after the sealing of Lucille, right? Why is someone who should just be watching? What do you think? Hermes shrugged his shoulders like it was obvious. I received an offer, and I'm here to pay for what I got. His smile deepened. Unlike you, who scammed through half of it, I'm planning on giving more than what I owe. A god could adjust however they wanted to give something in return for what they got. And sometimes, they would be at a disadvantage. The blessing or miracle of a god was included in this. For priests, this was important to maintain their religion. On the other hand, if a demon wanted to give something in return for someone's sacrifice, it was a deal. They had to return as much as they received, but some tricks were involved in it. They would never do something that was disadvantageous to them. So Hermes was threatening that he would do something that was disadvantageous to himself for the first time in a long while. It meant that he would match whatever Agars did to block him. Hermes giggled, like this situation was too amusing. And this was obvious, but gods and demons definitely didn't have a good relationship with each other. Yeon-woo. Agars ground his teeth. He was stronger than most gods, but Hermes was different. Even for demons with some level of power, Hermes was too much. And the bigger problem was that Hermes wasn't the only god here. Under the sky, where the boa snake was coming out, there was something else looking in this direction. They had a godly level that Hermes couldn't match. No, in the small category of fighting, it was a being that was much more annoying than Hermes. To deal with two gods at once was hard even for Agars. All right. So decide now. Hermes smiled even wider seeing Agars. Are you going to fight with me like this, or step back? The boa slithered around Agars, ready to attack when it received the command. For a small moment, Agars was deep in thought. And it wouldn't be bad for a god and demon to play on the lower floors. Agars smiled violently. Then, tens of black wings spread out. As Agars disappeared in the darkness, thousands of tentacles soared up into the air. At the same time, 5 more boa snakes came down. Cunning. The stage began to ring. Yaa. In myths, the battle of gods and demons were often portrayed with the heavens and the earth shaking. The seas would dry up, and rain would pour down from the sky. But that might have only been in the myths, or maybe the fight of the two was just different. Hermes and Agars's fight was simpler than expected. Light and darkness. It only looked like white and black were mixed together. Like black ink spread in water to taint it, the darkness from the ground tried to taint the light. On the other hand, the light split to purify the darkness. The ground reflected the light, and darkness repetitively shot up and fell back. It was something that became one, and tried to influence each other, as they tried to gain the upper hand. To Yeon-woo, with his draconic eyes, it was clear as day. Something gigantic that was impossible to tell from the earth was slowly moving. It was big enough to make the boa look tiny, so it was hard to tell exactly how it looked like. Every time the form that was probably Agars's actual body moved, ice, wind, fire, and light continued to blink in and out of existence. On the other hand, Hermes called for more boas while still on top of his original. Ice, wind, fire, and light caused explosions. The recovery and destruction of the stage changed according to the movement of the two. The demon's forest was already heavily damaged, but the ground cracked so deeply that you couldn't even see the bottom, and trees continued to grow, making a lush forest again. They were shaking the laws of nature. It was something that no being could ever interrupt. That's a god and a demon. Yeon-woo clenched his fist. Looking at the fight that he couldn't dare approach, his mouth dried. The grid, which was in Yeon-woo's hand, was lightly shaking. Although his cold-blooded trait was applied, he was panting for breath just by looking at it. Even now, he felt like his lungs would explode. And for Hermes's case back to when Yeon-woo had met him in the Olympus treasury, Yeon-woo was surprised again. It was clear he had been hiding his presence out of kindness. Even the goddess sword looked weak in front of them. If he had to compare her to something, she was similar to the shedding from the Monkey King's dungeon. Since there were 2 of them like that, the battle between them was greater than Yeon-woo had imagined. Even the function of the stage had paused. How it was on the outside, and what had happened to the players clearing through the stage. He couldn't even imagine it. They might have thought that the warm column of light was here to protect them. It was an energy that was warm and familiar. He looked at where the column of light was coming from. There was no way he saw anything, but he felt like a pair of eyes were looking at him warmly. Athena. This was how he felt when he received Athena's blessing with the Aegis. He had definitely only called for Hermes with Aegis as the sacrifice. But it was not so unexpected that Athena was here as well. However, she wasn't able to come here herself because the cost had not been enough. It seemed like she was protecting him through the portal that Hermes had left open. He didn't know why Athena was protecting him. However, one thing he was sure of was that Athena and Hermes seemed to have positive feelings towards him and that she was saving Fanti, Edora, and Brahm, who were probably still somewhere on the stage. And Yeon-woo accepted her gaze to mean that she was cheering him on. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she was trying to help Yeon-woo so he didn't feel pressed down by Agar's. Phew! Under Athena's blessing, Yeon-woo caught his breath. As his nervousness faded away, he woke up his dulled senses, and pulled up his fighting spirit. I have to get a demon to help Shi. The Philosopher's Stone was important, but helping his sick niece was more important to Yeon-woo. Agar's was too much to be considered a material for that, but there was nothing to replace him. It would take a long time for Brahm to reconstruct the illusionary world. He might not be much help, but he still needed to do something. Athena looks at you with calm eyes. She is satisfied with your firm resolve. Athena sends you her blessing. An intense strength came from within his soul. He felt like his body would float up into the sky. Yeon-woo pushed down the feeling of fainting and controlled the power that Athena gave him into his cells. It activated his cells along with the demon's blessing. Kwadiduk, Kwaduk. Holy power didn't fit well with the dragon's blessing. However, if it was changed a bit, it could stimulate and grow the demon's blessing. This was what Yeon-woo was aiming for, and he amplified the demon's blessing he absorbed with Bathory's vampiric sword. And even that wasn't enough, so he opened Intrinian and absorbed the Ceratopsian dinosaur's 5 hearts, the Kraken's inner core, and the purple demon flowers with Bathory's vampiric sword. Normally, he would have readjusted their amounts and refined them, but he didn't have time to do that. The pain of his bones being crushed and his body being shaken up followed, but Yeon-woo didn't blink. On top of that, he forced the energy of the Monkey King that he had synchronized and tried to make it into one. Kwang! And with an explosion, his body expanded, and shrank again. His scales that shined blue were tinted with black, and his blackish blue scales sparkled beautifully. It was a sign that with the demon's blessing, his second step awakening was almost at its end. The demon's blessing is being awakened. The demon's blessing is being awakened. The demon's blessing had successfully settled. Demon blood is added to your dragon's blood. The demonic nature is being solidly engraved into your dragon bones. The combination of the demon's blessing and the dragon's blessing have been successful. The change of your foundations has been successful. The trait dragon body has changed to demonic dragon body. You have accomplished an outstanding feat. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have received 10,000 karma. You have received an additional 15,000 karma. Demonic dragon body. Gaining the power that his brother had only theorized about, Yeon-woo gripped the grid with his new power. Cashing. An enormous amount of magic power entered the grid. The black blade shined so much white light it was like it was going to break. Sword purification. Life of a fighter. With draconic eyes, Yeon-woo targeted the large monster that was beyond the wall of darkness. As he did, a power that was almost too much for Yeon-woo to handle poured out. The sword purification was an option that was stronger the target was, so with Agar's as the target, the energy was incredible. With additional fighting spirit on top of that, his attacking power multiplied. As his body was injured in different places again, veins popped out above his skin. Even though Yeon-woo's body was stronger with his new trait, a strength that surpassed his limits could destroy his body. However, it was also true that if he overcame those limits, he would become even stronger. You have reached the limits of the dragon's blessing. A new change is occurring. You have reached the limits of the demon's blessing. A new change is occurring, looking for new possibilities. The third step authority is being released. Authority, element contact. It was the third awakening. Kwadog. Gigantic dragon wings spread out from Yeon-woo's back. As his wings of fire and his dragon wings combined, they became bigger, and his dragon scales reached up to his eyes. Sharp canines popped out from his lips. Yeon-woo focused his boiling power on Vigrid, along with the holy power from Athena. Nike. Nemesis. He woke up the two mythical beasts that had been waiting in the Philosopher's Stone. Master, fighting. Dreams, fade away. Fire property was added to the sword, and it expanded by several times. And he swung his sword powerfully. Holy fire. Wave of fire wary. 72 Bien Jewel, Pak, Dan. Kwaong. The fire from Vigrid extended all the way up to the edges of the stage and split right through the darkness to pierce the monster in the middle of the stage. Chapter 206 Grand Demon Duke Agar's, 6. Translator, HH Editor, Thursdays. Trait, Demonic Dragon Body. Summary, dragons and devils have been at odds with each other before history. The rejection of each other is stamped into their instincts. However, because the draconic species indulge in the mental aspect of the demons, and demons in the hearts of the draconic species, their influence on each other is great. And occasionally, there are cases when they change themselves by accepting the traits of their mortal enemy. The demonic dragon is one that changes itself and becomes the laughingstock of its species. However, a demonic dragon is more powerful than the other members in its species because it has the combined power of both a demon and a dragon. But their existence may be damaged if they do not control their body. * Black Dragon. You can change the powers of the draconic species and demons little by little. * Dragons and Demons Territory. According to your qualifications, you can announce Bina, a territory of your own. * Dragons and Demons Knowledge. The world of knowledge of dragons, Hokama, and the other side of knowledge of demons, Netzith. * Dragons and Demons Power. According to your qualifications, you can have the ability to open the power of truth of the draconic species, Keter, and the power of demons, Tiferet. Tien, the names of some terms have been changed because I found the actual term for them in English. I apologize, and thanks for your understanding. The demonic dragon body was a trait that his brother had only drawn out in his head. Dragons and devils. The two beings that are called draconic species and demons are known not to be able to mate. And that's the truth. The way they use magic is different, and they hate each other to the bone and have fought each other for several thousands, even 10,000s of years. However, there are always exceptions. Even within the society of the draconic species, there were those who wanted to become stronger, and there were some black sheep that wanted to grab hands with the demons out of boredom, or to become stronger. They gave up a part of the traits of being a draconic species, and in return, became a new being, with traits of a demon. These were the demonic dragons. Demonic dragons were beings that couldn't belong with the draconic species or the demons. For the draconic species, it was a humiliation, and the demons were mad that they had dared to copy them. And this was obvious, but upon discovery, they were massacred by the two species. But to catch a demonic dragon wasn't easy at all. It was a being that had overcome the limits of its species. Of course, they would have powers that surpassed each species. So to catch a demonic dragon, you couldn't go alone. A legion of at least 5 had to be created. If draconic species and demons met while catching a demonic dragon, they would put everything aside and focus on annihilating the demonic dragon. The more there were of demonic dragons, the more the characteristics of each species decreased, and they would completely disappear. It was the stubbornness of a species. His brother had focused on this point. Since the draconic species were extinct, there wouldn't be any demonic dragons left behind, but if they could be created again, it would be incredible. He would have been able to surpass a part of the limits of being a dragon. He would be able to use his dragon body more to his advantage. But his brother had only theorized about it, and he hadn't been able to actually start the process. The reason was simple. Even up to that point, the ancient dragon Kalidas had been watching him. And after Kalidas left, he didn't feel right attempting it. The biggest reason why the draconic species went extinct was because of the demons. His brother couldn't use the power of those who caused the end of Calidus. More than anything, nobody could match Calidus in his pride for his species. So when his brother had made a contract with Agars along with Viera-dun, Calidus had set boundaries. To become stronger, his brother would have a part of the demon's blessing, but Agars couldn't cross the line. If he did, the contract would be void. Until the end, his brother had kept his promise with Calidus. He didn't even think about attempting it, he only set up the theory as a scholar. And after some time passed, something else occurred to him. The demonic dragon was something that already existed from a long time ago, so it wasn't hard to imagine how to become one. But if you tried, couldn't you also overcome the limits of a demonic dragon? It wasn't like the gods and demons were unparalleled. Gods always shined like the sun in the sky, aloof. And there were the giant species that had once fought a destructive war with them. If he could combine their blessings as well. And if you surpassed a demonic dragon, and if you owned the giant's blessing, and the blessing of those that defeated them, how far could you go? The question that his brother had asked himself was one that no one had been able to answer. And it was a question that no one attempted to answer. His brother had wanted to find the answer, but he wasn't able to. While he had been searching, the war with the 8 large clans began, and the members of Arthea started their betrayals. He had been busy fighting by himself, so he didn't have the chance to research. However, since the overall plan was recorded in the diary, Yeon-woo was able to use this as the background and succeeded in completing the demonic dragon body. Under normal conditions, he would have attempted it safely after more research, but the situation was urgent, so he didn't have the time. Also, since he had awoken a new step in this dangerous situation, the third step, it helped him to control his extreme power. Element contact. Summary: the ancient dragon Calidus was able to divide his power into 8 steps, so his contractee would be able to get used to it quickly. Of those, this is the third step. Within the dragon's territory, you can begin to control the elements. Asterisk owner of fire. Your control of fire property dramatically increases. Asterisk owner of water. Your control of water property dramatically increases. Asterisk owner of air. Your control of air property dramatically increases. The dragon's territory, Bina, has been strengthened. You are able to use your power and control of the properties in this territory. Over a certain time, all stats increased by a set amount. Property synchronization has been successfully accomplished. Of these, the powers that Yeon-woo had used was Owner of Fire and Owner of Darkness. There was no one near Yeon-woo's level of fire property control, and when this was amplified, even demons could be burnt. Qua. The monster that had been pierced right in the middle of its body shook. Its roar made the entire stage tremble. It was like the sky was going to fall. The explosions happened consecutively several times after that. The fire poured out endlessly, sending out heat waves. As light and heat combined, the monster was pushed back. The stage that had been filled with light and darkness turned into the color of red fire with all kinds of powers, skill effects, and the holy power from Athena's blessing. Even Hermes's back turned cold at this power, and Agars experienced an intense pain after being hit straight on with it. The fire that Yeon-woo used was infused with holy fire, and it was basically poison to a demon. The hole inside the monster didn't heal, rather, it ate at the monster's body. The option boiling spark of wave of fire fanned at the fire. As sparks flew in other places, there were minor explosions, and big explosions were caused from lightning and other explosions. The red light covered the entire monster. You dare! You dare! Agars revealed his vestige of fury to Yeon-woo, who had made him this way. Not only had he stabbed him in the back, but he humiliated him like this. However, the attack didn't end there. Yahahahut. Amusing. This is amusing as hell. I'm using my power for the first time in a while. God. Please give me your blessing. After Yeon-woo received the blessing of Athena and the owner of darkness, Shannon, Han-ryong, and Rebecca, who had come into a power that exceeded their limits for a little while, didn't miss their chance. The fire from Yeon-woo wasn't enough to drive Agar's crazy, but it was enough to hurt him since he was already injured. From behind, Boo activated his rune magic and supported them. Quack, quack, quack. The two Death Knights and Spirit stabbed their swords above the monster. And Hermes wasn't one to miss his opportunity either. The boas ran at Agar's again. The amount of boa snakes had increased to the tens, and they bit at the monster's body, poisoning the monster with their venomous teeth. Kyung! Agar's body helplessly fell to the ground. It was like watching a mountain fall. The boa snakes had started to enter inside of it and eat everything in their sight. The being that had been completely black all over began to turn into an ashy color. It meant that the being was dying as the poison from the boas spread all over it. From its hole, demonic energy continued to pour out. It was like a pot without a bottom. If it lost a bit more, it would be enough to create a few demons on its own. Kaa. Kaa. To completely cut off Agar's life, Hermes pushed the boas in even deeper. Yeon-woo didn't miss anything. It can be caught. Yeon-woo began to hope that Agar's might really be caught. He wouldn't have even dared to attempt it without Hermes and Athena, but this wasn't something that was completely impossible anymore. If I can shoot my fire just one more time. So he was going to step up again, but he could taste iron in his mouth, and his world spun. His body planted forward. Hey, Master! Master! Shannon quickly came to support Yeon-woo. Master, you okay? Say something. Yeon-woo wanted to say that he was okay. But because of the blood that continued to flow out, he couldn't. The strength left his body. It was hard for him to stand on his own. It seems like he used everything. Just with the change of the trait, it would have taken a toll on him, but he even used that much holy power, it wasn't just overtaxing himself. Han Ryong sighed after checking Yeon-woo's condition. Yeon-woo had definitely overtaxed himself. Even if he had received Athena's blessing, it was amazing in itself that he was able to maintain his form while a god and demon were fighting. And since he had gotten a trait and awakened another step, using an immense power, there wasn't even the tiniest bit of magic power left in his magic circuit. It was amazing that his body wasn't crumbling right now. Oh! But Yeon-woo wanted to stand up however he could. Just a little more. He just had to struggle for a little more. Then catching Agar's and sealing him wouldn't be a problem. I have to help Shi. He clenched his teeth. He had a huge debt to Shi. He couldn't excuse himself with the fact that he didn't know he had a niece. Just by the fact that his niece had been struggling until now, he had committed an unrepentable crime. He couldn't futilely lose her like his little brother. He had to save Shi, at the very least. Even if his body was destroyed. You stubborn fool! Shannon let out his annoyance after reading Yeon-woo's thoughts. Usually, Yeon-woo was such a cold person that he wondered if there was actually blood flowing in him. But seeing these kinds of regrets occasionally were extremely frustrating. But regardless of what he said, Yeon-woo didn't seem to want to listen. Then, a large magic circle flamed up from under Agar's, who was being chewed by the boas and burning from holy fire, and a wide-open iron door appeared. He was a being that was tied to the 98th floor. To escape the floor, he needed a significant sacrifice, and even that had its time limits. It seemed like the time that was allowed to Agar's had come to its end. I guess there's nothing I can do. Hermes clicked his tongue as he looked at Agar's. He had been planning on completely ending Agar's life, but it seemed like he would be chased away to the 98th floor. Since his strength had already been used like this, even if he returned to his territory, it was clear that he wouldn't live for long anyway. The demons around him that scrambled to climb to the top wouldn't leave him alone. He would be chewed up and spit out. Else, he would be eaten by the leader of Le Infernal, Baal. Whatever it was a chance for Hermes to take care of Agars, who had been a pain in his ass. He ordered his boas to stop eating and chase him outside of the iron door. "Let go! I said to let go!" But Agars firmly resisted, holding onto the door frame, like he would never be pushed out. His large eyes were shining with madness. Agars opened his mouth and roared. He couldn't be pushed back to the 98th floor like this. This was a rare opportunity that had come to him. He didn't know when he would get this chance again. The next time, the guy might be dead because he lived out his life. "That's mine. Mine. That." However, no matter how hard Agars resisted, the iron door that was tied with the principle of casuality quickly sucked him in. The boas were trying to push him inside as well. "I won't lose it this time." Suddenly, a part of the monster stretched out towards Yeon-woo. Hermes quickly sent a boa in that direction, but the darkness had already grabbed Yeon-woo. Shannon and Han Ryeong quickly stepped in front of him, but they had easily been flicked back into the shadow. "This time, come with me." The darkness that was in the form of Agars's puppet like when he first arrived was tightly holding onto Yeon-woo's neck. All his relaxed composure was gone, and only anxiousness and madness was in his eyes. A face that looked like Cha Jeong-woo. The face that he had wanted so desperately, but wasn't able to have. It wasn't him, but it was someone who reminded him of him. He had to have it. This time. At the very least, he wouldn't lose it this time. "With me." With. Yeon-woo trembled at his mad obsession. His breathing was blocked. If this kept up, he would probably be pulled inside with him. Athena's blessing became even stronger, but he didn't have any strength left, so it was hard to push him away. Then, Yeon-woo's left hand spread out. Clatter! Clatter! Bathory's vampiric sword planted its teeth in his arm. Bathory's vampiric sword is activated. You have absorbed life and energy. Strength increases by 11. Dexterity increases by 16. You have gained the demon's blessing. You have gained the demon's blessing. Warning! The amount of demon's blessing exceeds the current limit. The balance with the dragon's blessing is being messed up. Your demonic dragon body is in danger of overheating. Although Agars was only absorbed for a little while, too much demonic energy and vestige came out from his body. It was incomparable to the Ceratopsian dinosaur. The demonic energy didn't just intrude on the magic circuit, but even reached Yeon-woo's soul. His blackish-blue scales turned pitch black. His skin turned a dead black as well. Devil poison was rapidly spreading throughout his body. If this kept up, his demonic dragon body could be destroyed. But Yeon-woo had to grab onto Agars like this, and Agars didn't let go of Yeon-woo either. The moment when Yeon-woo was about to die. "Ohio. This. I wanted to leave it alone. But at this rate, the stage might be ruined, and nothing will be left." A strange but familiar laughter came from the sky, and an invisible blade cut through Agars's wrist, which was holding tightly onto Yeon-woo. "No. I said no. That guy is mine. Mine. Goodness, your obsession. Don't you know that an obsessive man isn't attractive? Ohio. You won't be able to go far, so have a safe trip." Agars was quickly sucked into the iron door without Yeon-woo in his grip. Kyung. The iron door closed, and settled under the magic circle. The darkness on the stage disappeared as well. And where he had been, 6 people quietly appeared through an open portal. They all looked strange, wearing tuxedos. Of them, one of them stood out to Yeon-woo. "Seriously? There's a big incident every time I see number. Ivalka adjusted his monocle and smiled amicably. It was the appearance of the Guardians. Chapter 207, Grand Demon Duke Agars, 7. Translator, HH Editor, Thursdays. They hadn't even shown a glimpse of themselves when the god and demon were fighting. They only appeared now that it seemed like things were over. And they didn't look like low-ranked guardians. Ivilka and Lupi were there, and Yeon-woo could also recognize the other 4 from the diary. They were part of the 12 zodiacs. They were the highest guardians. Ivilka shook his head at the stage that had become a wasteland from the light and darkness. Really? It can't get worse than this. We'll only be scolded by our higher UPS. The guardians all sighed. A few of them crossed their arms and cursed. Since they had to keep the stages well maintained, things like this broke their backs. Also, it was uncountable how many players had been sacrificed from this. They couldn't even get an estimate. However, Ivilka was just smiling wildly, teeth bared. Though he said this was a nuisance, he acted like he was amused. Restore. Then, he adjusted his monocle and shouted the command word. It was a system call for only the highest leveled guardians. Cha-cha-chok. Like a cassette was being rewinded, the forest quickly restored itself. The dust and ash that had been spread around went back to where they should go, filling up the holes. The color turned back to brown, and the trees stood again. Even the fruits that were gone were regrowing. Restoring the stage with the saved data looked interesting even to Yeon-woo. It was like the power of a god. However, there was a limit to this as well. Although the stage could be restored, the lives of the players and the damage couldn't. Just how many players had died from this? And how many clans had been damaged from this? The guardians all rubbed their temples. They all began to move to restore where Agar's vestige was still left. And meanwhile, Ivilka slowly approached Yeon-woo and put his adorable hand on Yeon-woo's head. After Yeon-woo checked that the guardians arrived, he had been wandering around the brink of death. He had used the demon's blessing to its limit, so it was quickly spreading like poison. The demonic dragon was amazing because it could balance between the 2 blessings. If this balance was tilted in the slightest, it was extremely dangerous. Because of that, as his demon's blessing declined, his body was destroyed, and his power quickly disappeared. As his body returned to a normal human's, the destruction was happening rapidly. The only silver lining was that Yeon-woo's consciousness and physical body were separated as much as possible with time difference. If even that wasn't possible, his body would have already been melted by the devil poison. However, he was still in a critical situation as his consciousness was becoming messed up. Yeon-woo even tried to control the demon's blessing that was eating up at him. Although the demon's blessing that was taken from Agar's was only a bit, it was equivalent to the power of a lower-level demon. With this, the Philosopher's Stone could be completed. No, that wasn't even important to Yeon-woo right now. He wanted to gather it all in one place with the thought of being able to treat Shi. But these were all things that were only possible when his condition was normal. With his stamina completely drained right now, that was impossible. Ivilka had realized Yeon-woo's condition right away and shook his head, thinking Yeon-woo really was something. Oh-hi-oh-hi-oh-hi-oh-hi. You're the second person to trouble me like this since the tower was created. Shall we calculate the rewards first? All trials have been completed. The calculation is beginning. Karma is being added. You have achieved an outstanding accomplishment. Would you like to put your name on the Hall of Fame? You have refused to register your name. But even if... The messages that appeared every time he cleared a stage quickly flew up, and his total karma with the amount he had earned from the 23rd floor popped up. Ivilka's eyes widened in astonishment. He knew that Yeon-woo hadn't used his karma since the 11th floor, but this was an astronomical number that a player on the lower floor couldn't have. But Ivilka just lifted a corner of his mouth. This much would be enough for Yeon-woo's reward. It's a bit of a shame it's being used like this. But it won't be bad for you either. According to the need, the Guardians had the ability to forcibly give a player a reward that fit them. It didn't happen often because it could be considered overstepping their boundaries, but Ivilka didn't care. CHRRRK. The total karma started to disappear at a quick rate. At the same time, a light started to come from Ivilka's hand, which was still on Yeon-woo's head, and it was absorbed into him. The demon's blessing that was about to swallow Yeon-woo any moment suddenly settled down. Then, the powerless dragon's blessing came to life again and the balance was fixed. As the dark dragon scales regained their color, they shined clearly like sapphires. His injury was fixed, and his skin became clean. Only the blood around his mouth showed that he had been hurt from devil poison. Ha! Yeon-woo gasped as he woke up. Something dark came out from his mouth and scattered into the air. He regained his strength, but his mentality hadn't been completely healed, so he was tired. Drink this too. Ivilka tossed the thing that came from Yeon-woo's remaining karma. It was a crystal bottle about the size of a hand with a clear blue liquid sloshing inside of it. Yeon-woo gulped it down without any hesitation. A refreshing feeling spread throughout his entire body. His fatigue evaporated. What you just drank is an elixir called nectar. It's something that even the highest guardians can't get easily, so actually, you lacked some karma. Well, we can just say the rest of it was a freebie. Ohio. Only then was Yeon-woo able to catch his breath. He checked the bump that was on his solar plexus. Agar's Devil Core. Category, Jewel. Rank, S. Unable to be determined. Summary, the form of the Grand Demon Duke Agar's vestige, Demon's Blessing. It wasn't sturdily made, so it can become loose anytime. Ivilka had made the Demon's Blessing into a jewel with the karma that Yeon-woo had. Normally, it would have been impossible, but the karma that Yeon-woo had earned until now was astronomical, and Ivilka had specially interfered in it as one of the highest guardians. It was more than what he would have gotten if he got a demon, and it would be no problem treating Sha with this. So he had been happy, but Yeon-woo frowned after seeing the Devil Core. It was manufactured messily. He wouldn't be able to send it out of his body if it was like this. So Yeon-woo looked at Ivilka, but Ivilka just firmly shook his head. No more than this. Even this counts as meddling too much, since the karma of player number is also extremely lacking. And don't you know that a reward is set up so it can't be shared with other people? While Yeon-woo's head was spinning, considering the different routes he could take, someone quietly landed from the red sky. It was Hermes. Ivilka politely bowed. However, he looked more annoyed than respectful. Hermes smirked like he was used to it, and he approached Yeon-woo. His presence was completely erased now. I know what you're thinking about so urgently. But don't rush. Then you'll lose the things that are around you. You're not that kind of person, right? Hermes covered Yeon-woo's face with a soft stroke of his hand. Yeon-woo wanted to ask what he was doing, but as his eyes closed, his body fell forward. His mind hadn't been able to bear any more because of his fatigue. Then, something white was created around Yeon-woo. Its warm energy faded into Yeon-woo. Hermes's eyes became bigger as someone else beat him to do what he had been intending. He lightly smiled, looking up at the sky. Athena. She had always looked at Yeon-woo with warm eyes. It was obvious what kind of face she was making. Ohio. Are you leaving? Then, Ivilka tossed Hermes a question. His smile was creepy, but he looked like he was in a good mood. Hermes turned back to look at Ivilka, and nodded his head. He just said a few words before returning to his boas. Read lat.st chapters at nov.lbin.com only. Since I don't have the time, I'll leave the rest to you. Ohio. There are so many eyes watching. Of course I'll do a good job. Hermes returned to the sky with his boas. The iron door opened and closed with a boom. And like that, the last of the great beings on the 23rd floor disappeared. Ivilka just silently watched, and turned his head to where Yeon-woo was. All right. Then shall we finish up? How much time had passed? Yeon-woo slowly lifted his heavy eyelids. His blurry world turned clearer. Eudora was wiping his forehead with a wet towel. Eudora's eyes widened as she met his eyes, and she smiled. Are you up? Yeon-woo didn't understand the situation for a moment. Why was he here? The guardians had appeared, and Ivilka had helped him to settle the demon's blessing. And as Hermes approached him, he fell asleep. Thinking about it, he felt like he knew what happened. Fanti and Edora, who had been safe somewhere else, had saved him. Then what about everyone else? Shay? Brahm? Galliard? And the other guardians? He couldn't ask everything at once, so he shortened everything to just one question. Where are we? The 24th floor. The 24th. It was completely unexpected. Edora nodded her head at Yeon-woo's question. Yes. The air in the forest was too dark, so we immediately brought you here. This is a lodge in the start zone. Unlike the 23rd floor, the 24th floor was famous for its sights. It was the perfect place to recover. Then what about everyone else? That's... Edora wasn't able to answer right away, and paused. Yeon-woo felt anxiety flash through his mind. He tried to force himself up, but dizziness pushed him back. Oraboni. Edora quickly supported Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo was about to raise his hand to stop her, but he brought his hand to his face. His mask wasn't on. Yeon-woo looked at Edora with a stiff expression. Edora just carefully gave Yeon-woo his mask like it didn't matter. However, Yeon-woo couldn't accept the mask easily. Countless thoughts filled his head. You. The reason why he had shown Sha his face was because she was his blood. However, Fanti and Edora were different. He treated them like his siblings, but it was completely separate from revealing his face to them. His brother had thought of the Arthea members as his family as well. He had loved them too. However, Arthea had fallen from the greed of the members. There was no guarantee that these two wouldn't. He trusted them, but that was why he couldn't trust them even more. The moment he took off his mask, he would be giving his everything to them. He didn't want to do that. This could be a weakness that came back to hurt him in the future. So Yeon-woo thought coldly to himself for a moment. How many people had seen? 2? Or everyone, when he came up from the 2-3th floor? No. Edora wouldn't have been that careless, so it was probably just the 2. Then, if it was just the 2, what should he do about Fanti and Edora? Did he have to shut them up? It was possible they didn't know the meaning behind his face, but it was even more likely that they did. His brother had been too famous. No. Even if they didn't, he didn't want to leave any loose variables. With thoughts like these, his head turned complicated. There was no way Edora didn't see that with her insight. However, Edora just slowly approached him. Then, she pulled Yeon-woo into her arms. He could resist, but for some reason, he didn't, so he ended up in Edora's arms. The scent of warm flesh wafted up. Edora softly stroked Yeon-woo's head. Like she understood everything. Like she was comforting him, telling him not to worry. Yeon-woo silently closed his eyes. There weren't any more thoughts in his head. No, he didn't want to think. So he just stayed like that for a long time. It was so very warm inside Edora's arms. Chapter 208 Philosopher's Stone, 1. And how much time had passed? After Yeon-woo left Edora's arm, he couldn't meet her eyes properly. He was drunk from the atmosphere, but as soon as he came back to his senses, it was extremely awkward. Edora lightly laughed, thinking Yeon-woo adorable. She had only seen his stiff side, so seeing this new side was refreshing. It was interesting that she could also see facial expressions and not just his eyes. So you get embarrassed too? What did you think of me all that time? I'll leave that to your imagination. Edora tossed a light joke and held out the mask in her hand. Yeon-woo's hand was slightly frozen when he accepted it. He still seemed to have a lot of thoughts. They weren't extreme thoughts like before, but he didn't know what to say or how to respond. But as if telling him not to worry, Eudora silently grabbed Yeon-woo's hand. She regarded Yeon-woo with her jewel-like eyes. Fanti didn't see your face. Yeon-woo looked at her with questioning eyes. When he saw you on the ground, he said he didn't think it was time for him to see yet. You didn't reveal your face out of your own will, so he said that he would wait until then. And I had the same thought, but the end was a bit different. I wanted to see what kind of burden you were carrying. Would it be wrong if I wanted to share in that? Eudora shut her mouth after saying that, like she was leaving the rest to Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo realized that the time had come. The time to make the decision of whether he was going to say his secret or not. He had known that this time was going to come someday. He couldn't hide it forever. And also that if he couldn't say it, he would have to split from them. But he didn't know that it would be this soon, so he couldn't say anything. Then, he made a decision. If it were these children. If it were these guys. Wouldn't it be all right? If he was worried about what would happen after, he could leave then. He would only get in their way if he stayed with them. He organized his thoughts, and slowly put his mask on. Someday. I'll tell you everything. All right. Eudora nodded her head and smiled faintly. It was a brighter smile than ever. Yeon-woo moved with Eudora to the room opposite of them. She said that Fanti, Sche, Galliard, and Brahm were staying there. And she didn't know why, but there was a guest that was still staying with them too. Creak. When she carefully opened the door, Galliard tilted his head seeing Yeon-woo. He seemed to be surprised that Yeon-woo was wearing his mask again, but he guessed the reason why. You're here. Yes. Brahm's waiting for you. Yeon-woo nodded, and headed towards the bedroom. Fanti looked at Yeon-woo with a complicated face and moved to the side. Sche, who had been sitting on the bed, ran at Yeon-woo. Wang. Uncle. Had Galliard already explained everything? Sche was calling Yeon-woo uncle and not dad. But before he could express his happiness of meeting his relative after everything was revealed, Sche began to sob. Brahm was lying on the bed, slowly dying. His dried skin, and weak breathing. A god was dying. And a great god at that, one who had once been among the higher-leveled gods. His breath looked like it would extinguish any minute now, but thanks to Ivilka's help, his life was extended. For the first time since Yeon-woo met Ivilka, he had a bitter smile. Looking at Yeon-woo, he fixed his monocle and slowly came out from the bedroom. You probably have a lot to talk about, so as an outsider, I'll leave for a moment. Player number, there's a message from Sir Hermes, so please leave some time for me later. As Yeon-woo nodded his head, Ivilka rode the portal and hid himself. Yeon-woo slowly approached the bedroom. Brahm's eyelids wavered, and he barely opened them. His unfocused pupils slowly moved to fix on Yeon-woo. You're here. Yes. Can I see your face? Yeon-woo nodded, and moved his hand to his mask. As he did, Fanti, Eudora, and Galliard all left. Click. Brahm stared at Yeon-woo's face for a while. Dark eyebrows. Monolid eyes. A sharp chin. It was a handsome face. It's the same. Really. But the impression is different. I heard that a lot. Usually twins are similar. But strangely, we grew up completely different. I see. Since the impression you give off is completely different. I'm assuming you fought a lot too. Don't brothers usually grow up fighting? Haha. I suppose so. Was it because he was at death's door? He seemed a lot milder. He looked softer than before, and it fit him well. Brahm usually had a cold face, but it might have been a front, like Yeon-woo's mask. Then, Brahm smiled bitterly. Do you know? I didn't like that face. Yeon-woo widened his eyes at the unexpected words. Since it was a face that made my daughter suffer. Yeon-woo spoke with a sour smile. He was a bad bastard. Right. He was a bad bastard. Definitely. A really bad bastard. Ananta had liked his brother since she first met him. Sometimes, she revealed her emotions, but her brother had firmly rejected her. The reason was simple. Because he had a lover at that time. Looking back at it now, Jeong-woo was his brother, but he really was a fool. Ananta had been able to find out that Jeong-woo had a child because she had continually been watching him, and she put everything on the line to save that child. And she was saved. So Brahm probably didn't like his brother since he had made his daughter go through all that. Even after his brother died, Brahm's daughter was fighting somewhere to protect Shi. I didn't live a life where I can proudly say I have a daughter. I wasn't a kind father. But I didn't like how he made her hurt like that for such a long time. Brahm's gaze wasn't on Yeon-woo anymore, but towards someone who had the same face as him. But at the same time, I feel thankful. The person who connected me with my daughter, while I just watched from afar, was him in the end. Yeon-woo thought of a section in the diary. The first time his brother met Ananta was actually for Brahm. Since Brahm didn't try to help him, he found what Brahm needed and went to convince Ananta. Didn't he get slapped that time? His brother convinced Ananta with tenacity. At first, it was so he could learn alchemy from Brahm, but later, it was because he hoped their relationship could improve. Since he had family he left behind too, he was able to empathize with them. And the person who gave me this child was him. Even if I don't like him, I'm thankful. Brahm strokes Shi's head. Tears welled up in her eyes. How can I leave this child behind? There was regret in Brahm's voice. In the end, he hadn't been able to catch the demon. Shi's illness would become worse, and groups like the Elohim and the Bloodland were targeting Shi. And his daughter was off fighting somewhere he didn't know. He would have too many things to worry about if he just left like this. From when Ananta was born, to today. He was a fool that didn't get anything right. The god of creation, Brahma? A higher god? What did all that matter? He was just a halfling not able to protect the precious things next to him. Regret was filled in Brahm's hand as he strokes Shi's head. Brahm, don't go. Shi grabbed Brahm's hand and shook her head. Her depressed tail showed her sadness. Then, Yeon-woo turned to Brahm to ask him a question. Don't you want to live? There was a way. For him. Brahm lifted his head to look at Yeon-woo again. The light in his eyes had settled. You're talking about the ability you have. As expected. He knew about Shannon and Han Ryong in his shadow. That's correct. Me, live. Brahm silently closed his eyes, and slowly opened them again. But, can I live again? His voice shook. I committed a sin. I was only a nuisance to the world. But can I, live? Yes, you can. Yeon-woo's voice was firm. Live for Shi. Live for Ananta. And I'll also ask this of you. Live. Only then. Yeon-woo paused, and continued. Will you have someone you can laugh with at that guy, right? Brahm's eyes widened. And he shut his mouth at what Yeon-woo said. Also, don't you have to fix Shi's illness, and go meet your daughter? Is there a way? Yeon-woo nodded his head. There's a way that I can think of. A way to save both Shi and Ananta. However, I need your absolute help for that. Brahm faintly sighed. You're the same. Annoying people. He was also like that. That's what brothers do. But once, I was called a god. Haha. Now I'll be bound to someone. If people who knew about Brahm's strong pride heard about this, they would have been shocked. But this probably wouldn't be bad. And with that, Brahm quietly closed his eyes. His rising and deflating chest had stilled. He had finished his life. Yeon-woo could see Brahm's soul leaving his body with his draconic eyes. Uncle. Shi pulled at Yeon-woo's sleeve. Yeon-woo rubbed her head, as if telling her not to worry, and spread his left hand on Brahm's body. Bathory's vampiric sword. Click, clack. Its teeth sunk in Brahm's body as it began to absorb the energy. It wouldn't be much, because Brahm didn't have that much power left, but it was still the process of collecting a soul that was once a god, so an enormous amount of energy flowed into his body. And at the same time, you have gained the god's blessing. You have gained the god's blessing. It was information about the god's blessing. To Yeon-woo, they were interesting messages. It could be used as a material to awaken his demonic dragon body even further. But Yeon-woo gathered the god's blessing and combined it with energy. Since he couldn't even use his demonic dragon body properly, it would only be a burden. Also, right now, he wanted to save Sha's grandfather using whatever method he could. Jiaying. Just then, the despair of the Black King rang. He spread his right hand. There was a large white soul. It wasn't a dead soul. It was probably a godly soul. Soul familiars and monster portents couldn't dare to match its power. Yeon-woo thought about whether this large soul would be able to become a lich or a death knight. It was bigger than he had expected to become just an undead. A god was still a god. So he was about to try. Wait, uncle. Here, here. Sha pounded the bracelet on her arm and opened the subspace. She stuck her hand inside of it for a moment, and she pulled something out. It was a small glass bottle. Yeon-woo widened his eyes when he saw what it was. Homunculus's spirit liquid. Category, elixir. Rank? Unable to be determined, incomplete. Summary, the material for an artificial living being that Brahm made with his knowledge of alchemy and magic. However, he wasn't able to find out how to create a soul, so it was left as incomplete. There were two treasures that Brahm was proud of. If the Book of Mercury was all his knowledge about alchemy, the homunculus's spirit liquid was the result of his knowledge. He said that he would use this if my illness wasn't healed. Brahm could be fixed with this too. Sha gripped the bottle even tighter. Her two eyes were sparkling. She was filled with trust that her uncle would do it for her. Yeon-woo unintentionally grinned. It'll be bad if this doesn't work. He was filled with the desire to do anything for his niece. So he accepted the bottle and put Brahm's soul inside of it. Waak! The bottle glowed. As he looked at it, a thought occurred to him. He might already be a fool for his niece. Chapter 209 Philosopher's Stone, 2. The light swallowed the glass bottle and slowly took the form of a person. A homunculus. Rebecca muttered to herself. It was an artificial human body. For Rebecca, who wanted an actual body, this was extremely tempting. I'll make you one in the future, so don't worry. Thanks. Rebecca smiled bitterly, realizing that her mind was red, and she nodded her head. Since she wasn't even a soul, she couldn't help but be obsessed with real things. Even though she was used to being a spirit, she wanted an actual body. Yeon-woo put Rebecca's envy behind him and focused on what was in front of him. The light started to take the form of a human. As it scattered, only Brahm was left behind. He looked the same as ever. If other people saw, they would probably think that it was Brahm, but Yeon-woo knew. There was no blood flowing through that cold body. The resurrection of a once great being has been completed. You have successfully created a new body. The godly soul has started to take on an evil personality. You have gained the demon's blessing. You have gained the demon's blessing. Congratulations! You found a new way to control death. The range of your power widens. You have achieved an accomplishment that isn't easily achieved. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have gained 5,000 karma. You have gained an additional 3,000 karma. Finish making a contract with the godly soul, homunculus. You will be given additional rewards. The resurrected godly soul, homunculus, has sworn allegiance to you. From now, he will be bound to the despair of the Black King to become your sword and shield. You have achieved an accomplishment that isn't easily achieved. Additional karma is being rewarded. The gods and demons watching from the 98th floor express shock. Multiple gods are conversing about this. A few gods have expressed dissatisfaction over this. It is a bad atmosphere. A few gods are uncomfortable. Some gods suggest discussions about you. The godly society, Deva, shows the most reaction. The godly society, Olympus, is the only one to have a neutral stance. The godly society, Asgard, doesn't have any opinion. Hermes is looking at you with calm eyes. Athena is cheering you on. Poseidon is deep in thought. He begins to have a negative opinion about you, who dirted the honor of a god. Asgard contemplates whether to offer you an apostle position. Hephaestus also wonders about whether to offer you an apostle position. Dionysus. A few demonic societies are having deep conversations about you. A few demons are happy. The demonic society, Le Infernal, shows no interest. Even if his level wasn't the same, the power of Brahm wasn't small at all. He was someone that had once been a high god. Even though he had been injured by Agars on the lower floors, there were still a few gods who used to follow him in the past. Such a god hadn't died honorably, and become bound to this player that wasn't even a ranker yet. Of course it was a situation where gods and demons would be in an uproar. Thankfully, Olympus didn't seem to respond badly. Was it the influence of Hermes and Athena? If there was something different, it was that Poseidon, who was interested in him, had turned his back, and those like Ares, Hephaestus, and Dionysus were interested in him. They were all beings of the second Olympus generation. On the other hand, the demons were mostly happy. However, only Le Infernal was quiet. They were the most liberal society, so they should have been the most happy, but they were probably upset about Agar's returning injured. Also, Yeon-woo could feel that his level had increased as well. Brahm's soul was so large that it was acknowledged as Yeon-woo's accomplishments. He clenched his fists. He could feel that his subconscious had become bigger, and the pressure of his soul had become deeper at the same time. Mental skills like time difference would probably become more efficient. It was the same for his power. Will you name the resurrect godly soul, homunculus? Brahm. The name Brahm has been chosen for the resurrected godly soul, homunculus. Loyalty has increased by 30. Control has increased by 20. Brahm, homunculus, S soul is not able to handle its level with its current body. The stats are being adjusted. The overall stats have decreased by 21. The overall stats have decreased by 17. Brahm, homunculus, S stat readjustment has been completed. However, the level of the soul is the same, so the potential is the same. The original level can be re-earned. Quick growth is advised. After the endless messages finally finished, Brahm slowly opened his eyes when he realized that the contract was over. Brahm. Sha jumped on Brahm. Brahm held out his arms to lift his only granddaughter into the air. And for some time, he stroked Sha's head. It was a body that wasn't used to yet, but he was thankful that he could hug his granddaughter with his own arms like this. Brahm, you're cold. And stiff. Sha turned her face away and complained. They were traits that came with being a homunculus, but Brahm was anxious, not having anticipated this. Yeon-woo just lightly laughed, seeing Brahm. Brahm was really just a fool for Sha. After that, Yeon-woo and Brahm spoke for a long time. It was mostly about Cha Jeong-woo. Yeon-woo was happy he was able to speak about his brother's active time in the tower, and Brahm was happy to talk about his friend from a long time ago. But the person who had the most fun was Sha. Sha listened to their conversation with eyes wide open, and popped in with questions if she had any. It was a father that she had never met or seen, but Sha was happy that she had a father. However, there were times when there was a silence after she asked questions. But, why didn't Dad stay with Mom? The mom she was talking about was Ananta. Yeon-woo laughed bitterly. If his brother had chosen Ananta instead of Viera, or if the two had met earlier, wouldn't something have been different? But if that had been the case, Sessa wouldn't have been born. Yeon-woo just hugged Shi. What should he say? The fact that he couldn't say much because he wasn't a good speaker made him a bit sad. How's your body? Yeon-woo realized that Shi was asleep, and he asked Brahm a question. But he didn't put Shi down. He hadn't been able to properly hold his niece until now, so he wanted to hold her properly at least now. It's not comfortable. But I'll get used to it. It was like this when I first made a physical body. Yeon-woo nodded like he understood. Of course it would be uncomfortable. With the temporary homunculus form, he wasn't even as strong as a ranker. It probably felt like he was trapped in prison. But one thing that's a relief is that this body can be adjusted any time. I'm planning on slowly getting my body back. And after that? Brahm didn't add any more. But Yeon-woo felt like he knew what he was going to say. He was probably going to find his holiness. And for that, Yeon-woo would have to work hard as well. Even if his power disappeared, his knowledge didn't leave him. So the homunculus would probably grow fast. More than anything. Brahm asked Yeon-woo a question and narrowed his eyes. What you said at the beginning. Explain it. It was what Yeon-woo said about himself being able to heal Sha and save Ananta. These were the two reasons why Brahm threw away his pride as a god and became bound to Yeon-woo. Because he had his regrets. Up.dfrm Novelle B, I, N.C, O, M. Before that, can you take a look at this first? Brahm widened his eyes looking at Yeon-woo. Rune letters appeared on Yeon-woo's hand and set up a magic circle. There were two of these magic circles. They weren't real magic circles that could activate, but rather temporary models that could show what they could do. One of them was something that Brahm knew well. It was a transmutation circle that was made by combining a demon summoning circle and a sealing circle. But the other one was somewhat different. Brahm quickly realized what it was, and widened his eyes. His pupils began to shake. This. Do you recognize it? Well, there's no way I wouldn't. What Yeon-woo pulled out was the format of the Philosopher's Stone. To be exact, it was a formula that Yeon-woo had made through a formula he researched. Brahm clenched his fists. The Philosopher's Stone was like an all-in-one tool. It was basically like a dragon heart. So it was what every alchemist wanted to make, and the same went for Brahm. And Brahm was confident that he was the closest alchemist to do so in the tower. The power he had as a god was creation. This skill was still left to him as a trait. But what Yeon-woo pulled out was something that surpassed his knowledge. Knowledge that was greater than a god's? Could this be possible? Viera pulled out the important parts after finding it. So I don't know the specifics. Sparks flashed in Brahm's eyes. Viera. It was a name that he could chew and spit out. So, taking revenge for Jeong-woo, I coincidentally came across this, and I'm interpreting it right now. If this and the Book of Mercury are combined, what would happen? Brahm understood what Yeon-woo was saying. The Philosopher's Stone could be finished. And if that formula was used to make a transmutation circle. Brahm's body trembled. Unlike last time, he would really be able to catch a demon. And he would be able to protect Shi. If that happened, not only would her illness be cured, but she would be able to go through growth. Furthermore, Yeon-woo wouldn't have to struggle on his own and could receive Brahm's help. I can just use the remaining devil core from Agar's. Yeon-woo slowly organized his thoughts as he spoke. We won't have to dangerously summon a demon from the 98th floor. Just by collecting Agar's vestige that he left behind, we'll be able to easily make a lower demon. Brahm nodded. Although the Guardians had used the system call to restore the stage, not everything could be erased. Even if he wasn't sure, the 23rd floor was probably a land of demons that players couldn't easily enter. Brahm looked at Yeon-woo with expectant eyes, as if telling him to go on. And after that, I'm planning on using the Kalat auction. Auction? Brahm's face turned strange. The Kalat auction was a large market where players who dropped out and even high rankers all participated in. The Kalat auction became a place for all kinds of items. Rankers put artifacts that they didn't need anymore for sale, and people who wanted them bid for them. Yeon-woo had hoarded the hidden pieces and received Hanova's help, so he hadn't really needed to go. The scale of the market was huge, and countless people went there every day. But he was planning on using such a place? It was random, but Brahm quickly understood what Yeon-woo was trying to do. You're planning on putting the Philosopher's Stone up? Yeon-woo calmly nodded his head. Yes. Of course, the important formulas will be taken off, but I'm planning on adding a few other artifacts in as well anonymously. People will go crazy. Brahm laughed like he couldn't believe it. The tower would be completely flipped upside down. And the reaction of the red dragon will be noticeable as well. Why them? They shouldn't be too concerned with what happens under the 78th floor. The Summer Queen's dragon heart is currently dried up. So she is desperately looking for the Philosopher's Stone. If the Summer Queen starts to move, so will the red dragon. And the other clans will have to follow them. Everyone will be in a frenzy to find the real formula of the Philosopher's Stone. And then, you're going to have everyone focus on the Walpurgis Nacht. Brahm laughed coldly. Ananta was probably still somewhere fighting the Walpurgis Nacht. If people like Red Dragon focused on them, they would be swept away. There was no way an ant nest would be fine after an elephant horde stomped by. There would be extreme pandemonium. It would be as great as the war between Jeong-woo and the Red Dragon. Yes. And then, we. Yeon-woo's eyes flashed coldly. Can begin our witch hunt. Chapter 210 Philosopher's Stone, 3. Brahm rubbed his chin with his hand. His serious eyes seemed to reflect his complicated mind. And the way to put attention on Walpurgis Nacht. The more Yeon-woo continued to speak about the plan, the bigger the smile on Brahm's face became. Yeon-woo wore his mask and left the room, leaving Sha with Brahm. It would take a while for him to get used to his body, and Brahm probably had a lot to speak about with Sha. Galliard, Fanti, and Edora followed right behind him. There was anxiousness in Galliard's eyes. What about Brahm? He was asking if Brahm's last moments had been peaceful, not if Brahm was feeling better. He's okay. Sha's must have, You'll see if you enter. Sha's sleeping inside, so be quiet. Galliard looked at Yeon-woo with a questioning face and quickly opened the door. And he widened his eyes seeing Brahm stroke Sha's head. Shh. Didn't you hear me saying to be quiet? Galliard didn't know what to do because he was so happy, and he returned to Yeon-woo to hug him. Thank you. So much. Galliard didn't know what Yeon-woo did. But he knew that Brahm had become healthier, and Sha had started to laugh again. After Galliard lost his family to Akasha's snake, Brahm and Sha were basically his family. He had been worried that he might lose them again, but Yeon-woo had saved them. Yeon-woo patted Galliard's back, as if telling him it was all right. He and Brahm were similar. Although the two seemed cold, they were actually warm-hearted. I'm making a fool of myself at this age. Galliard wiped the tears in his eyes and laughed. Then, he spoke, gripping Yeon-woo's shoulder. Let's have a drink later. I think we have a lot to talk about. Yes, sir. Galliard nodded his head and entered Brahm's room again. Yeon-woo just looked at his back. That guy was none other than his brother's first teacher. He was someone who Yeon-woo planned on never seeing again after learning Shunpo, but Galliard had become more tightly intertwined with him after he protected Yeon-woo's niece. If it was that kind of person, Yeon-woo had to give whatever he had. Then Yeon-woo turned back to look at Fanti and Edora, who were blatantly staring at him. Unlike Brahm and Galliard, the two didn't know about his backstory. He considered whether he should keep it like that, but now, he thought differently. He could just push it back for later, but that wouldn't solve the situation. Yeon-woo realized that he couldn't be caught in the past anymore. It was time to roll. Fanti, Edora. Sub. Yes, Oraboni. I have something to say to you later, so please make some time after I speak with the Guardian. Fanti and Edora furiously nodded their heads. Now, it was time to speak with Ivilka. The conversation that they had would probably determine the direction he would take in the future. Under the mask, Yeon-woo's eyes hardened. Just then, a portal opened in front of Yeon-woo. Ohio. Would you like to come over here? It was the invitation of a guardian. Fanti looked a bit surprised, and Edora looked at Yeon-woo with concerned eyes. Yeon-woo signaled that it was okay and stepped into the portal. As he did, the portal closed, and it suddenly became bright. It was a quite large room. There was a red carpet on the marble floor, and on the walls, there were all kinds of holy symbols. Ivilka sat on the table under the crystal chandelier and waved his hand. The table was filled with elegant teacups. I'm definitely more used to seeing you wear a mask. Would you like to sit here? Yeon-woo nodded his head and sat on the opposite side of Ivilka. Ivilka put a cup in front of Yeon-woo and poured some tea for him. The pure scent of flowers stimulated his nose. The guy looked like a crude goblin, but his mannerisms were more elegant than any others. Ohio. This is made from a rare plant from a planet called Traville. It was made with care, so try some. Yeon-woo lifted the cup to his mouth. It really was a clean taste. His fatigue disappeared with a sip. Thanks to that, Yeon-woo was able to look at Ivilka with a fresh mind. Ivilka asked with a grin. How is it? Good. Ohio. That's a relief. Unlike how you always make us suffer, I'm giving you such nice things. Isn't this the epitome of a perfect guardian? Yeon-woo ignored Ivilka's joke and placed the cup back down. You said you have something you want to talk about. I hope you get straight to the point. It's so hard to make jokes with you. Ivilka lightly complained and clapped. Quack. As he did, a purple artifact shined in front of Yeon-woo and popped up a hologram. It was a view of the 23rd floor. It must still have been being restored, because the edges were quickly being readjusted. But there were some sections that failed to be restored. As you can see, the fight with Hermes and Agars was quite intense, so the restoration is still incomplete, though the stage was temporarily closed. Temporarily closed? Yeon-woo's eyes widened. The tower had been in existence for over thousands of years, but cases like this were rare. However, that might have been something obvious. The sight that Yeon-woo saw before he passed out couldn't be called a stage. Doing a trial in such a place was impossible. On top of that, most of the players on that stage died, so there are complaints from the clans. All bureau business has been paused right now. Ohio. The bureau's hate for you is quite enormous. Ivilka stroked his sharp chin and continued. Of course, according to the regulations of the bureau, nothing will be done to you since this was something that happened while you were doing the trial. And we're partly responsible for not stopping Agars as well. Actually, what some guy did had the most part in it. Yeon-woo thought of someone. On the 21st floor, Lupi of High had come to him. And there was someone he referenced. Laplace. The highest guardian of the 10th floor, Laplace. Ivilka nodded his head. So you've noticed? We're still investigating what that guy was aiming for. Anyways, so what I wanted to say to you was that the bureau won't hold you responsible. However, other clans or players could. They might gain an enmity towards me. The large clans had paid attention to Brahm since a long time ago. They would have noticed why Agars suddenly descended. At the moment, they were fine because the bureau was protecting them, but when Ivilka left, they would move as one. Since Cha was here, Yeon-woo had to protect them no matter what. Ivilka was warning him about this. In other words, the reason why Yeon-woo and the others were able to rest without any particular interruption was thanks to Ivilka. Yeon-woo became curious why Ivilka was helping them. He had felt this from the tutorial, but he couldn't read Ivilka at all. Was it just simply goodwill? Or was he trying to make them indebted to him? And if not that, was there something else? I'm sure you didn't stay behind just to say this. Ohio. Of course there's a reason. Ivilka waved his hand to break the hologram. The screen broke, and gathered again to create several messages. Actually, there's something else I need to tell you. There's a lot of commotion right now, so it's a bit awkward in the middle like this. Like someone who was presenting a feast, Ivilka spread his arms wide apart. Messages endlessly popped up. A god of Asgard, Heimdall, strongly requests something. A god of Deva, Shiva, has a strong opinion. A god of Olympus, Ares, shouts vehemently at the other gods. The other gods all ignore him. A demon of Le Infernal, Amun, observes you. A demon of Jeoljo, Tao, licks his lips. There were countless messages related to gods and demons. Yeon-woo unintentionally frowned. What's this? Ivilka cackled. What else would it be? They're all people who are interested in you. Yeon-woo's eyes became bigger. 41 people from the godly side, and 55 from the demonic side want you. They're all requests to become closer to you. Are they offering apostle positions? But Yeon-woo calmed himself down. He had already expected the gods and demons would move. Even if he had received the help of Hermes and Athena, he had injured Agars, and Brahm was now bound to him. However, he was just surprised that it was more than he expected. 41 gods and 55 demons. A total of 96 immortals were interested in him. Yes. That's right. If you become their apostle, their influence on the lower floors will become that much stronger. But gods like Shiva and Ares should already have apostles. Even though gods and demons could have multiple believers, they could only have one apostle. That was why they took particular care in choosing one. The apostles of Shiva, the god of destruction, and Ares, the god of war, were already famous high rankers. But they were interested in him? If needed, they seemed to be prepared to break off the contracts they already have. Yeon-woo was astonished. Considering how much effort the gods and demons put into raising a single apostle, it was incredulous that they were even thinking of breaking their contracts off one-sidedly. And they made such a fuss when Brahm became bound to me. Their words are different from their actions. Yeon-woo couldn't help but scoff at the gods who were much stronger, but in the end, the same as humans. But as you already know, the condition to be an apostle is to be a ranker. Yeon-woo nodded his head. There were 3 different positions of rankers: Apostle, Lord, and Supernaturalist. This was applied after they overcame the Dragon's Temple on the 50th floor. However, they must have thought that it would be too late to wait until the 50th floor, and so they suggested this to me several times. They're saying that they want a provisional contract first. In other words, it meant they wanted to mark their territory before others could take it. And there are a few who are offering their powers to you as soon as the provisional contract is finished. What do you think? Although powers were classified as skills, they were completely different. It was because they were the strength that symbolized the concepts of gods and demons. Being able to use powers on the lower floors meant that you could demonstrate extreme strength. But Yeon-woo just crossed his arms. He already had a powerful ability of the dragon. Since it was something from the ancient dragon Kalidas, who was once stronger than the highest of gods, most powers weren't that tempting to him. So Yeon-woo tried to refuse. He didn't plan on being bound anywhere. Then, a thought occurred to him. These many gods and demons were wanting him. Did he have to be tied up to one? A god of Malak, Azrael, is urging you to speak faster. A demon of Niflheim, Hormungandr, looks at you with calm eyes. The side that wanted more was at a disadvantage. Yeon-woo shook his head like he wasn't that interested. No. I can't even control what I have right now. And I don't feel the need to be tied up anywhere. A god of Olympus, Ares, shouts frantically. A demon of Le Infernal, Dantalion, suggests you change your mind. A demon of Jeoljo, Golag Antat, looks at you with annoyance. All the gods and demons were those in pretty high positions. The reason why it was only 96 beings might have been because the ones in lower positions didn't dare to show interest. They urged Yeon-woo to change his mind with the messages. A few of them even spoke about how amazing the powers that Yeon-woo would get were if he signed the contract with them. But Yeon-woo just nonchalantly shook his head side to side. Ivilka laughed seeing Yeon-woo. He had realized what Yeon-woo was trying to do. Yeon-woo was probably the only player to play the gods and demons like this. Ohio. Of course, even if the greatest treasures are shown, if the person himself doesn't want it, nothing can be done. What a shame. Then, with this, I'll close the Chan. A god of Deva, Agni, jumps up and down. He is searching for a portal onto the 24th floor. The Society of Gods, Olympus, is raising a complaint against the Bureau. The Society of Demons, Jeoljo, challenges the Bureau. Just when Ivilka was about to close the noisy channel. However, Yeon-woo jumped in at the appropriate timing and paused. Ivilka stopped like he had been waiting. I won't refuse what you just feel like you have to offer me. Ivilka grinned widely and spoke looking at the channel. Countless gazes followed him. Ohio. Did you all hear? That's what player number said. What do you want to do now? The loud channel suddenly became quiet. The gazes on Ivilka turned sharp. They had realized what Yeon-woo wanted. For the time, he didn't want to be tied up by a provisional contract. He would take what they had to offer and decide if he wanted it or not. There was no one who had this kind of guts to go against the gods and demons, but Yeon-woo was calm, like he didn't care, and Ivilka acted like he was going to close the channel any second now. For a moment, no one was able to float up a message. It might have been their last pride, or it might have been because they were waiting to see what the others would do. No one stepped up. In the midst of the silence, Agars of Le Infernal suggests the power, Hyoungshan Axel. Tien, Hyoungshan Axel in Chinese means fierce. And with that message that marked the beginning, the channel exploded. Chapter 211 Philosopher's Stone, 4. Ohio. Ohio. Wow. You're probably the second person to play with the 98th floor like this, Ohio. Ivilka burst out laughing like this was hilarious. As he did, messages of the dissatisfaction of the gods and demons continued to pop up, but he didn't care at all. A god of Asgard, Heimdall, suggests the power, tone of the end, and the godly item, Gjallarhorn. A demon of Jeoljo, Galaganta, suggests the power Great Hail, and the godly item, Flood Sword. Because it ended up like this, Ivilka's laughter became even louder. It was hilarious how they were acting so desperate, giving him mere presents. It wasn't even for a contract. It would have been fine if they just said presenting their powers was to show the generosity of the gods, but it was clear that they were now fighting to show who had the best power. The gods and demons were the same in the end. In the end, Yeon-woo carefully contemplated the suggestions that he had received. Although he had pushed the gods and demons, he didn't plan on accepting all of them. They might be blind fighting for their pride right now, but when they came to their senses later, they might be filled with detestation for Yeon-woo later. Even if they were bound to the 98th floor, it would be a pain in the side for Yeon-woo if they decided to get revenge. Like Agars, they could grab the chance to show themselves. No, even with all that aside, he wasn't confident in being able to use all the powers. Yeon-woo carefully examined the powers, and picked only what he needed at the moment. There were 4 that he chose. Goddess's Stigmata, the Third Spirit, Hyoungshan Axel, and the Faceless Law. Goddess's Stigmata. Rank, Power. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary: the power that a goddess of Olympus, Athena, presented. Athena was touched by you who fought so passionately for your niece, and so gave forth a power to replace Aegis. * Goddess's Spear Sword. The goddess's grace will be given. Your body will be protected from arrows and spear swords, and the spirit of your opponent will be broken. In addition, those who are recognized as your allies will be graced as well, and all defenses will increase. * Goddess's Shield. The resistance and defenses of the range of influence increases dramatically. Also, a temporary barrier can be set up. The Third Spirit. Rank, Power. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary: the power that a god of Malak, Azrael, presented. As the god of death and souls, Azrael has been interested in the despair of the Black King for a long time. However, he felt a frustration for you who was still lacking in controlling souls, so he presented a new power that he felt you needed. * Demons and Monsters. You can plant thoughts into the souls you own to use them how you want. Sometimes, you can steal their bodies to move them like your marionettes. * Hyaki Yagyo Tien, Japanese idiom for uncontrolled horde of monsters. The souls move as a horde. Souls have the natural instinct to regain their lives, so they absorb life as they see it. The area that a horde of souls moves by will be left lifeless. It can be used in many ways. Hyoungshin Axel. Rank, Power. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary: the power that a demon of Le Infernal, Agars, presented. Although badly injured, Agars wasn't able to throw away his severe obsession for you and presented a strong power to appeal his strength. However, you may be driven crazy the more this is activated, so there is a need for special care. * Hyoungshin. The anger and resentment building up in your body will be turned into lunacy. Then, your attack power increases as much as your lunacy, but your defenses will decrease by that much. * Axel. The lunacy affects your opponents and attacks their rationality. Their rationality turns into your stamina and magic power. Faceless Law. Rank, Power. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary: a demon of Jeoljo, Confusion, pretends this power to you. Confusion has eyes but cannot see objects, has ears but cannot hear sound, and doesn't have internal organs, so it cannot eat. But still, his senses are outstanding, his thinking ability is amazing. His magic was so deep that it surpassed a grimoire and became a power. The goddess's stigmata was the perfect replacement that Athena gave in Aegis's stead. The goddess's spear sword was stronger than before, and the goddess's shield could even make a barrier. Just maybe, it might have the same level of buff effects as Aegis. Athena gave me something too special. And so did Azrael. The third spirit allowed him to properly use souls in his collection. If I just use my head a bit, I can find more ways to use it. There were already 3 different ways that he had thought of so far. One of them was possession. He could plant a soul into a nearby monster or player and drive them into the confused state. The other was an outer wall. He would put the souls into physical objects and protect himself with them as a barrier. And the Hyaki Yagyo could be used to reduce the devastation on the battlefield. If the souls are all given devil poison, then, wouldn't everyone around him immediately die? Everything would probably melt. Unless they had a trait of being immune to all poisons, they wouldn't be able to escape. Technically, this is the most effective power. Azrael. Is he really interested in the despair of the Black King like the summary states? The Hyoungshin Axel was also outstanding. It was dangerous in that it made the user go insane, but it wasn't a power to look down on. Also, the fact that it turned the opponent's rationality into the user's health and magic power was appealing. Depending on the opponent, I can fight without becoming tired. This would be the best in an actual battle. He had contemplated rejecting it, since it was Agars's power, but he didn't have any reason to reject it. No, he didn't want to run away. Just like how his brother hadn't fallen for Agar's temptation, he was confident that he could take just what he needed. And the last one, Faceless Law, wasn't something that Yeon-woo was planning on using. It'll be Boo's wings. I can just engrave the sentences onto my bones. It was better to leave things like this for Boo to interpret. Also, Boo would be able to set up his own magic while he was at it. So Yeon-woo linked the Faceless Law to Boo, and he connected the third soul to his collection and aimed to strengthen his souls and monster army. Your control of souls is dramatically increased. The understanding of the souls is becoming deeper. The monster portent Chan has been graced by Azrael, and it earned strong teeth. The monster portent Ka has been graced by Azrael, and it earned a violent personality. After Yeon-woo was somewhat finished organizing, the channel quickly became noisy. A god of Olympus, Athena, looks at you proudly. A demon of Le Infernal, Agars, laughs at the other demons. A god of Olympus, Ares, is furious at your choice. A demon of Jeoljo, Galaganta, is looking at your choice with calm eyes. The gods and demons were split into two different sides, chosen and not chosen, and they showed completely different reactions. Some were happy, and others resented Yeon-woo. And there were some who were jumping up and down like Agars. It was because Yeon-woo hadn't rejected Agars. It wasn't like he approved either, but he had left the message so he could take the power whenever he wanted. If they think it's unnecessary or feel unsatisfied, they'll probably just take it back. And there will be those who just leave it. The gods and demons were prideful, so it was unlikely that they would take their presence back. Only through this would they be able to be connected to Yeon-woo, and they needed to observe him. It wasn't a bad choice for Yeon-woo either. He might need other powers as he climbed the floors. If he left some there, he could use it well another time. Ivilka saw Yeon-woo's sly decision and couldn't help but laugh ohiohiohia as he closed the channel. Yeon-woo really was amusing every time. After all channels were closed, Ivilka fixed his monocle and straightened his back. Also, there's a message that Hermes left behind. What is it? Yeon-woo's eyes sparkled. Looking at it now, there wasn't anything from Hermes. It was unexpected to him. If he had to pick the god he was closest to, it was probably Hermes. And Hermes was always watching him. Don't be flung around, and continue trusting the path you take. And he said that he'll always be watching you. Yeon-woo's eyes took on a strange gaze. You probably have the path you have to walk on. A long time ago. What Hermes said back then overlapping with now probably wasn't a coincidence. Thanks to that, Yeon-woo was able to have some confidence. Hermes didn't offer him a power because he trusted him. That was also how much the god respected him. Then that's all. I hope you do well on the other floors as well. Ivilka politely bowed, then clapped lightly. Tack. The air around Yeon-woo faded away, and he returned to where he was before he stepped into the portal. And from that moment, Yeon-woo wasn't able to erase the feeling that something was following him in the sky. Maybe. As much as he received, it seemed like he had received as much discomfort. Chapter 212 Philosopher's Stone, 5. All restorations are complete. All the locks on the stage have been opened. The trial is restarting. After the general message that the restoration of the 23rd floor was finished popped up, all the guardians left the stage, patting each other's backs. And in a barren, empty field, a hand suddenly burst out from the red sand. Damn! The bow god Jeong-woo slowly rose from the ground with a grimace. How much time had passed? He hurt all over. As he stood up, things that looked like flesh dropped to the ground. They were the corpses of the monsters he used to protect himself. While he had been chasing after Yeon-woo, he ended up on the 23rd floor, where he was suddenly put in a dangerous situation because of Agar's and Hermes's descent. Even though he was an apostle of Yi yet, because he hadn't received a blessing at the moment, he was helplessly swept away from the power of the two supernatural beings. He was like a shrimp swept up in a battle of whales. So to protect himself, not only did he summon monsters, he fell into a comatose state, hiding his body underground. If he was going to die anyway, he would rather die painlessly. Also, he was relatively used to these kinds of situations compared to the other players. Thankfully, Ye seemed to have graced him, so Jeong-woo was able to escape without any severe injuries. He was weaker, but if he got enough rest, it would be fine. Jeong-woo opened a subspace, grabbing a piece of jerky. He needed to get a grasp on the situation first. Fortunately, Agar's and Hermes' presences seemed to be gone. However, with everything completely different, it wouldn't be easy to chase after the hoarder. Then where should I go? Just then, Jeong-woo was able to feel a gigantic portal opening somewhere in the distance with his sensitive senses. It was near the start zone. Was it a team sent to judge the situation after the 23rd floor was opened again? It seemed like the Bloodland and the Elohim were mixed among them. There were also a presence that was similar to Jeong-woo. Marquis Caliban. One of the many swords of the Bloodland. Didn't the hoarder meet with the Bloodland near Deroy Lake, and the Elohim was heading in that direction? If he used them, wouldn't he be able to catch the hoarder? Jeong-woo rubbed his lip with his thumb and slowly headed towards the start zone. But Jeong-woo stopped mid-step. A horde was quickly leaving the start zone and heading towards his exact direction. They were all emitting a piercing murderous intent. Because they didn't have the presence of humans, Jeong-woo was immediately able to realize who they were. The One-Horned Tribe. Did they find out he killed Yeon-woo? But he had cleaned up the corpse. Multiple questions pop up in his head, but he couldn't stay still, so he raised the 4 cardinal directions bow in his hand. Yeon-woo died. The One-Horned Tribe had been flipped upside down from the words of the psychic medium. Yeon-woo? Why so suddenly? The Martial King's face hardened. Yeon-woo hadn't even been participating in a war as a mercenary. He had been on his way to go ask something from Hanova, so why did he die? But the godly powers of the psychic medium didn't lie. Especially since Yeon-woo was once a candidate to succeed the psychic medium, she would immediately know if he died. I don't know the details. However, what I can see is, the smell of burning, blood, iron, a bow and arrow, and things like monsters. That child died extremely painfully. Horrifyingly. The Martial King ground his teeth. A child he cherished had died. This was a challenge to him, and a provocation towards the tribe. It was something that shouldn't have happened. A member of the One-Horned Tribe couldn't just die on the street. They may die on the battlefield. Getting injured from participating in a war as a mercenary was also something that could happen. That was the pride of the tribe and its tradition. However, an honorable death that no one recognized wasn't allowed. In the scenario that something like that happened, the One-Horned Tribe would get revenge. And eliminate everything around the killer. That was also a tradition of the tribe. Then, another thought occurred to him. If Edora, who cared greatly about Yeon-woo, found out, how would she feel? So he needed to find the murderer as fast as he could. Bring that guy in front of me. With the Martial King's command, an attacking team was quickly assembled. The psychic medium judged that the killer was a high ranker, so 2 elders were included to thoroughly capture whoever it was. And the attacking team quickly started to chase after the criminal's footsteps. After they investigated the surroundings of Yeon-woo's death, they were able to find out that the method in which Yeon-woo was killed was similar to that of the Bao god of Jeong-woo. There were traces left of the guy trying to clean up after himself, but the path of the arrow of light wasn't completely erased. From then, they started to search for the Bao god, and they were able to confirm that he headed towards the 23rd floor. They began to worry that he might be targeting Yeon-woo's party, which was also on the 23rd floor. But by then, the stage had already been in ruins from Agar's and Hermes, so entrance onto the stage was forbidden. And the moment the stage was reopened, the attacking team immediately entered, and rushed after the location of the bow god. There was no one who could hide from the eyes of the psychic medium and the feet of the tribe. Kwa kwa kwang. The battle began as soon as they collided. Jeong-woo had already known that the attacking team was heading towards him. He knew that words couldn't stop them, so he decided to attack first. He had also thought of running away. All that mattered to Jeong-woo was winning. Retreating and falling back weren't bad options for the long run. But even if he ran away, the chase from the one-horned tribe wouldn't stop, and it would be easier to run away once he decreased their numbers a bit. Jeong-woo hid between a large demon tree and poured out arrows when the attacking team arrived. The moment he exploded the power that Yi had given him, the arrow of light split into tens of fragments and covered the heads of the attacking team. Spread out. But the attacking team had already been expecting Jeong-woo, and the 15 members of the team quickly moved according to the orders of the elder. Gather. And with the orders of another elder, they drew a circle around Jeong-woo and ran at him. Pababat. Jeong-woo put 5 sojungs on the arrow and shot them at the ground this time. Kwak Wang. When he did, a cloud of dust floated up in the air and blinded the attacking team. Jeong-woo jumped above them and consecutively shot sojungs at the dust cloud. Pu-bu-bu-bung. Hundreds of arrows of light pierced through the dust cloud. After that, smaller explosions continued to explode and the restored forest began to be destroyed again. Then, fire shot up in front of Jeong-woo. The clothes of the 2 elders who had been giving orders to the attacking team were now rags. But their flaming eyes were focused on Jeong-woo. Kwa kwa kwa. The 3 collided with each other in the air. Despite the combined efforts of the 2 elders, Jeong-woo easily blocked their attacks. He specialized in long-range attacks, but he still had experience with martial arts as well. Kwang. They were forced apart from each other because of a large explosion. Jeong-woo lightly moved his body back and landed on the top of the demon trees nearby. As he did, he scoffed at the 2 elders across from him. And they praised the one-horned tribe so much. Is this it? White Horse King and Black Ship Soldier. You're only staining the tribe's name. The faces of the elders hardened. The short White Horse King and the long-limbed, stick-like Black Ship Soldier were famous for conquering the tower together. Each of them were powerful, but combined, they were strong enough to battle Gundam of the 9 Kings. However, Jeong-woo was belittling them, saying those were all lies. The anger of the 2 shot up as their honor and reputation were mocked. And on the other hand, they thought that Jeong-woo was a lot stronger than they had thought. The White Horse King and Black Ship Soldier exchanged glances. Even though they didn't speak, they were close enough to know what the other was thinking. No, right. Nothing we can do. They had planned on forcing him back to their village, but that seemed to be too difficult. The moment they decided to use their full strength to kill him. Walk. Strong winds suddenly began to blow along the 2 elders. The remainder of their clothes started to flutter. Now, they were going to use their full power. And under the tree, as the dust cloud settled down, the attacking team started to gather one by one. 2 of them were gone. They had died from the explosion, but the remaining members didn't care. They were only filled with thoughts on how to kill Jeong-woo. Jeong-woo raised the corners of his mouth. It was a nervousness that he hadn't felt in a while. It might be what he had been longing for. Whether it was the tower or earth, his habits didn't go anywhere. Will you be able to make me smile? Jeong-woo ran at the White Horse King and Black Ship Soldier again. At the same time, along with his summon of monsters, the ground shook, and 4 monsters attacked the team. So what you're saying is that you used the hidden pieces that you were going to give up. After Yeon-woo checked his new powers, he went to look for Fanti and Edora. But as soon as Fanti saw Yeon-woo, he asked about the hidden pieces. He hadn't forgotten Yeon-woo's promise to make him an elixir with purple devil flowers and the hearts of the ceratopsian dinosaurs. Yeon-woo flinched. Earlier, he needed the devil's blessing to fight against Agars, and he had used all the hidden pieces. Fanti began to grumble, saying that Yeon-woo took all the good things for himself and stormed out. It was a completely unexpected reaction. Yeon-woo looked at Eudora, not knowing what to do, and Eudora smirked. It's because he's shy. What was this about? Shy? He thinks that you'll talk about serious things now, so he's being shy about that. Yeon-woo laughed bewilderedly. That guy had that kind of cute side to him? It seemed like he had realized that Yeon-woo was going to talk about the mask. Eudora held Yeon-woo's hand and stuck her pretty face in front of him. Don't feel too rushed. Today's not the only day. She was saying that Yeon-woo should stay with them. Yeon-woo nodded his head, looking at Eudora. He was starting to trust the two. Eudora thought that this was the chance. Like she was possessed, she started to lift Yeon-woo's mask. The door burst open, and Fanti stuck his face inside. Whatever happens, I'm on your side. Fanti left again after leaving those words behind. Yeon-woo's eyes widened, and he grinned again. He was sure. Out of the many people he met in the tower, these were truly special. On the other hand, Eudora ground her teeth after Fanti ruined the mood. They left the tower and headed for the One-Horned Tribe's village. Like Ivilka had said, they couldn't avoid the attention from the large clans. Those who had been after Brahm and Sha would come after them, so they decided it was dangerous to move to the 24th floor. But the quiet and calm village was noisy. Father, what's wrong? Eudora's face hardened seeing the busy tribe members moving around. The smell of blood filled the air. It meant that someone was sick. The Martial King nodded his head with a stiff face, which was unlike him. Old man Karam died. Sorry. So did Taina, Srave, and Yan. Please speak more slowly. What are you talking about? The Martial King explained Yeon-woo's death and how they had assembled the attack team to chase after Jang Wei. 6 people had died from the initial 15, and the White Horse King and the Elder Karam were included in the 6. The remaining 9 were critically injured. Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo supported Eudora from collapsing on the ground. She was someone who didn't normally waver, but she seemed to be greatly shocked. Yeon-woo's eyes widened when he heard the Martial King's response. Bao God! Why is he suddenly after the One-Horned Tribe? No, to be exact, had he been after Hanova? It concerned him that the location of the murder was near Hanova's smithy. The source of this content Nov, L, by, N. What about that guy then? What are you planning on doing, father? Fanti asked with fire in his eyes, grinding his teeth. If Jang Wei was in front of him, he would have ran at him to chew him up. We have to go after him again. Since he attacked us to this extent, it means that he saw us as fucking dumbasses. The Martial King twisted his lips. He bared his teeth. I'm going to twist his neck. If the Martial King moved, it meant that the entire tribe would move. A new attack team was made with the Martial King at the center, and they immediately chased after Jang Wei. There probably wasn't anything else Jang Wei could do other than run away. It could only become even more noisy because the tower was already bustling with news from the 23rd floor, and Jang Wei had fanned the flames. Everyone was sensitive at the movement of the large clans after the war with the Red Dragon and Chang'e Wado, so the public opinion turned sharp again. Amidst the busy tower, Yeon-woo went to Hanova's smithy to prepare something else. I thought you would come after focusing on climbing the tower more. What are you doing here? Hanova tilted his head in confusion. He hoped that the weapons he made for Yeon-woo hadn't been broken already. He seemed oblivious about what was going on outside. And he didn't seem to be injured either. Yeon-woo inwardly sighed in relief, and got to the point. I have something to ask of you. What this time? If it was related to Yeon-woo, it would probably be something that was a pain in the ass. Hanova frowned. Yeon-woo asked with a slight smile. Do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Yeon-woo spoke in a tone that implied it was obvious Hanova should know. Hanova's frown turned deeper. What kind of shit is that? Is this some shit from a constipated bull? Are you selling drugs? Chapter 213 Philosopher's Stone, 6. What he said was extremely direct. This may have been why the large clans blacklisted him. On the other hand, he was also slightly worried. Could he bring Hanova in like this? It's an important topic. It can't be leaked. Hanova realized that Yeon-woo was being serious, and put his pipe in his mouth. He nodded with a frowning face. Yeon-woo began to explain what happened with the Philosopher's Stone. He purposely left out the parts about the Red Dragon and Jeong-woo. Instead, he talked about how he gathered materials according to the Emerald Tablet, and how Brahm had helped him to research it. Yeon-woo was a bit hesitant to bring Hanova in. Fanti and Edora were different. They were similar in that he didn't explain himself to them, but the reason was not the same. It kept on occurring to him that he might be pulling Hanova into a thorny path. However, Brahm had spoken without sugarcoating his words. All I can help is with theories and experiments. The only person who can actually carry them out is probably Hanova. We need his help. Something always goes wrong in the process of invention and creation. Finding the mistake and fixing it was the most important part, in this case. In that aspect, Hanova was the best man for the job. Then, Brahm had continued, making Yeon-woo's heart heavier. I don't know much about your relationship with Hanova, but I know about Jeong-woo's. They were close like father and son, right? Are you planning on breaking that relationship apart? I know Hanova will be pained. And he will suffer. But wouldn't that be better than living a whole lifetime feeling guilty about your son? Guilt. The moment he heard that, there was one thing that popped up in Yeon-woo's head. The magic bayonet. It was the first artifact that Yeon-woo had received from Hanova. And the summary window, it had said that it was made thinking of someone Hanova cherished, and as that person died, the sword was filled with regret. Wouldn't that person have been his brother? Hanova had lived with guilt about his brother his whole life. If only he had given him better weapons. If only he had stayed by his side. If only he had cared a bit more. Wouldn't it be different? And Hanova had made Yeon-woo the magic armor set with that mind. You said your fight will be filled with thorns in the future, right? And that you don't want to take Hanova in there. But that's not something for you to decide. It's up to Hanova. Brahm scolded Yeon-woo and told him not to hide anything. He said that ignorance wasn't bliss, and that Yeon-woo shouldn't be the judge of whether to put someone in danger or not. From then, Yeon-woo began to change his mind to tell Hanova everything. However, Hanova might be shocked if Yeon-woo suddenly brought it up, so he was planning on finding the right time. Also, there was something he wanted to say in his brother's stead. That he was thankful. And that's what happened. Hanova was deep in thought with the pipe still in his mouth. Only when the smithy was completely filled with smoke did Hanova take the pipe out from his mouth and stand up. Then, he started to pack his tools one by one as he spoke. Where do we need to go? Are you going to help? Who's helping who? I just wanted to see Brahm since it's been a while. Also, the Philosopher's Stone sounds fun. Hanova must have been embarrassed even as he was grumbling because his ears became slightly red. Thank you. Yeon-woo bowed his head with sincerity. To his brother, and to himself, Hanova was really someone deserving thanks. Long time no see, Hanova. Tisk. How did you get caught up with this fool? Anyways, it's been 20 years. Nice to see you. Hanova and Brahm had hugged each other as soon as they met. After they met 20 years ago, they became close enough to send letters to each other and ask how the other was doing. They acknowledged the skills the other had. It wasn't because they were one of the top 5 artisans, but because their knowledge in their area was extraordinary. The two were tense about making the treasure of the century, the Philosopher's Stone. Yeon-woo summoned Boo and Rebecca as well. Boo was showing rapid growth after Yeon-woo gave him the Lawless book a while ago. Boo would be a great help in this endeavor. The same went for Rebecca. Her experience with Cernunnos had given her immense knowledge. On top of this, the head elder of the One-Horned tribe was there as well. I just hope this oldie doesn't hold you back. The head elder adjusted his glasses and smiled warmly. To think the bloody philosopher is saying that about himself. Then should the rest of us all need to die? Who? Hanova shook his head from side to side. But the head elder just smiled. The bloody philosopher. There weren't many in the tower who remembered him, but it was the nickname of the head elder. The martial king had been able to lead the One-Horned tribe to a new era only with the support of the bloody philosopher. There was no one who could match his knowledge and martial arts. Some even said that the former leader of the Devil Army, Black Dawn, could barely stand face to face with him. But as time flowed, a new head bishop arose from the Devil Army and killed Black Dawn, and the martial king was born. From then, the bloody philosopher has stepped back from the front lines and focused on helping the tribe as the head elder. But even then, he didn't slack off with his studies, so the knowledge in his head was probably equivalent to Brahms. One could easily say that he had all the knowledge of the One-Horned tribe. However, the other elders who Yeon-woo had thought would be interested, hadn't participated. If there were too many people in this group, something could leak out, and the current atmosphere of the One-Horned tribe was extremely violent. The Bao God. Yeon-woo quietly mumbled. Then, he looked around at the people around him. Then let's begin. Hanova, Brahm, Boo, Rebecca, and the head elder. He was in charge of leading all of them. He was lacking in many ways in front of these incredibly skilled players, but his understanding of the Emerald Tablet was the deepest, and he was the one who had laid out the plans. So he needed to lead them so there wasn't any confusion or mistakes in the middle. Under the mask, Yeon-woo's eyes flashed. The research progressed at a quick pace. He already had the overall direction in his head, so they just had to work with that. Of course, it wasn't like there weren't any setbacks. Even though he had gone over it several times, there were still errors in the formula that Yeon-woo made, and even if it was the correct formula, it sometimes just paused for unknown reasons. In those cases, he had to make the formula from the very beginning all over again, and restart the experiments. Brahm, the head elder, and Rebecca repeatedly ripped apart and stuck together the formula again. Boo used this as a background to see if what they made was possible or not. And once he judged that it was, Hanova would materialize it. If it still didn't work after that, Hanova would use his knowledge that he learned from the field and point them in the right direction. Since the most skilled people in the tower were working together, they were able to quickly find the answers they wanted. However, this all took up a lot of money. Here, they didn't particularly need any money for living. However, for their experiments, they need materials, and money was needed for that process. The price could be paid with the gold and silver in Intrinian. But even that was quickly running out. To make the Philosopher's Stone, many expensive ingredients were needed. However, they almost saw the end, and thanks to the Martial King's orders to help, Yeon-woo was able to catch a breather. Just when they were almost finished, they were met with a problem that they hadn't expected. It's tiring. Brahm rubbed his eyes with his thumb. He had the homunculus body, but that didn't mean he wasn't emotionally tired. The head elder also took off his glasses and lay down to cool his head. Numbers and shapes were running around in his head. Rebecca was also lost deep in thought looking at the shapes on the wall. Yeon-woo looked at the shapes as well. He continued to make calculations with his time difference, but he couldn't find the answer. We found the way to steady the vessel and its content. But there's no way to pour the contents into the vessel. I'm going to go crazy. The stone was the vessel, and the contents was the energy source. Yeon-woo still had the energy source of Agar's devil cores. The problem was that there wasn't a smooth way to input the devil cores into the Philosopher's Stone. It could be moved. But the problem came after. Most devil cores had an incredible amount of demonic energy within them. To force them in place would lead to them exploding. Now, he didn't have any karma, and he couldn't borrow the help of the guardians. If the devil cores were ruined again, his body would come apart. No, his body might demonize and he could turn into a demon. And even if they managed to move it, there wasn't a way to fix it onto the Philosopher's Stone. A month passed while they were stuck on his point. They had progressed through it without any bumps, and a long time passed where they didn't make any progress at all. Everyone became frustrated. Ridiculous. Even Brahm began to feel anxious. Sha would only be cured and Ananta could be saved only after the formula was finished. Although he had a god's knowledge, he couldn't see the path. Most people said that gods were omnipotent, but gods actually weren't the perfect beings people thought they were. Rather, they were pitiful creatures that were trapped in their position. What the heck is all that stuff? Isn't that just an alien's language? Is that from the same world as us? But Han Ryong, you've been pretty quiet these days. Because I'm also thinking. Stop. How dare you try to get out of this? Are you saying you understand that? Of course not. What help would it be to look at something I don't understand? I've just been researching the 72 bien. Shannon and Han Ryong continued to bicker from boredom. Just then, Rebecca slowly lifted her head after a lot of thought. Her deep eyes landed on Yeon-woo. Master. What? If you can't get a formula no matter how hard you try, how about asking for the help of someone from another field? We might find the solution if it's looked at from another perspective. Everyone here had reached the end of their knowledge. Bringing someone else in might solve the situation. Actually, there were people who specialized in this field. The Guild of the Magicians, the Magic Tower. Updated from Nouvelle Bien, c.om. The homeland of the witches, Valpurgis Nacht. Even the Elohim had all kinds of knowledge. If he got their help, they would probably be able to find some kind of solution. But Yeon-woo firmly shook his head. Everyone here was someone that he could trust. They were basically like his comrades. Others were different. He couldn't trust them. Also, in this situation where a lot of people were interested in Yeon-woo after what happened on the 23rd floor, he couldn't mix any unknown variables into this. What if it's someone who's not tied to an organization and, rather, rejected from society? And at the same time, if they're smart and cares as little about the world as we do. Yeon-woo's eyes flashed. If there was really someone like that, even if it was dangerous, it would be less risky. And if needed, it would be easy to close their mouths. Is there someone like that? Yeah. It's someone you know well too. Who is it? Rebecca spoke with a nod. Victoria. Chapter 214 Philosopher's Stone, 7. Yeon-woo nodded in understanding. If it was Victoria, she would definitely be a great help. She was a rune magician who was widely known throughout the tower. Also, she was one of the top 5 artisans. She probably had a lot of knowledge in different areas, so she would definitely be helpful in creating the Philosopher's Stone. And we're struggling to put the energy source inside the Philosopher's Stone because there's no specific method to make it steady. But wouldn't there be a way to do that with runes? She was right. However, there was a single problem. If possible, I want to contact her too, but I still don't know where she is. How would I do that? After the commotion on the 20th floor, Yeon-woo searched for information about Khan and Victoria, but he didn't make any progress. How would he find Victoria amidst all this? I'm not too sure. But there is a way. What? There's a teacher who taught Victoria spells. She learned rune magic by herself, but she learned spells from someone else. If Victoria was trying to hide herself, it's likely she went in that direction. Yeon-woo frowned. Why didn't you tell me that before? I didn't remember it until now. It just randomly popped into my head as I was thinking about Victoria. Sorry about that. His connection with Rebecca told him she was telling the truth. However, it seemed like there was something she was hiding as well. But Yeon-woo didn't ask any more. Since she was only a vestige of her former self, her memories were muddled. It was a relief she was able to remember it now. Furthermore, Rebecca was bound to Yeon-woo, but she hadn't completely opened up to him. Considering how Rebecca and Victoria were close on the 5 mountains of penances, it seemed possible that Victoria would have told Rebecca what she would do in case of an emergency. However, Rebecca had forgotten since a long time had passed since then. Where can I find that teacher? The moment Yeon-woo heard Rebecca's answer. What? Yeon-woo scrunched his nose. So you're saying there's a great sorcerer here? I can't believe it. Haha. It's just nice here. What's the problem? Wow. Hey, look at that. It's incredible. Look at their curves. Do you wanna die? Eudora narrowed her eyes at Fanti. But Fanti just turned away from her and looked around him. In the area where night was settled, there were red buildings, and in front of them, there were women who were wearing quite revealing clothes. Where they were was a pretty famous entertainment district. There was all kinds of prostitution, nightclubs, and even drugs. Of course, Eudora didn't feel comfortable here. Even though they said that there were places for women to enjoy as well, she didn't like it. They were too direct and uncivilized. The street filled with all kinds of desire was unpleasant. But still, the reason why she came here was because of one person. Eudora glanced at the person standing indifferently next to her. Yeon-woo was wearing his black mask, having a careless stance. Was it because of his toned body or his firm eyes? Some women looked seductively towards Yeon-woo, and others even grabbed his sleeves. But Yeon-woo didn't move. He just brushed them away like they were annoying. As time went on, more people gathered, amused with his reaction, but Yeon-woo just firmly stood there. While Eudora thought it was a relief Yeon-woo was like that, she ground her teeth thinking of the person who was late to their promised meeting. Actually, this kind of environment wasn't unfamiliar to Yeon-woo. Back in Africa, the soldiers who worked under him liked to release their tension through various ways. Being in charge of them, he also went with them, but he never really enjoyed it. At the time, he had been dating someone, and he didn't understand why people liked this. His subordinates had asked Yeon-woo if he was a prude, but Yeon-woo didn't care. But on the other hand, it didn't mean that he felt uncomfortable, like Eudora did. People lived all kinds of lives. Like other places, this was also just a place where humans lived, and Yeon-woo didn't care too much about that. All he was interested in was the fact that there was a sorcerer somewhere here. A sorcerer. It had almost been a year since Yeon-woo entered the tower. During that time, he had met countless players, but never a sorcerer. That was how rare a sorcerer was, but it was also because their area of magic was only a small part of the field. Most people considered sorcery to be under the category of magic, but this was a topic that the sorcerers and magicians frequently argued about. Magicians take their magic from the mana stream, but sorcerers borrow their power from spiritual beings. That was why magicians belittled sorcerers, saying they were just servants who couldn't do anything by themselves, and sorcerers looked down on magicians for not being able to see the true worth of their power. There were different kinds of sorcery, but the principle of it all was that they borrowed strength from spiritual beings. In a way, there were similar to apostles, who borrowed the strength of gods, or black magicians, who signed contracts with the demons, but it was also different. Apostles and black magicians were somewhat limited, but the sorcerers borrowed their strength from all kinds of beings. There were cases when they used the power from beings that weren't gods or demons as well. However, because they weren't bound to just one place, they also had clear limits, and it was difficult for them to pass down the power through their families. Also, it was hard to succeed. There were almost no sorcerers who had come from a sorcerer family. If it was the person who Victoria had learned from, Yeon-woo should have heard of them at least once as well, but the problem was that no one came to his mind. Just who is it? Of course, it could be someone he or his brother didn't know. The history of the tower was long, there were countless skilled people. However, if it was really someone who lived here, like Rebecca said, it was likely that they would have a personality that was hard to deal with, so he would have to pay special care. And it seems like people have started to guess who I am. The large clans had probably heard he had left the One-Horned Tribe's village. He didn't have to be wary of them, but there was no reason to become tied up with them either. Just then. What's that? I think it's them. Fanti and Edora turned their gazes. From far away, a crowd of people was rushing at them. The annoying prostitutes who had been roaming around Yeon-woo all frantically ran away. The servers and the customers all lowered their eyes to the ground and went somewhere else. Fanti and Edora's expressions turned strange. They didn't expect the loud entertainment district would suddenly turn so cold. It seemed like those guys were in charge of this place. Have you come? But the same guys were busy bowing in front of Yeon-woo. The Night Watch. After being defeated by Yeon-woo a while ago, they had become his hunting dogs. Yeon-woo smirked, looking at the clan leader Bicester and the guys behind him, his arms still crossed. It seems your group has become larger. Just enough to get by. Bicester was trying to appease Yeon-woo in case he said something weird. With outstanding subordinates, he was treated as a king in this district, but Yeon-woo was still too scary to him. And after finding out that the commotion on the 23rd floor was centered around Yeon-woo, the guy in front of him seemed like a monster now. But Yeon-woo just spoke like he didn't care about Bicester's gaze on him. What I asked for? We found the location. But the place is a bit. Bicester hesitated to speak. Take the lead. But Yeon-woo just nodded. Bicester shut his eyes tight, knowing there wasn't anything else he could do. Follow me. As Bicester took the lead, the bustling entertainment district split like the Red Sea of Moses. Yeon-woo and the other quietly followed him. How do you know these people? Things happened. Edora carefully asked, but Yeon-woo just avoided the question since it wasn't easy to answer. The place that Bicester took them to was the building undergoing the most development in the district. It seemed like Bicester had let them know in advance, because the workers at the door whispered in Bicester's ears when they got there. The person you asked about is waiting on the 8th floor. The 8th floor was the top of the building. Bicester had rented the entire building. Yeon-woo told his party to wait a bit, and he took the stairs to the 8th floor. But this place seemed a bit different from the rest of the entertainment district. All the workers were men. Young and handsome. And all flowery looking. And there was a thick smell of drugs coming from somewhere, making the air heavy. The smell got worse as he went higher, and when he arrived on the 8th floor, he thought his nose was going to rot. Kwang! Yeon-woo burst the door open with annoyance. All he was thinking about was to look for Victoria and return. Bicester had already told them he was going to be there, but it seemed like they didn't care. It was worse than he expected instead. There was a sleeping woman hugging beautiful young boys and girls who looked to be barely 10, and there was only a robe draped around her body. Smoke continued to flow out from somewhere and the room was foggy. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes. He was reminded of Hanbin from the 16th floor. It's a mess. Why? It's a feast to my eyes. He. Han Ryeong spoke of his dissatisfaction, agreeing with Yeon-woo. On the other hand, Shannon continued to giggle looking at the woman's curves. Yeon-woo stomped a foot into the ground. Kong! As he did, magic power flooded out, shaking the entire building. The candle where the smoke was coming from broke, and the people who had been deep in sleep woke up. Who are you? The women got up weakly. The robe slid down, but she didn't seem to care. Her seductive eyes looked Yeon-woo up and down. HNG. I don't particularly have a mask fetish. And I didn't call for you. Is this on the house? Well, it seems like you have a nice body, so I'll accept it this once. The women smiled, and patted the ground next to her. Her eyes were cloudy from the drugs, but it added to her captivating charm. Did she have a seducing spell on? Yeon-woo felt the sudden urge to run at the woman. To feel her skin against his and throw her against the ground. His annoyance from the drugs turned into desire instantaneously. He wanted to extinguish his fury with heat. The cold-blooded trait is keeping you level-headed. You have gained a resistance to seduction. You have gained a strong immunity to the spell. But the spell was flicked out by his trait, and the woman's eyes widened. You're Anastasia, right? You know me. I'm looking for Victoria. That moment. Walk. Anastasia's blurry eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the smoke in the air suddenly turned to strange creatures. They ran at Yeon-woo with their sharp teeth bared. It was all so sudden, but Yeon-woo had expected as much, so he activated the skill he had prepared beforehand. The third soul. 72 Bien Byuk. Souls poured out of his black bracelet and made a wall. With a Bien added on top of that, the wall was sturdy. Thanks to his continuous training even while he had been researching the Philosopher's Stone, the strong spell attack wasn't able to pierce his wall. But Anastasia just snorted, like it didn't matter, and powerfully brought her hands down. As she did, the smoke gathered to create a large sword and fell on top of Yeon-woo's head. It was to cut the wall of souls that Yeon-woo made. Circulating his magic circuit, Yeon-woo also pulled his magic bayonet out. He had already been annoyed from the seduction and the drugs. He didn't like how she was attacking him just because he had asked about Victoria. He was planning on suppressing her first. Kwang! With a large explosion, all of the 8th floor was flown away. The attack was shifted so it wouldn't sweep away the beautiful boys and girls, but he couldn't avoid blowing away the ceiling of the 8th floor. Above the dust that was floating up into the air, Yeon-woo and Anastasia soared up and landed on the rooftops of different buildings. Waeok! Yeon-woo spread his wings of fire apart and wrapped holy fire around his magic bayonet. Then, he glowered in front of him with a crumpled face. His hand was still shaking. It meant that she was a skilled player. Anastasia was also glaring at Yeon-woo from above with her pretty face. But as her robe fluttered in the air, revealing the line of her body, it added to her sexual atmosphere. Behind Anastasia, smoke gathered to create a large figure. It was a shadow that was tens of meters long. It stood on 4 legs, and looked like a fox with 9 tails. It was a gumiho. Out of all the legendary beasts, it was the most powerful. Was Anastasia borrowing the power of the gumiho, or was she the gumiho itself? He didn't know, but the monstrous energy from the gumiho was mixing with Anastasia's spells. The atmosphere shook, and Yeon-woo was getting ready for something that he couldn't see. Just when Yeon-woo was wondering if he should reveal his dragon form. Both of you, stop! Just then, something fell in between them. As the shadow opened, Victoria came out with a shout. For a moment, Yeon-woo wasn't able to recognize her. Her white hair and dark eyes. And she had a weaker body and a raspy voice. Victoria looked worse than when they split on the 5 mountains of penances. Chapter 215 Philosopher's Stone, 8. The beautiful children started to bustle around and set the table. Anastasia was quietly sitting in the corner, looking at her disciple, Victoria. She was dressed properly now, and rather than looking decadent, she looked more seductive. Yeon-woo looked at Anastasia, the beautiful children, and then Victoria. From what he had heard, the beautiful children weren't just Anastasia's servants, but they were bound to her. And he could feel a monstrous energy from them. A few of them would be difficult to deal with. Gumiho. If it was the legendary and demonic beast of 9 tails, it was completely in the realm of possibility for her to do something like that. And indeed, she was strong enough to stand side by side with high rankers. If she had continued fighting with Yeon-woo, Yeon-woo might have never been able to finish the Philosopher's Stone. Yeon-woo was thinking that Anastasia used to be a player, but now he realized that she was a mythical human after she had combined with a legendary beast. All players that cleared the 11th floor had a mythical beast, and unless you had a taming skill like those of a summoner, most people used them for their magic power. If they were exposed to the outside, they would be injured anyway. And most of the floors weren't good places for the mythical beasts to grow in. Instead, the players borrowed the power of their mythical beasts to strengthen themselves. That was the reason why most of the players he had met didn't have a mythical beast around them. But occasionally there were people who wanted quick growth and combined with their beasts. The combination of humanity and a mythical being. A new type of existence was born. Most people called these people mythical humans. The mythical humans may seem interesting, but if you looked closer, they weren't even that rare. Players would do anything to become strong, so of course they wouldn't miss such a method. However, while most players were more human, Anastasia seemed to be more legendary beast than human. Her magic power that consisted of monstrous energy proved the fact. Whatever she was, Anastasia was looking down at Yeon-woo and Victoria from between the table. Eudora was standing a foot behind them, glaring at Anastasia, as if she didn't like something. They had moved to this new location after the roof of the building had collapsed. "How have you been?" Yeon-woo asked about what happened after they were separated, but Victoria couldn't easily answer. Her hesitating attitude made it clear that she didn't want to think about what had happened. So Yeon-woo was about to ask again, but Anastasia exuded her monstrous energy, like she wouldn't let that happen. Just then, blue energy gathered in front of Yeon-woo and Rebecca appeared. "Victoria! Rebecca, ca." Victoria's eyes widened seeing Rebecca in front of her. Rebecca had definitely died in the Monkey King's palace. So how was she here? Is she a spirit? Unlike the surprised Victoria, Anastasia was looking at Rebecca with an amused expression. She was lighting her pipe on fire. White smoke floated up into the air. Poor Rebecca! How much you must have suffered. I understand how you feel, but could you tell us? What happened until now? I think I deserve to hear at least that much. Rebecca was sacrificed saving Victoria. Victoria had been living in the nightmare of that day until now. Thinking of Yeon-woo and Rebecca who might have been sacrificed because of her, she lived chased by guilt. She couldn't escape that day. People complimented Victoria, saying she was an outstanding rune magician, but Rebecca knew all too well that Victoria had a frail heart after being with her for so long. Drib. Tears fell down Victoria's cheek. She confirmed that Rebecca and Yeon-woo were fine now. Although Rebecca was a spirit, the fact that she was still here was comforting. That day, Victoria began to explain what happened. Her voice was weak, and she looked tired. After barely escaping the palace with Yeon-woo's help, Rebecca and Khan began to be chased after people they couldn't recognize. You couldn't tell who they were. Yeah, they were all hiding their identities. However, I can be sure of this one thing. They definitely weren't from a small clan. Were they from the Devil Army? Yeon-woo quietly thought to himself. We were chased like that for several days, and Khan stepped up. The people who were following them didn't give up, and Victoria and Khan realized that they were in real danger. They didn't even have anywhere to ask for help. Then, Khan stepped up. He would deal with them, so she could run away. Victoria tried to stop him, but Khan had bitterly smiled and made her pass out. When she opened her eyes again, Khan and their followers were completely gone. After I came to, I searched for Khan, but I couldn't find him. Even a single trace. And this is embarrassing, but... She should have continued to look for Khan, but because of the fear that people might chase after her again, she left the 20th floor. Then, she asked for help from her teacher. But even after that, her trauma didn't go away. Rebecca, Yeon-woo, and Khan. The sadhu who had been training with her were all sacrificed to save her. Even Kindred, who she thought was her friend, had tricked her. All these things made her mental defense as a great magician fall to the ground. The same went for now. Victoria was looking around anxiously like the trackers were still after her. Even if she knew that her teacher was protecting her, coming outside like this wasn't easy for her. Eventually, Anastasia extended her hand to Victoria. The smoke coming from her pipe swirled around Victoria, and she fell asleep. Anastasia quietly stood up and sat next to Victoria. As she stroked Victoria's head, she gave Yeon-woo an order. I don't know what you came here for, but this child can't handle you right now, so go away. Yeon-woo nodded his head. There was nothing else he could do. Even if he took Victoria back to the village, her condition would only grow worse. That side of Victoria. I've never seen her like that. While they left the building, Rebecca seemed to be in a shocked state. Most sadhu who spent several years with all their senses blocked had strong mentalities. And the Victoria she knew was like that as well. She was a shameless and selfish magician. Even with those aspects, she had a warm heart. She was Rebecca's only friend and conversation partner. Seeing someone like that in this state hurt Rebecca. On the other hand, Yeon-woo was thinking of where Khan was. Did he make some kind of deal with the Devil Army? The Devil Army didn't let go of their targets easily. But after that day, they hadn't shown up in front of himself or Rebecca. That meant that Khan had made some kind of deal with them. Just what was it? He couldn't figure it out. However, there was something he suspected. The Devil Army was secretly beginning to move. From controlling Ether to Sha's kidnapping attempt, there was definitely something that connected them. Is it related to Doyle? But since Yeon-woo hadn't heard the story from Khan, there wasn't anything he could do. Khan's whereabouts were still unknown. There was nothing he could do until a clue came out about Khan and the Devil Army. Are we back to square one now? Victoria wasn't in the state to help them. He wanted to ask for help from Anastasia, but she considered Yeon-woo to be an enemy. Then, he had to find someone equivalent to them, but there wasn't anyone he could think of. A magician who was talented and not enemies with anyone. Just where would he get such a person? Even if there was, Yeon-woo didn't have any way to meet them. And the other 5 artisans are affiliated somewhere. Yeon-woo was blank for a moment. Or do I have to look for a mercenary? Even skilled magicians sometimes worked as mercenaries to get money for their experiments. If he put them under the pledge of mana, it might work. However, doing that would have an astronomical price, and even if the pledge of mana was conducted, information could somehow be leaked. If that happened, using the Kalat auction will become difficult too. What Yeon-woo wanted wasn't just to finish the Philosopher's Stone. He needed to shake the tower up using the fake Philosopher's Stone, and blame everything on the Walpurgis Nacht. In front of the perplexed Yeon-woo, a refreshing breeze suddenly blew. It was a familiar energy. It was a breeze with monstrous energy. A yellowed book quietly came down. As Yeon-woo reached out for it, the book landed in his hands. Then, Anastasia's open speaking rang in his head. My disciple says to give this to you, at least since she couldn't be of any help. I don't know why. Since you got this, don't show yourself again. The monstrous energy scattered. Rebecca quietly approached Yeon-woo. Her eyes became bigger seeing the title of the book. Master, is this? Yeah. I think Victoria guessed what we came here for. Just reading the title, Total New Theories of Rune Magic, about the strength that comes from godly spirits and about the writing of gods, Yeon-woo could feel a migraine coming on. These are Victoria's research papers that she was planning on announcing to the Magic Tower's scholars. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes. Victoria simply gave them this book? Was that how bad her guilt was? Yeon-woo blamed himself for not looking for Victoria sooner. Victoria was a lot more apologetic towards them than he expected. Yeon-woo glanced back at where they just left. He hoped Victoria would let go of the past and stand up again. Brahm turned bright after seeing Victoria's research papers. Sorcery. Since I'm weak in that area, it'll definitely be a huge help. And I schemed through it, but the understanding in this book is deep. She attempted to set up a completely new field of magic. Victoria. I've heard of her, but she's more amazing than I thought. The research that Victoria had worked on the 5 mountains of penances were enough to amaze Brahm. Yeon-woo was a bit surprised after hearing that. There were countless different fields and areas of magic, but they were all the result of endless research throughout time. It had already been hundreds of years, and the magic tower became even more conservative. Setting up a new field of magic in that strict world of magic meant that you were opening a new school of thought. It was challenging the current order of magic. It wasn't easy, but Victoria had attempted this, and Brahm had judged it to be possible. That was how outstanding Victoria's accomplishments were. Thanks to her, Brahm was able to learn more and work at the Philosopher's Stone from another angle. Alchemy, white magic, black magic, elements, etc. As knowledge from various fields were used, the research started to roll again. All the materials and supplies in Intrinian were used up. However, the research didn't stop. Hanova's collected wealth was donated, and even the head elder helped them, putting Yeon-woo in his debt. And after a time of 3 months had passed. It's done. Finally. They were able to complete the formula. What a shame. Even with the results, we aren't able to try this again. The head elder and Hanova nodded in understanding at Brahm's words. It was a formula they had spent sleepless nights working on. They had the outline of the Emerald Tablet, and direction from Yeon-woo, but it was the result of them combining all their knowledge. But regretfully, it wasn't something that could be replicated. The things needed to make a single stone were ridiculous. The souls of humans. What a foolish thing. Thousands, maybe even 10,000s of human souls. Did they want them to commit genocide? And they couldn't even just simply gather the souls. They had to refine souls that were sacrificed, and other factors were added in this. Since each process was horrifying, it was a relief that Yeon-woo brought the halfway finished stone, or else they might not have been able to attempt it. Of course, it wasn't just human souls the stone was made up of. However, it was impossible to make it completely without those souls. So Brahm, the head elder, and Hanova agreed to stay quiet about this. If the complete formula was leaked out, terrible things could happen in the tower. If clans like the Red Dragon were able to make the Philosopher's Stone, they wouldn't even blink their eyes at taking the lives of thousands of players. And just with this research, they gained knowledge about other things, so they didn't necessarily feel the stone was something they had to have. Then let's begin. With Brahm's orders, Yeon-woo nodded his head. Hanova and the head elder looked at Yeon-woo with nervous expressions. Currently, there was no way to pull the stone out from next to Yeon-woo's heart. He needed to intake the materials himself, and complete the stone according to the formula. Yeon-woo opened Intrinian and moved his hands towards the materials for the stone that Bahul had collected. Absorb. Clack, clack. Bathory's vampiric sword clacked its teeth together and began to swallow the materials. Then. Time difference. Yeon-woo focused his everything on the Philosopher's Stone. Just then, the Philosopher's Stone lightly trembled. Chapter 216 Philosopher's Stone, 9. The Philosopher's Stone was a large bundle of energy. Since it was made from 10,000s of souls, making it was even harder. That was also why Build wasn't able to use it. There were 3 different steps that Yeon-woo had to take to complete the process. The first was to properly settle the energy source into the stone. The second was to combine the Philosopher's Stone and the energy source to complete the stone. And the last step was to have his body adjust to the stone. Yeon-woo was thinking that the last step would be easiest. The Philosopher's Stone was a type of magical organ. However, Yeon-woo had the magic circuit, which could hold all the mana in the world, and the Philosopher's Stone was nothing more than a fraction of that power. His body would definitely be able to accept it. And according to his calculations, it was totally possible. However, the problem was putting the contents into the vessel. It wasn't easy to combine the devil cores and the stones. Yeon-woo understood the formula perfectly, and if the formula was used, there wouldn't be any problem with finishing the stone. There's only one chance. If I fail, I die. While he was in his time difference, Yeon-woo focused all his consciousness onto the stone. There was only one chance. If there was the slightest mistake, the chance would evaporate into nothing. The devil cores and the stone that he gained with difficulty could be ruined. Since he had gone through it in his head several times already, nothing unexpected happened. Clack! Clack! Like pieces of a puzzle being assembled one by one, the stone next to his heart started to take form little by little. Nemesis and Nike had temporarily left the stone for the completion. There was nothing that was taking his attention away from the process right now. How much time had passed? The stone slowly started to look complete. The stone, which was about the size of a fist, was slightly trembling. It looked like it would break any second. There was only one material left now. The energy source, Agar's devil cores. Yeon-woo finished the path from the stone and the devil cores, and the energy from the devil cores slowly began to move towards the stone. Yeon-woo, though his brain was going to burst. It was the first time he felt like this since he learned the 72 Bian in the Monkey King's palace. His touch was light and careful. Everything would be messed up if he made the slightest mistake. It was the demonic energy that most demons couldn't make, and it could probably even make a new demon. But fortunately, Yeon-woo had a deep knowledge of alchemy and magic from the past 4 months, and his control of magic was skilled enough to defeat most magicians. On top of that, in his slowed time from time difference, there was no way any mistakes would be made. Clack, clack. Carefully, he put the last of his magic power into the Philosopher's Stone, and Yeon-woo closed off the path from the stone to the energy source. Agar's magic power swirled around the stone. It sparked to escape the stone, but the stone didn't budge at all. Then, the magic power synchronized with the stone, and it turned back into the devil cores again. Clack! Like it was heading towards its home. A clear sound rang inside his head. It worked! Yeon-woo shouted to himself. Then, that moment. Dring, dring. Additional information about the hidden functions will be revealed. The Corrupted Philosopher's Stone. Category? Rank? Summary: the purest energy in the world is a human's soul. This stone was created after refining souls according to the directions on the emerald tablet. It was filled with fear, so special care needs to be taken. The current emotions inside the stone is receiving the energy of the demon Agar's, and slowly becoming bigger. Asterisk report of deep-seated grudge. From the demonic energy that was emitted from Agar's devil core, the grudges within the Philosopher's Stone can be amplified with magic power. However, the user of this power must pay the price to use this function. This artifact is unique. There is only one in the tower, and it is impossible to share with someone else. Warning! This is an artifact with a strong curse. It can be used several times according to the need, but the user may be cursed, so care must be taken. The artifact is complete, but still not available for use. It must be connected with an existing magic organ. There is a strong curse on the artifact. When connected with an existing magical organ, special attention must be taken. The words "special care must be taken" were not only in the summary, but in the messages as well. That was how dangerous the completed Philosopher's Stone was. Yeon-woo thought that was to be expected. He knew more than anyone how many players had been sacrificed for this. Its form was just hidden in the form of a stone. It was clear that there were 10,000s of grudges. The demonic energy of a Grand Demon Duke just added to its power. This was something that Yeon-woo hadn't expected. So even as Yeon-woo realized how dangerous this situation was, he just continued with the process. If he planned to stop now, he wouldn't have started in the beginning. He activated his magic circuit and connected the circuit to the stone. Yeon-woo considered the Philosopher's Stone to be just another core of his magic circuit. And the moment he released the stone's path, walk, the magic circuit circulated his magic power in his body. As the two different magic powers collided, they clashed like water and oil at first, but the two magic powers are being synchronized with the demonic dragon body trait. The purification began. It was an abundant and pure magic power compared to before. Yeon-woo tried using his Philosopher's Stone to see how much he grew. As he did, the magic power all began to explode. It was enough to make him shiver. His dragon's blessing and demon's blessing woke up on their own. Even though he didn't awaken his dragon body, dragon scales grew on his skin. His power unintentionally lashed around him. Why? The room where Yeon-woo began to shake with a magic power storm, and everyone was swept away. The head elder quickly set up a barrier so Yeon-woo's energy didn't leak out, and Brahm widened his eyes at the white smoke around Yeon-woo. The Philosopher's Stone, the wish of all alchemists, was there. Ah! This is the Philosopher's Stone. Shannon and Han Ryeong exclaimed in astonishment. Han Ryeong's body even trembled. He thought of when he first became a high ranker. The same feeling of invincibility that he had felt then was now swirling around Yeon-woo. Rebecca was also astonished. Cernunnos's holiness around her was brighter than ever. If this continued, she was excited that she could even become a godly spirit. Inside of the storm, Yeon-woo couldn't get a grip on himself. If time difference wasn't activated, he might have lost consciousness a long time ago. An unlimited power. An intense power. All these things seemed to be in his palm. Was the fifth step awakening, where you gained a dragon heart, like this? He couldn't express how he felt with the Philosopher's Stone. However, after the exhilaration swept past his body, the grudges in the stone slowly began to wake up. They started to spread around his power. Like ink in water, they quickly moved past where the magic power had moved through. It had happened too quickly. Before Yeon-woo could stop it, like a beast after a long hibernation, they quickly poured into Yeon-woo's subconsciousness. If time difference wasn't being used, he would have become a bundle of grudges already. Yeon-woo quickly tried to focus. Exhilaration still ruled his body, but it wasn't the time to enjoy that right now. The grudges growled like they would eat Yeon-woo up any second, and Yeon-woo did everything he could to push them away. If the grudges took his consciousness and his identity, it would be the same thing as a new demon, no, a new Agar's being born. That damned bastard! Yeon-woo thought this might be a trick that Agar's had up his sleeve. Yeon-woo wouldn't have been able to handle just the devil cores or the stone by himself. But if the two were mixed, it was different. The grudges were swallowing the demonic energy. It was still hard for Yeon-woo to bear, but he grit his teeth. At the same time that he pushed away the grudges, his consciousness was placed into the Philosopher's Stone. It was a fight against an opponent who was trying to take over Yeon-woo's territory. Kukukuong. His body shook up and down. As the devil's blessing and demon's blessing amplified each other, Yeon-woo's body continued to break apart and recover over and over again. Yeon-woo opened his eyes. He was met with a world of empty darkness. This was his consciousness. It was the stage that Yeon-woo prepared for a better fight. And he consciousness had accepted it. Hidden quest/wish of the corrupted fallen. Summary: the demonic energy that Agar's left behind is targeting for you. It met the grudges inside the Philosopher's Stone, and is trying to take over your body together, by demonizing you. Protect your body from the demonization and absorb the leftover magic power from the fight. Conditions of succeeding: defeat the demonization in the limited time. Completely absorb the remnants of the demonization to control the Philosopher's Stone. Time limit, unknown. Rewards: complete the Philosopher's Stone. Strengthening of demonic energy property. Then, a quest window popped up in front of Yeon-woo, and the dark environment began to change. The red sky stood out. It was similar to the 23rd floor in more than one way. And far away, something floated up and began to take the form of a human. It was a grey shadow. There was nothing to show its expressions, but Yeon-woo got the feeling that it was looking at him. Then, Yeon-woo was able to see the 10,000s of souls behind it. Those were the grudges. No, the demonization. It was the form of the souls that had swallowed Agar's demonic energy. Just then, the face of the demonization crumpled. Its shoulders moved up and down like it was laughing. Yeon-woo felt threatened. It was like he was looking at a mirror. The demonization was imitating Yeon-woo. His looks, patterns, movements, habits, thoughts, and even his traits and skills. The problem was that its personality was completely different. It was a violent beast. Nothing more, nothing less. And that smile. It reminded Yeon-woo of someone. Agar's. Annoyance filled Yeon-woo. The being's obsession brought on a migraine. However, although it was similar, it was also different. It was hard to explain, but they seemed to be fundamentally different. It's like me, but not. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was similar to his brother's shadow that he met on the 21st floor. But Yeon-woo shook his head. It was someone who was created after imitating him anyway. He didn't have to be concerned about it. All he had to do was get rid of that thing he didn't want to look at. As Yeon-woo moved the quest window to the side, his powers started waking up one by one. His dragon scales grew, and behind him, wings of fire flamed on his back. And just when he was about to rush at it, the demonization licked its lips. Yeon-woo's face hardened seeing it. Just then. Krrrang! The world of his consciousness suddenly crumbled. You have successfully finished the hidden quest Wish of the Corrupted Fallen. You have achieved an accomplishment that isn't easily achieved. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 5,000 karma. You have earned an additional 3,000 karma. As a reward, you have earned the complete Philosopher's Stone. As a reward, your evil and demonic properties are strengthened. You have succeeded in completing the wish of all alchemists and magicians, the Philosopher's Stone. You have made a great accomplishment. The gods and demons of the 98th floor are watching you. Endless messages. Even after Yeon-woo was flicked out into the real world, his face was still stiff. Kane, are you all right? Just then, Brahm, the head elder, and Hanova worriedly woke him up. Although he nodded his head, it was hard for him to calm down after what happened inside his unconsciousness. The demonization that suddenly disappeared before he could fight had definitely said this. It's not time yet. A little later. After you're more ripe, I'll come back to eat you then. Chapter 217 Philosopher's Stone, 10. It was definitely a foreshadowing of a predator. Yeon-woo quickly circulated his magic power to check the Philosopher's Stone. However, unlike his concerns, the stone was cleanly set in his magic circuit, and it was perfectly doing its role as the main core. There wasn't any resistance. It was like it was a part of him since the beginning. The demonic power mixed with the magic power had synchronized with his body. The traces of the demonization couldn't be found anywhere. Was it in my head? Or was it just simply taking its last stand? But Yeon-woo was still worried, so he searched not only throughout the stone, but all over his body. He even scanned his unconscious again. The demonization wasn't there. Like it had never been. So Yeon-woo felt even more uncomfortable. If it had simply been its last stand, there would have been a slight trace left somewhere. But it was too clean. Kane? Kane. Yeon-woo came to attention at the hands that were roughly shaking his shoulders. Brahm was looking at him with concerned eyes. Did something happen? Your breathing isn't steady. Yeon-woo shook his head. He couldn't let them worry about him. It's nothing. The resistance of the Philosopher's Stone and the magic circuit was stronger than I thought, so it's probably because I'm tired from that. Of course. That must be it. It must have been difficult. How about going in to rest? It's nothing. I'm all right now. Other than that, what happened to me in the meantime? Yeon-woo looked at the mess around him. The tools they had been using for experiments were scattered all across the floor. The mountain of documents had fallen as well. As expected, you don't have a clue about what happened outside. Yes. Actually, it was chaotic. While Yeon-woo had been focusing on dominating the demonization, Yeon-woo's body consecutively crumbled and recuperated. It had been chaotic because of the strong magic power storm that might have been due to his demonic dragon body. If Brahm and the head elder hadn't stepped up to forcefully seal his body, half of the village might have been blown away. Yeon-woo nodded in understanding. Magic power was just flowing inside him, but he felt limitless. If he raised a fuss, he couldn't even tell how destructive it would be. A power that had to be stopped by two people. The painful side effects seemed to be from that. Other than that, the head elder pushed his glasses up and asked Yeon-woo with a serious gaze. How's the Philosopher's Stone? Is it useful? Brahm and Hanova nodded. Since they had finished the treasure of the century, they wanted to know as the creator. Yeon-woo slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Should we test it? Even while finishing the stone in the village, Yeon-woo didn't go easy on his training. His body would be able to tell if he took a break for even a few days. He needed to steadily make an effort. Additionally, he had learned new powers, so Yeon-woo couldn't slack off. Even though it was the training area that was as comfortable to him as his own house, Yeon-woo felt a thrill like it was his first time here. It was probably because of the powerful magic power flowing through his body. The magic power from the Philosopher's Stone became stronger as time went on. The dragon and demon's blessings woke up one by one, and his magic power was continually purified, expanding his circuit. Like it was naturally growing stronger without Yeon-woo's interference, the Philosopher's Stone was slowly adjusting Yeon-woo's body. It cleared the unfamiliarity between the Philosopher's Stone and the demonic dragon body. After the process was finished, he would be able to grow again, like he had awakened another step. There was a reason why the Summer Queen had chosen the Philosopher's Stone as a replacement for her dragon heart. For a moment, his concerns about the demonization flew away. Yeon-woo shoved it to a corner of his mind. Even if he thought about it, he wouldn't come to an answer, and right now, he just wanted to check his changed body. Brahm, the head elder, and Hanova, who were watching him from the outside of the training area, felt the same. Come out. Check-esh. A long shadow stretched out from where Yeon-woo was and split into two. Shannon and Han Ryeong were completely armed, and above them, Rebecca quietly came down. Confirming his new powers would be done best in action. Yeon-woo was planning on going against the three of them with all his power. Shannon and Han Ryeong's levels had gone up by several tiers after the Philosopher's Stone. And even with that aside, they had constantly been researching the inheritance of the Monkey King. Rebecca also wanted to check her skills, because she had recovered a part of them from when she was alive. The holiness of Sir Nunnos was especially about to burst in her body. If he fought with them, it wouldn't be easy. Hey, Master! What? Yeon-woo lifted his head from examining Karshina's dagger and his magic bayonet when Shannon called him. Don't take revenge on us just because you got beat up, okay? Yeon-woo smirked. I was just about to say that. Hee, sure. I was waiting for that. Shannon warmed up his body and dropped his sword breaker that Hanova made for him onto the ground. Hanova's eyes slightly widened when he saw that, but he just crossed his arms and continued to watch them. I'll drop you to the ground crying. Shannon giggled like just thinking about it was fun. Meanwhile, Han Ryeong activated the Grave of the Nine Swords, and Rebecca straightened her back, stepping back to swing the swords in each of her hands. And in that moment, Kwajug! Yeon-woo attempted to awaken his dragon body. The dragon scales that grew from his shoulders reached under his eyes, and the dragon's wings soared up, emitting heat all around them. The ground that he was stepping on instantly turned black. Goddess's stigmata. When Athena's blessing was added on top of this, his fire grew to an uncontrollable amount. Kwang! Just then, Yeon-woo strongly kicked the ground. Like a portal was opened, a deep hole opened in the ground, and Yeon-woo suddenly appeared in front of Shannon. However, it wasn't Shannon who stepped up to block him. Hey! Sorry, but I'll go first. Han Ryeong had stepped up, throwing 8 swords randomly around him, and in his hand, was a giant scimitar in his hand. I've been wanting to fight properly with you. Han Ryeong was being genuine. Although his clan crumbled because of Yeon-woo, Han Ryeong became a death knight and he changed his opinion as he observed Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo reminded him of his younger self. Someone who jumped into a situation regardless of how dangerous it was, and took everything he wanted. Watching Yeon-woo, Han Ryeong felt like his non-existent heart beat faster. He felt the spirit of fighting, something he hadn't felt after his lacking son was born. Of course, there were some things that were different. Unlike himself, who went crazy for battles, Yeon-woo was always cool-headed. Yeon-woo's thoughts were so deep that sometimes, even he didn't know what Yeon-woo was thinking about. So Han Ryeong wanted to know more about Yeon-woo. But there was no way an untalented speaker like him could speak with Yeon-woo. Thankfully, there was a method that warriors could use. The sword. The sword of a martial artist could deliver words. He had never crossed swords with Yeon-woo before, so Han Ryeong wanted to use this time to read Yeon-woo's mind. Checking his own skills was a plus. Kwang. Chapter 218 Collat Auction, 1. The magic bayonet crossed with the scimitar. Heat burst out. The magic bayonet was a lot shorter than the scimitar, and Han Ryeong didn't miss it. Gagagak. Another one of Han Ryeong's signature skills activated. A swing of his sword turned into the attack of hundreds of whirlpools. But Yeon-woo jumped up into the sky to avoid it. The whirlpools disappeared futilely. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo aimed for Han Ryeong's neck with Karshina's dagger. Kong! Han Ryeong pulled out his saber to avoid Yeon-woo's attack. The scimitar in his hand drew a straight line in the air. Kwak Wong! Yeon-woo was barely able to block the attack alternating the magic bayonet and Karshina's dagger. However, he wasn't able to avoid it all, so his body was pushed away. He quickly spun his magic circuit. As his wings of fire became bigger, he caught his balance, but Han Ryeong was in front of him in an instant. Hunting sword. The sword that was specialized for stabbing was pointed right at his head. It was impossible to stop it now. Yeon-woo quickly activated another power. The third soul. 72 Bien Byuk. Kai Aaaa. The black bracelet on his right arm flashed, and with a horrible screech, an army of pale souls appeared to create a sturdy wall in front of him. Kwang! It made a hole in the wall of souls, but Yeon-woo wasn't hurt thanks to the many layers around him. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo caught his balance. Aura and holy fire blazed on his blade. However, Han Ryeong quickly swung the saber that was next to him, like he wasn't going to lose this small advantage. Krung! Once again, whirlpools came from his sword. The wall of the souls quickly broke down. Yeon-woo still had a lot to catch up on compared to Han Ryeong's experience with the sword. Han Ryeong was at an expert level before he had died. He had gained new knowledge studying the Monkey King's inheritance after that, so now, he was almost at the Arhat level. The only thing holding him back was his body. His skills were already there. Of course, Yeon-woo, who was only a master, would lose to him. Read Lat.st chapters at nov.lbin.com only. But Yeon-woo had a weapon that would make up for his skills. Fire. His almost limitless magic power with the Philosopher's Stone put a powerful strength in a single attack. Kwang! The magic bayonet spewed out a red fire. As the aura with holy fire blew Han Ryeong back, Yeon-woo used his blink to chase after him. Han Ryeong sensed Yeon-woo's presence and quickly swung his scimitar. However, the scimitar was stopped by the new wall of souls, and the magic bayonet cut Han Ryeong's side. Flash! The magic bayonet shined an intense light like it would explode. Wave of fire! It was more destructive than ever. The fire soared tens of meters up into the sky. Kwang! Kwa kwa kwang! Krrrrrr! In the end, Han Ryeong couldn't be found in the fire. Just then, Shannon and Rebecca suppressed the fire and swung their swords at him. Yeon-woo used blink once again to move. However, the moment he appeared somewhere else, arrows flew at him like they had been waiting. Rebecca had read his movements, and she was prepared. Clink! While he was flicking the arrows away, Shannon appeared again, bringing his sword breaker down. A path of vibrant red fire fell on him. It was the signature skill that he took from Bahul. Time difference. In the slowed world, Yeon-woo quickly made his judgment. Blink wasn't able to help anymore. There was only one thing he could do. Meeting it head-on. When he finished thinking, another power revealed itself. Hyoungshin Axel. The anger that was quietly resting inside his heart suddenly grew up to his head. It was like he was a beast. Yeon-woo didn't hold back the violence and instead used it to explode. Kwang! Yeon-woo's howling and holy fire grew his body to several times its original size and turned to a burnt black color. Kwa kwa kway! Black flames became the predator of everything in front of him. Not only were Shannon and Rebecca swept away in an instant, but the hill that was behind the training area also became flat. Krrrrrr! The mountain shook, and their surroundings turned into ruins. From between the heavy dust cloud, Yeon-woo was emitting a deadly aura, black flames blazing up around him. He looked like a lord from hell, hellfire in tow. Kuhu! The dust whirled around. Above it, sparks continued to crackle. Everything was completely destroyed, like a horde of beasts had stomped through it. Looking at Yeon-woo in the center, Shannon slowly stood up, cursing. I'll be damned! The sound of bones cracking could be heard from all over his body. He was a spiritual body now, made of shadows, but he hadn't been able to erase his identity as a human, so he still felt emotions from when he was alive. Mental stress was controlling his body right now. The sword in his hand was still shaking. If he hadn't protected himself with this, he would have been back in the shadow again. And he would have struggled to make another body. Even in that situation, Shannon was impressed beyond words at the unscratched sword. An artisan was definitely an artisan for a reason. At the same time, he thought his master was ridiculous for doing something like this. Just seeing Yeon-woo made him sweat. And after Yeon-woo's Hyoungshin Axel, he could feel shivers down his back. Seeing Yeon-woo's with such powers, it reminded him of some people. 81 Eyes. The symbol of the red dragon. The powerful energy of a ruler was wrapped around Yeon-woo. When he first met Yeon-woo, the guy was just a little newbie, barely able to defeat a semi-ranker. To think that Yeon-woo changed so much in just a single year. He had never heard of a growth rate that was this fast, other than Heaven Wing Cha Jeong-woo. No, Yeon-woo grew even faster than Heaven Wing. Most people would give up, but even if it's annoying, I can't surrender here. I won't lose. Shannon felt even more motivated, and he used the sword breaker as a cane to raise himself from the ground. As much as Yeon-woo had grown, Shannon had become equally as strong. He was already stronger than when he was living, and his skills were enough to fight face to face with a ranker. Rancor. It had been a high wall that he couldn't pass when he was alive. After reaching this peak, the only thing he had felt was that there wasn't much to it. He thought that he would feel satisfied when he reached this position. He even had the confidence that he would be able to shake up the tower. He would have fulfilled his wish of tens of years. He believed in himself, However, after experiencing a new type of battlefield with Yeon-woo, and meeting countless skilled people, Shannon felt his world being crushed. It was a new world. And another sky. The sky that he had been looking at until now was just a tiny part of it. He hadn't known that there was a much larger sky and world beyond that. And experiencing that sky, Shannon considered all his accomplishments useless. He thought he wasn't enough. Yeon-woo, who was at the same level as him 1 year ago, had a goal that was far off into the distance, and he just wanted to be next to him when he achieved it. However, Yeon-woo's growth rate was too fast, so he had to work endlessly to catch up. Thanks to that, he was able to reach the expert level after using the 72 Bien and the Monkey King's inheritance as a background. But Shannon still thought he had a long way to go. Yeon-woo had grown again this time. Since that was the case, he also needed to quickly catch up. Breaking down here was unforgivable. No. Even with all that aid, Shannon had the mind to defeat Yeon-woo at least once. After he had lost to him and followed him around during all this time, he was filled with the thought to not be defeated at least this once. And that moment. Wag. The black energy around Shannon became clear and started to multiply in amount. His connection with Yeon-woo's was strengthened. The remnants of the devil cores in the Philosopher's Stone had flowed inside of him. A strong will has awakened a new devil's blessing. Properties of darkness and evil both increased by 30. Fire property has increased by 15. Congratulations! With the strengthened devil's blessing as the background, you have achieved taking a step closer to death. The Death Knight, Shannon, is undergoing a new change. His previous level is being raised by 1. His previous traits and class are being examined. He received the influence of the title One Who Leads Death. Check-esh. The black armor on Shannon became sharper, turning into the color of a shining metal black, and under his helmet, blue flames that looked like will-o'-the-wisps were burning. Inferno sight. When the hellfire that only the most powerful of those with the expert level brightly burned, Shannon's presence was amplified by several times. It didn't just become larger, but it boiled with a clear metal black color, like it was fire. The Death Knight, Shannon, has successfully evolved into a Death Noble. Death Noble. Knights who died feeling wronged aren't able to move on to the beyond. And a few of these Death Knights are able to receive power and positions from the Lord of Hell. Death always follows where they go, and as they get promoted in the position that they have, the amount of power that they can use also increases. Additionally, the greater the power, the greater their position, so they can create squads of soldiers. Shannon felt the power that was growing inside of him. With his cape fluttering behind him, Shannon roared. The sword breaker in his hand also exuded demonic energy. Was it because of the influence of the Philosopher's Stone? Or because of Shannon's strong will? He couldn't figure it out. But the power that Shannon was exuding was greater than ever, and Rebecca and Han Ryeong were surprised seeing Shannon so different. For Han Ryeong, it was something that scratched his pride. While Shannon had escaped his bindings, Han Ryeong, who had once been a high ranker, was still a Death Knight. And the same went for Rebecca. Her holiness was being pressed down by Shannon. Even if they were allies, she felt like she was in danger. Shannon was powerful enough to make the two of them tense. But Shannon didn't blink an eye. Normally, he would have been haughty about it, but he was completely focused on Yeon-woo right now. All he was thinking about was whether he was able to defeat Yeon-woo with his newfound power. These thoughts were clearly delivered to Han Ryeong and Rebecca. The two gripped their weapons even stronger. They got into a ready stance. Kwang! And they began to run at Yeon-woo as one like they had planned it beforehand. Yeon-woo's eyes coldly flashed as he tightened his hold on his magic bayonet as well. Hyoungshin Axel. His eyes were shining more violently than ever. The blade swished over the fire again. Brahm shook his head like the situation was ridiculous. Both the servant and the master. I don't know why everything about them is the same. The fight between Yeon-woo and his three subordinates ended as a tie. Amidst the fire and the crossing blades, the four fought like they really wanted to kill each other. The training area that Yeon-woo used was completely in ruins, and the head elder was sighing as he looked at the scene. The singed ground was cracked all over, and the bare hill nearby was a horrid sight to see. "How is it? Do you feel better now?" Brahm crouched down to speak to Yeon-woo, who was catching his breath on the ground. Instead, Yeon-woo smiled bitterly. He thought he had been keeping up with his training well, but it seemed like he was mistaken. But after fighting, he still felt a lot better. All his stress and worries completely disappeared. However, "I'm regretting it." He wasn't satisfied with everything. "You're regretting it?" Brahm looked at Yeon-woo like he was crazy. Yeon-woo nodded his head with a serious face. "Yes. I know that the power of the three won't stop there." Although Yeon-woo had become stronger, he hadn't been able to catch up to Han Ryeong. That was how powerful the saber god was. He wasn't the second strongest in Cheong-woo for nothing. The same went for Rebecca. Since Cernunnos was one of the greatest gods, Rebecca was also one of the strongest players. But right now, she had lost too much. Shannon surpassed his abilities from when he was living, but he wasn't able to properly use his new skills. Yeon-woo was just filled with the thoughts to become stronger. Brahm made a face like he was sick of Yeon-woo, then grinned. He felt like he knew how Yeon-woo had become so strong. "Then you need to continue to push me too. You need to find your holiness again." "Who? Thanks for saying that. But don't you have to overcome that first?" It had already been a while since Brahm gave up returning to the past, so he just chuckled. Yeon-woo had to get a greater holiness than what Brahm had before so that Brahm could regain his holiness again. There had never been a case since the tower was established that a player had received holiness. There were only rumors that Alforoni had it. But Yeon-woo was just looking at Brahm with calm eyes. Brahm's eyes widened. "Why, you smirk?" Yeon-woo just lightly laughed and stood up. "Since we confirmed the function of the stone, we have to move to the next step." Brahm didn't ask Yeon-woo anything else, and just nodded his head. It would take a long time until Yeon-woo got his holiness. There was something else Brahm had to do right now. A witch hunt. And saving his daughter. Although Brahm had a fake body, he felt like he could feel his heart beating faster. Boom. Boom. His breathing quickened at the thought of seeing his daughter again. Chapter 219 Kalat Auction House, 2. Tisk. "Uncle isn't fair. Right, Chirpy?" Sha held Nike in her arm with a frustrated face. Her red cheeks puffed up like balloons. When Sha first found out that she had an uncle, she was elated. Her uncle was generous, like she imagined her dad would be, and he made a lot of delicious food for her. And sometimes, he secretly gave her snacks when Brahm wasn't looking. The thing called cotton candy that he made for her was so good that she kept on begging for it, but he was really unfair when he said he wouldn't make more because she would get cavities. But she was still grateful to him for responding to her and reading her bedtime stories. But these days, it was extremely rare to meet her uncle. He said something about being busy with things. And seeing how Brahm was also focusing on it, it seemed like it was actually really important. Because she was brighter than other kids her age, she caught on that what they were doing was for her. So in front of Yeon-woo and Brahm, she pretended like she was fine. But it wasn't like all her boredom completely disappeared, either. She was still a child, not even 10 years old yet. She was just a child who wanted to play. Of course, she wasn't as bored as she was on the 21st floor. Edora often came to play with her, and the One-Horn tribe people adored her. At first, they were scary because they had horns, but after realizing they were all kind people, she was able to get along with them just fine. And she was able to make friends with people her age. There were even boys that fought over her. More than anything, she met her best friend, Nike. He was a friend that listened to everything she said. Nike was so cute that Cha always took him with her wherever she went. Nike sighed at being treated like a doll, but sometimes, he felt empty when he wasn't in Cha's arms. And there were things that he had to correct sometimes too. Shay. I'm not chirpy, call me Ni. No. Chirpy is chirpy. Sha pulled Nike closer to her and shook her head from side to side. Nike shut his beak. He felt wronged. He had worked so hard to escape that name. Returning to that name made him feel miserable. Whether it was the uncle or his niece, everyone in this household was the same. But he still understood how Sha felt, so he stroked her head with his wing. Then what do you want uncle to do for you? MMM. Sha wrinkled her adorable face, deep in thought. She was just mad that her uncle didn't play with her, and it wasn't like she didn't like him. Rather, she liked him too much, so she just wanted him to do more for her. Her eyes sparkled like she thought of something. I want him to make cotton candy. Cotton candy? Yeah. Cotton candy tastes so good. Totally. She was drooling, like she could already taste it. Nike grinned, wiping her mouth. She was adorable. Except for the fact that she called him chirpy. Shay. That's what I heard. Yeon-woo smiled bitterly as he looked at Nemesis, who he hadn't seen a while. Nike had delivered Sha's complaints to Nemesis through their connection. Yeon-woo put down his pen and turned pensive. These days, the time he spent with his niece had definitely decreased. He had been busy, pulling all-nighters because of the last of the operation with the Philosopher's Stone. I've been dumb. Yeon-woo blamed himself. What was the reason he made the Philosopher's Stone? It was to make Sha happy. He'd been busy with things and made Sha feel lonely. He put the cart before the horse. Cotton candy. Thinking that he should take better care of Sha from now on, he wondered what he should do to apologize to her. He could make her cotton candy, but he wanted to do something fancier. And it wasn't good for her anyway. Just then, he felt Nemesis's gaze on him. But why aren't you next to Nike? Ahem. That's not important right now. Nemesis couldn't bring himself to say that he felt drained after playing with Sha. Unlike Nike, who could just stay in Sha's arms because he was small, he was just a plaything to her. He had to fly with her on his head, play hide and seek with her, or show her magic. He had to do all kinds of annoying and difficult things for her. And he felt even more drained when she called him Kurung after that. The uncle and the niece both. Sha was a good and kind-hearted child, but taking care of children was still tiring. Yeon-woo grinned looking at Nemesis. He felt like he understood why Nemesis was being like that. Sha did. Yes. Brahm closed the book he was reading and contemplated. It was a book that he borrowed from the head elder, who had become one of his closest friends. Lending books was allowed, so long as they weren't Mujang scrolls. The book that he was reading was about the tower's history and politics. He enjoyed reading books in his free time since he was a scholar, but Sha was more important to him than knowledge. Brahm shortly sighed after hearing that Sha seemed to be lonely these days. Yeon-woo was trying to find a solution to the problem, but actually, Brahm was more clueless about these kinds of things than Yeon-woo. It's difficult. I agree. Yeon-woo sighed. What should they do? It would have been easier if Sha was a boy instead. He could just think of what he himself liked to do when he was younger. Back in those days, he and his brother enjoyed playing with robots their father brought them. But since it was a little girl they were talking about, he didn't have any idea what he should do. Soon, he would be even busier dealing with things about the Walpurgisnacht. He wanted to play with Sha until then. He thought it would be easy if he thought about his ex-girlfriend's daughter that he played with, but since Sha was actually related to him, he wanted to do more for her. What should he do? He decided that he needed to find another person to get advice from. How about telling her that I don't know how to do these kinds of things? Yeon-woo felt uncomfortable for the first time seeing Eudora brightly smiling at him. He had asked because as a girl, she might know more. But instead of answering, Eudora just continued to laugh. How unexpected. What? I guess there are some things you struggle with. It's funny. I'm also human. Eudora just soundlessly laughed again. She could feel Yeon-woo's flusteredness too. He acted like a cold doll all the time, but it seemed like he wasn't like that towards his only relative. And at the same time, she was glad to see this human side of Yeon-woo. She felt like the distance between them that had closed after she saw his bare face had just closed even more. Should I thank Cha for this? Eudora remembered how Cha had asked her so confidently, and she unwittingly grinned. Her mind had only been on how Yeon-woo's killer still wasn't caught even after the Martial King stepped up, and she felt like her head was cleared, thanks to Yeon-woo and Cha. If you don't have anything to suggest, I'll just leave. Eudora realized that she had taken the teasing too far, and she reached out to grab Yeon-woo's arm. I think that you shouldn't overthink it. Yeon-woo paused while getting up. Then, being genuine is more important. Being genuine. Eudora nodded. Yes. So don't feel overburdened. It'll just make it harder. But genuineness was hard for Yeon-woo. Eudora shook her head seeing Yeon-woo not being able to answer her. It was obvious. The person in front of her eyes was a fool for his niece. Then how about this? Come here. Yeon-woo's voice was delivered over the connection. Nike shot his head up. Life swirled in his bored eyes. He didn't have to be a doll anymore. Shay. Master says to come because he has something yummy to give you. Do you wanna go? Uncle did? Yeah. I wanna go. In case she changed her mind, Nike quickly grabbed her shoulders with his claws and began to fly in the air. Ah ha ha ha. I'm flying. Zoom. Flying in the sky was one of the activities that Cha enjoyed most these days. It was more fun flying on Nemesis because it felt like riding an amusement park ride, but it was also fun flying with Nike. Like Cha said, they zoomed and arrived where Yeon-woo told them to. It was a garden that the two frequently walked together. Next to Yeon-woo, there was a table. Uncle. Cha ran and jumped into Yeon-woo's arms. Jumping into her uncle's arms was the most fun thing to do, second only to flying in the sky. It was so nice because it was sturdy and warm. Did you have fun? Yeon-woo always spoke coldly, but to his niece, at least, he was different. He spoke warmly and softly. Yeah. Chirpy played with me. Yeon-woo stroked her head. Cha was adorable, like a puppy, grinning with her head lifted. Was there any child in the world that was as cute as her? There definitely wasn't. She was his niece, but she was just too adorable. He was already worried about what to do if she brought home a boy. No. These days, children are fast. It suddenly occurred to him that he needed to take care of the boys in the One-Horn tribe first. Uncle, I'm hungry. Looking at her eyes that urged him to give her a snack, Yeon-woo grinned. Today, I made something else. Something else? What? Do you remember the ice cream you ate last time? Yeah. That was so good. Cha shouted with her arms spread out. It was cold, but so sweet and tasty that she remembered her eyes getting bigger at the time. And there was more than one flavor too. Chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry, among others. Thanks to that, she had eaten that for 2 weeks straight as a snack. It's a cake that I made with that. See, cake? With ice cream. Cha widened her eyes like she discovered a rare holy artifact. There was something like that in this world? The formula ice cream plus cake equals something very very delicious, filled her head. Her tail wagged happily. Yeon-woo couldn't stop smiling because Cha was so cute. As he quietly set her down, he opened Intrinian to pull out a fork and a plate with ice cream cake on it. Sha rushed to sit on the chair and lifted the fork. As she learned from Brahm, she said thank you for the snack, and quickly stabbed the fork into the cake. Ice cream melted quickly, so she had to eat it fast. Her cheeks were filled like a hamster's. She slightly shivered, as if she had swallowed too much. Her scales stood up, but as her eyes shined, she lifted the fork again. Next to her, Yeon-woo wiped the traces of ice cream on her mouth. The scent of flowers was carried by a soft breeze. Even after he ran around busily, his heart warmed wherever he saw Shi. Master! Just then, Nike climbed on top of Yeon-woo's right shoulder and pressed Yeon-woo's head with his sharp beak. What? Can I have some of that too? Nike was drooling. He was only a 1-year-old kid. Yeon-woo pushed another ice cream cake in front of him. Edora's advice was simple. To leave a day out of his schedule for Shi. She said that was enough. Yeon-woo thought that wouldn't be enough, but he quickly realized that Edora was right. Shi didn't stop smiling for the rest of the day. It was the smile that he wanted to see. And like Edora said, what Shi needed was attention. After the sun had set, Yeon-woo was telling Shi a story on her bed, remembering what his mother had told him back when he was younger. The story was The Sun and the Moon. TN, here's a link to the story for those of you who are interested. http://asianfolktales.unescoapceiu.org/folktales/read/korea_2.htm right bracket. Ha ha ha. That's ridiculous. The tiger is so stupid. Of course he'll slide down if he rubs oil on the tree. Stupid. Sha burst out laughing at the brothers' plan and the failing tiger. Then, her eyes sparkled when she heard that the siblings became the sun and the moon after taking the rope into the sky. Then, Uncle. Suddenly, Sha asked Yeon-woo a question. Is Dad also a star like the sun and the moon? For a moment, Yeon-woo couldn't speak. His eyes widened. Sha faintly smiled. Mom said so. Dad became a star and is watching over Sha all the time. So I shouldn't do anything bad, and if I wish on the star, my wish will be delivered to Dad too. In the story, the younger sister became the sun, and the older brother became the moon. Yeon-woo thought the story might be theirs. His brightly shining younger brother, the sun, and himself, who quietly followed behind him like the moon. The sun shone its rays too much and became a star. The moon that was quietly following after the sun was becoming a half moon from a crescent moon. And some time after, it would become a full moon. Of course. Dad's always looking out for you. Hee hee. Right. Yeon-woo smiled faintly and stroked Sha until she fell asleep. Then. Click. He got out the pocket watch from his pocket and rubbed it. He could feel its rough edges on his hand. It was a silent and cozy night. Chapter 220 Kalat Auction House, 3. The second day. Yeon-woo went to visit the Martial King because he had something to request from him for his plans. The Martial King, who had been busy chasing after the Bow God, looked unusually stiff. Their tracking had ended in failure again. Since the damage their tribe received was pretty large now, they had to use all the cards they had. But he lifted a corner of his mouth, like he was fine. Our little disciple Nim changes day by day. I heard you made something fun. Even though the group had agreed to keep things related to the Philosopher's Stone under wraps, the Martial King knew the truth. The Martial King was able to feel that Yeon-woo was definitely different, and he nodded in amusement. Yeon-woo had grown a lot compared to last time. Thanks to you, I was able to create it comfortably. PSH. The Martial King scoffed and waved his hand. You say insincere things so easily. You're becoming more shameless as time goes on, It's all thanks to my teacher. And you're good at flapping your gums. But it's nice to see that you seem alive now. The Martial King continued with a smirk. When I first saw you, you were just fierce, like a wolf starved for 5 months. But you finally seem like a person now. For a moment, Yeon-woo was speechless. He felt like he knew why the Martial King was saying that. When they first met, Yeon-woo was filled with thoughts about revenge. But now, it was different. He was stronger, but he wasn't only sharp around the edges. It was probably because a lot of things had filled his empty heart. Shay, Brahm, Galliard, Fanti and Edora. And the Martial King. Now, he had a lot of people around him, and he experienced mental growth by becoming close to them. Full W current Nafloes on novelb.com. Maybe it was because he was more relaxed now. If he hadn't met them, he might have been putting his all into climbing the tower. Well, growing is good, whether it's external or internal. If you focus too much on one thing, you'll eventually fall. You've been so focused on external growth, so I was worried, but it's a relief. The Martial King nodded with a smile. His eyes showed that he was proud of Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo also felt pride arising from somewhere in his heart. It was the first time the Martial King complimented him like this. But be careful, and even more careful. There are too many things that you possess right now. Even if you are currently doing well, it's only human to be shaken up someday. A person's mind is surprisingly weak. Be wary of things outside the body. Tien, a 4-character idiom to be careful of things that aren't inside your body. You'll be fine as long as you don't forget this. Things outside your body. It meant not to be hung up and changed by things that weren't yourself. The most important thing was you, or in other words, your mind. I'll be careful. All right. Good. The Martial King's smile turned deeper. Yeon-woo was doing much better than he thought as his third disciple, although their meeting had been coincidental. Actually, the Martial King didn't have plans to take in any more disciples. His first disciple walked a road of destruction after being too greedy, and his second disciple turned away from the world because it was too hard to understand the Martial King's teaching. The Martial King had only been successful his entire life, becoming the king of the tribe from when he was born and living a life full of accomplishments. So the Martial King was hesitant to take in more disciples after both of them failed. But the third disciple that he found by chance was doing well on his own. The Martial King hoped that this child, at the very least, would safely walk his path. At first, he accepted Yeon-woo in hopes of him fulfilling the wishes of the tribe, but now he was truly cheering him on. Then, that's it for the nagging today. The Martial King quickly changed the subject in case Yeon-woo caught on to what he was thinking. He would be embarrassed if Yeon-woo read his mind. And obviously, Fanti would endlessly tease him. Why did you come here? It seems like you have something to ask. It's not like your student only comes when he wants something from his teacher. Really? So you're saying you don't need my help, right? But it would be impolite of the student to reject his teacher's help. That mouth of yours. So what is it? The Martial King asked with a smirk. Yeon-woo nodded his head. I'd like to have a skin mask. A skin mask? The Martial King widened his eyes, wondering what Yeon-woo was up to now. The skin mask was something that wasn't that well known in the tribe. It was something that almost no one from outside the tribe knew about. But the Martial King spoke like it was nothing. Talk to the head elder and take some. And from now on, you don't have to come to me for things like this. It was Yeon-woo's turn to be surprised. Wasn't the skin mask something rare and precious? So? Do I seem small-minded enough not to lend my disciple even a single one? You aren't. Hey, watch your mouth. I'll take back what I said. Never mind. Thank you. Yeon-woo quickly bowed and left in case the Martial King changed his mind. The Martial King grinned as he watched Yeon-woo leave. He's even joking with me now, hey? He grew a lot. He grew. The first thing that Yeon-woo was going to attempt was leaking a fake formula for the Philosopher's Stone so the tower would be thrown into a state of chaos. Yeon-woo and Brahm were successful in making a fake emerald tablet after 4 days. Although it was fake, because it had to trick countless players, it wasn't that different from the original. No, it was actually more informative than the emerald tablet that Yeon-woo first received. He had given specific details about several points, and even mixed in the real formula into some places of it as well. It was at a level that if it was really experimented with, it seemed achievable. However, that was it. It was only at the level of potentially seeing the results. It was a level that was too lacking to be called the Philosopher's Stone. It was created so that nobody would be able to find out the information that wasn't included. And Yeon-woo split this into 4 parts. You're going to release this in order, right? Brahm observed the split emerald tablet and burst out laughing, which was unlike him. Then, his smile turned cold. Everyone will go crazy. The Red Dragon would be especially more rushed. But Brahm knew that the other large clans and high rankers wouldn't be too different either. The desire for an organ with unlimited magical power was intense for the Summer Queen and for all players. Brahm wanted to see Walpurgis knocked in ashes as soon as possible. His eyes shone violently. Then, let's begin. Yeon-woo took off his mask and put on his skin mask. A very thin layer covered his skin. The plant that was made to stick without falling off from the user's face made him uncomfortable. Is this good? This part is out. Yeon-woo looked back at Fanti. Fanti fixed the parts that were awkward on his face and brought a mirror over. How is it? You can't tell, hey. Yeon-woo nodded, seeing himself reflected in the mirror. Inside of it, there was an extremely ordinary-looking person. Looking here and there, he carefully examined it. It was more interesting the more he looked at it. He had really become someone different. While he was at it, Yeon-woo carefully brought his magic into the deepest parts of him as much as he could, and changed his overall aura into something else. With the Philosopher's Stone, his control of magic power was unmatched. After he suppressed his magic power, he really seemed like someone else. An ordinary and weak-looking person. It was a common face, so no one would remember it either. Then I'll be back. See you later on the 21st floor. Be careful. Yeon-woo put his duffel bag on his back and left the village. While Yeon-woo searched for the Kalat auction house, Fanti and Edora were going to do what he asked them to, along with Brahm and Galliard, on the 21st floor. It was to gather the pieces of Agar's demonic energy that was spread all over the stage and throw it into Deroy Lake to create a lower-level demon. It was going to be used to cure Shi. He. So is the strategy to dominate the world of the villains coming next? Shannon giggled, amused. Villains? Am I wrong? Villains, you say? Well, you're not wrong. Yeon-woo grinned. In fact, Shannon was correct, since he was planning on pushing the tower over the edge of confusion. He wasn't aiming just for Walpurgis Nacht. He was after the tower itself. Yeon-woo wet his lips with his red tongue. His eyes flashed coldly, like the eyes of a predator that had seen its prey. Unlike indoor markets, the Kalat auction house was a market that was open to all players. However, despite having the name auction house, it was a large-scale operation that dealt with over tens of thousands of items every day. The reason was simple. It was because this was an official location that was approved by the Bureau. Guardians were always here in case things happened, and all the items were examined closely, so no one had to worry about being scammed. And if requested, the identity of the person who provided the artifact would be kept a secret. It was an easy place to take care of items found coincidentally. When the large clans needed a large stock of some items or were looking for things secretly, this was the place to do it. As if to prove that fact, the Kalat auction house was bustling with tons of people, like usual. Thanks to that, Yeon-woo wasn't looked at twice, and he was able to naturally blend in with the crowd. All he had were loose clothes and a duffel bag on his back. His stiff face was one of a newbie seller. Wow! This place is always boisterous when I'm here. Why are there so many people? It's not even a special day. Shannon laughed loudly, happy to be around a lot of people after a long while. Han Ryeyong didn't say much, but he seemed to be traveling down memory lane. There weren't many who didn't visit the Kalat auction house. Yeon-woo was a rare case, not having come here once. The auction house was made up of many buildings. On a large plot of land, it was divided into 9 sections, and within those sections, there were also divisions. There was the center building where the actual auctions took place, stalls in the streets, and even places where you could deal with other players. Of those, the place Yeon-woo was heading for was the dealing section. Most people who wanted to sell something came here. There were 2 ways to deal: consigning it or selling it. The former method was to pay a fee and put it up for auction, receiving as much as it was sold for, and the latter was just selling it at the price the auction house set. Most people who were confident in their item chose the former, and people who needed quick cash chose the latter. Yeon-woo passed the labor market where players were standing with all kinds of weapons. The floors that they could reach were in front of the players so that they could be used as mercenaries anytime. One of the items that Kalat auction house dealt were mercenaries. It should be somewhere here. Remembering the map of the section that was in the diary, Yeon-woo looked around. There wasn't just one dealing area. If so, there wouldn't be competition between the merchants. The bureau only managed the Kalat auction house, and the actual deals were done by professional merchants. The mysterious merchants, one of whom Yeon-woo had met in the tutorial, were another group of beings in the tower that weren't players or guardians. They came and went from various worlds and dimensions, bringing with them all kinds of items. Of them, there was someone specific Yeon-woo was looking for. No, to be exact, it was a group. Like how players were connected by clans, the mysterious merchants were made up of unions. Specifically, the group that Yeon-woo was looking for was the West Wind. It was where his brother had frequently made deals. Their dealing method was efficient, and they were one of the top 5 largest unions. If I sell something here, it'll be sold easily. And the rumors will spread fast. With those thoughts, he opened the door to a building called West Wind Union Dealing Area. Thank you for choosing us. We love you. Fool, I mean customer, I hope you choose to use merchant a next time too. He heard a voice as soon as he entered. A merchant with a robe who seemed to have just finished a deal was smiling brightly at him. But for some reason, the voice was familiar. Yeon-woo's eyes widened after realizing who it was. That guy is... Chapter 221 Kalat Auction House, 4. Merchant A. It was the mysterious merchant who Yeon-woo had frequently made deals with in the tutorial. He hadn't even told Yeon-woo his name, only introducing himself as A. Yeon-woo couldn't have imagined that he would meet him here. Even though Yeon-woo couldn't see his face because of his robe, he could tell right away from the merchant's ridiculous speech and mannerisms. Of course, since he was hiding his identity right now, he couldn't act like he knew him. However, Yeon-woo was thinking that it worked out nicely. He already knew the merchant's personality, so he could deal with him easily. The merchant was probably happy thinking that a pushover had come. Trying not to reveal how he felt, Yeon-woo nervously adjusted his duffel and headed towards the guy. The merchant Atron was someone that was pretty high up in the West Wind Union. Other than the head boss, the boss position was definitely the next highest. And after he had gotten several magic stone mines at that time and sold them at high prices to different clans, he received a generous amount of profit. However, because of his rude speech patterns and his ill-tempered personality, he frequently clashed with his higher UPS. That was why he had pretty much been kicked out into this lower-level dealing area of the Kalat auction house because he had smacked the head of the rude head boss. And obviously, there wasn't much to do in this lower-level dealing area. Even if there was business, it was just selling and snatching up the items that players brought in at a cheap price. For someone who had once controlled the magic stones market, this kind of money seemed like mere pennies. Thank you for choosing us. We love you. Fool, I mean, customer, I hope you choose to use merchant a next time too. But work was still work, so he was getting ready to butter up the next customer. Ugh! Another pushover is here. The door opened, and another player entered. The player with a naive face was holding a single duffel bag, looking around. The merchant didn't feel any particular aura from him. Just with a single glance, he could tell that the player was the perfect pushover, no, prey. He looked like a newbie merchant who wanted to sell what he had collected so far. Those kinds of guys were the easiest to rip off. Even if they were dealing within the auction house, the merchants could rip off the players if they were able to. And if it was a novice who was just starting out? Even better. But letting your thoughts be read was something that only stupid people did. It wasn't something that a veteran like him would do. What are you here for, sir? When Atron spoke to him, the player even flinched. Atron didn't know how the guy had mustered the courage to become a player. It suddenly occurred to him that the newbie seller might be putting on an act, but he quickly shook those thoughts away, since there was no need for acting in a lower-level dealing area like this. I want to sell something. I see, so you're here to sell? Is this your first time with us? Yes. That's right. Ooh. Then you've found the right place. Our Westwind Union is the most conscientious and honest out of all the merchant unions. Is that so? Then, the player beamed like it was a relief. It was a dowdy smile. We have to examine the object, so would you mind putting it up here? The player awkwardly set his duffel bag down. Atron was only thinking of how to rip him off and send him away. But the moment he saw the item inside the duffel bag, Atron was quite surprised. Where did someone like that get something like this? The items he brought were weapons like swords or spears. They were all sturdy and sharp. They definitely weren't something that a newbie merchant like him should have. Aren't these pretty nice? Haha. Like the player knew that his inventory was nice, he smiled. So he's a crow. Atron instantly knew what kind of person this player was. They were called crows. It was slang for players that went around old battlefields and farmed items from corpses. The world of the tower was vast, and there were always battles even where players couldn't see. It seemed like he had gathered a decent amount. There were traces of wear and tear, but they didn't affect how usable the items were, so they could probably be sold at a high price. Of course, Atron couldn't let his thoughts show, and so he set a low price range. Yes. They're all good quality. Good. Very. And a few of them are high-class artifacts that have magic. Then, will the price be? However, it's a bit of a shame. What are you talking about? Look here. As you can see, the rune letters on the blade are destroyed beyond the point of recognition, and it's very worn. For items like these, the price will drop to of its original amount. And for something like this, because of the management of the bureau, he couldn't painfully rip him off, but he could rip him off a little. Even within the West Wind, Atron's speaking skills were renowned. As he continued to speak, the bumpkin's face paled. Of course it would, since he had come here with high hopes, only to have them crushed. Atron decided to stop there. He knew that if he dropped the price too much, the deal might completely collapse. If the player took his swords to another dealing area, all his efforts would go to waste. But even if the care is a bit regretful, a pearl won't lose its value just because it was under sand for a long time. If they're repaired just a bit, you can sell it at a fine price. Really? Color returned to his depressed face. Atron realized that the player had completely fallen for the bait and pretended to punch some numbers into a calculator, pushing it towards him. So normally, it's this price, but you brought a lot of items, and to continue a good relationship with our customers, I'll raise it to this. How's that? Why, yes. Deal. It wasn't as much as he had expected, but seeing the price increase from what was said at the beginning, the player gripped Atron's hand. Just then, after he looked around, he carefully pulled something from his chest pocket. Atron wondered what kind of item the guy would be taking such special care of, and it was something that he never would have expected. It wasn't an artifact or armor. It was a tablet. Most of the letters were hard to recognize, seemingly from the oldness of the object. But the moment Atron activated his decoding skill, Atron forced a gasp back down. This is... Merchants had to know a little of everything since they came in contact with all kinds of items. Atron knew especially a bit more about alchemy. But the information on the tablet wasn't ordinary. There was complex alchemy inscribed on it. And they were all foreign to him, as if proving how old it was. The tower was a place where people from all kinds of worlds came. There were a few players who entered the tower after stealing treasures from their home worlds. However, most of the players didn't know how to understand the treasures, so they were thrown away in the end. These treasures were tossed around by people who didn't know their value, and it was eventually given to someone who saw it for what it was worth. This item was exactly like that. It was regretful the ending was a bit cut off, but this was enough. The broken letters would be able to be found after some research. I have to have this. Most merchants said, Eureka, when they found items like this. Atron wanted to shout out Eureka, right then and there. It suddenly occurred to him that with this, he could return to his former position. His eyes shined under the robe. Things went smoothly since he seemed to know its value. Yeon-woo lightly laughed as he left the dealing area. He had planned to make the rumors leak out after it was exchanged by several people, or create some rumors himself. But it seemed like there wasn't any need to do that. To trick the mysterious merchant, he acted as a crow, and he perfectly tricked him. Since he had given the fake emerald tablet along with the weapons, he didn't have to worry about being caught. The seed was planted. Now all he had to do was wait for it to grow. Atron didn't move right away after getting the tablet in his possession. Rather, his head was filled with thoughts of how he should take care of this. I can't just put it up for sale. I have to wrap it up nicely, and make rumors leak out. In the auction house, it was most important to control public opinion. It was because consumers felt more satisfied and content when they thought they had something that no one else had in their hands, and the price would rise astronomically. To do that, he had to spread rumors so people would be filled with curiosity and expectation. As he was thinking, he came up with a method and rang the bell on the table calling for his subordinate. New novel chapters are published on. Ring, ring. Did you call for me? Do you know a good scribe? Wouldn't there be some of them in the labor market? Then bring 10 of them after asking around. As soon as possible. Atron made the scribes copy just 20% of the information on the tablet. He was making a sample. He wrapped it up with smooth silk, and sent the sample to his VIP list, along with a few words. May luck be with whoever receives this letter. I hope what's in here can be that luck for you. Most people who received the letter wouldn't be interested. Inside the fancy envelope, there would just be a few strange letters, and warrior-type players who didn't see its worth would just toss it into the trash can. However, apostles or magic-type players would realize its worth at once. The Emerald Tablet. The truth of alchemy, which was just considered a legend, was partly written on there. Although it was only a small part, people who saw it exclaimed in astonishment. The research that they had been stuck on was solved right away, and the truth that they were missing was recreated. Thanks to this, different groups within the Magic Tower, like the clans of alchemists, Walpurgisnacht, and a few other religions and sects started to contact the Kalat auction house, asking what in the world this was. They asked for where this was from, and if the rest of it was being released by the Kalat auction house. Each day, hundreds of people visited the West Wind, and thousands of letters arrived in front of Atron. The response was larger than Atron expected, and Atron's name was quickly spread amongst the rankers. Even priests and monks who said they had realized the god's messages and stayed away from worldly life visited him. Thanks to that, the 8 large clans began to take an interest. Because of this, the West Wind had to escort Atron back after kicking him out. At first, they had tried to take it by force, but Atron had hidden it as soon as he made the sample, so there wasn't anything else they could do. They even gave him the position of a head boss and ordered him to carefully finish this big event of their union. Atron didn't let it go with just gaining this position, though. He made another sample with 5% added on and sent it to even more people. People who realized the information was real began to make a fuss. In the end, even the Bureau had to observe what was going on with Atron and the tablet. The greater the response, the more deals with other items could come, so they were going to raise the scale. They gave the main auction house for him to use, which was the largest, at the peak time when there were the most customers. Also, since they had advertised it in the name of the Kalat auction house, countless players, from rankers, clans, business owners, to even spectators arrived on the day of the auction. Chapter 222 Kalat Auction House, 5. Trismegistus's tablet has been sold to Mr. Croy. Trismegistus. He was known as the pioneer of alchemy in the history of the tower. Atron attached his name to the tablet, and people participated in the auction like it was really something that Trismegistus left behind. Countless alchemists, magicians, witches, and others were competitively raising the prices of the tablet. However, the owner of the tablet ended up being the person known to have the most gold in the tower, the magnate Croy. Croy liked the eyes that were on him as he stood up and walked to the podium. This was the joy of spending money. Receiving the envious gazes of all those people. He always felt exhilarated when he received those looks. Right now, everyone was beneath his feet. Even those that he couldn't defeat with power were powerless in the face of his wealth. The mercenaries that Croy hired from the labor market stopped people from approaching, and he returned to his estate after taking the tablet. Then, he casually tossed it to a research center under the clan he was in. His joy came from buying goods, he wasn't interested in what came after. So it was better to leave it to them instead of letting it rot in his safe. If it was truly worth something, he could just resell it at a higher price. If the rumors about it were fake, he was just planning to keep it locked up in his safe as a spoil of war. And thankfully, the research center proved that the spoil of war was actually a precious treasure. They put out a new mana potion that shined purple. It was confirmed that this mana potion was more effective than anything else on the market, and when its form was changed, it was possible to use it as a single-use magic tool. As the research center continued to pour out other items, those who had been desperately after the tablet and those who were doubtful of the tablet were able to come to a realization. The worth that they had decided upon wasn't even a hair of its true worth. And this news was confirmed beyond the auction house to the entire tower. Yee! This feels pretty nice. Atron spun on his chair, alone in his office, laughing. This was his own personal office he received after being promoted from head boss to director. He had everything from the sparkling marble floor, and the expensive pottery, drawings, and decorations. This auction was the biggest event in 10 years, and after leading it successfully, he had become the face of the West Wind Union. Also, as rumors of the Trismegistus's tablet were growing all throughout the tower, so was Atron's honor. There were even people asking if they could get a manuscript version of the tablet, or other samples if he had any. And of course, Atron had made several manuscripts beforehand. Once the news spread more far and wide, he was going to release them one by one then. He would definitely be able to earn more money if he did that. However, he didn't make many. A treasure shined the more rare it was. He wouldn't do anything foolish to drop its worth. But it's a shame. I could have received 10 times, even 20 times more what it was sold for if I knew what it was worth. He didn't know that Trismegistus's tablet would put the tower in pandemonium to this extent. And he also had a thought. There was definitely more after it from what I saw on the tablet. Is there any way to get that? If he could find additional information, he was confident he could shake the tower up. Should I hire more people to look for that crow? Atran's frowned thinking of the crow that vanished without a trace after that day. If only he could find out where that crow got the tablet from, he would have been able to trace where the full one was. He was a mysterious merchant, able to move to and from different dimensions, unlike the guardians or players. Even if the tablet was from hell, he could go there. Just when he was licking his lips with regret. Knock, knock, knock. With the sudden sound of knocking, his secretary entered. What's wrong? Someone is frantically looking for you, sir. We tried to chase them out but they were so stubborn. It's probably just someone asking for the manuscript. Have a mercenary chase them out. Didn't I give orders not to bother me because I have something to think about? But, they said they were the original owner of the piece of the tablet. What? Atran shot up. Where is he? Atran followed his secretary to the first floor where the commotion was. And there he was. The bumpkin crow was shouting at the top of his voice. Tell that merchant or whatever he's called to come out. I heard he's now in charge. Tell him to come out. That tablet was mine. Do you think I'll stay still after he scammed me like that? Hey! Atran slightly frowned. Now that he thought about it, he had convinced the guy to sell the piece at the price the tower suggested. At the time, the tablet wasn't acknowledged by the system of the tower. Atran had used the loophole that since it wasn't an artifact, the system didn't easily approve it. Atran signaled his secretary to calm the crow down and bring him to his room, leaving to wait for him upstairs. Soon, the door opened and the crow entered. He glared at Atran menacingly. His eyes were filled with annoyance, frustration, and indignation. However, Atran didn't miss the greed and fear in his gaze. This was a large union where a colossal amount of money was exchanged. The guy was scared that he might blink off the face of this world if he continued to make a fuss. However, greed was blinding his fear. What are you going to do? He shouted like he was threatening him, but he only looked pitiful to Atran. I'm always reminded of that guy during times like this. Was it Cain? He was pretty amazing. He even dared to beat me up with words. Atran reminisced about the hoarder in his memory. Now, he was the greatest rookie who was causing uproar in the lower floors. Atran had met countless customers, but the only person to match him was that guy. Pushing away the memory of the hoarder, he looked at the crow with a slight grimace. As he did, the guy stepped back. Push over, I mean, sir. There wasn't anything wrong with our exchange. You exchanged the piece at the suggested price, and the system of the tower acknowledged that. The system was functioning just fine, so what is this mess that you're making? Why, you. The crow clenched his teeth and trembled. He really was a newbie. Atran scoffed inwardly and threw a new bait. However, he turned his frown into a fancy smile, turning his lips upside down. The atmosphere changed instantly. It's true that we profited ridiculously off of this, so we'll return 40% of it to you. The crow's eyes widened. His eyes shook. Atran felt like he could hear the guy's brain moving all the way to where he was. The price at which it was sold was already spread all over the tower. The guy was calculating how much 40% of it was. And the moment he was done, he gasped. Like he was going to pass out any second. Atran harpooned the flapping fish that just escaped water. But instead you have the other pieces of the tablet, right? Won't you leave that to us? The guy flinched like Atran was spot on. Atran could already see the sweat beading on the guy's forehead. What are you? If a smart customer like you came back, wouldn't you have brought a weapon with you? The guy just hesitated, not able to answer. But the guy was baited by what Atran said, and his nostrils were flaring. This time, we'll return 50% to you. Actually, we want to give you more, but some will be taken off so we won't end up with much. How's that? 50%. The crow's dumb head couldn't seem to calculate the astronomical amount, and his face was flushed. His eyes were shaking from the sudden wealth he would get. Here they are. And he put out 2 different pieces of the tablet. The corners of Atran's mouth unwittingly rose up. Stupid bastard. He was overtly happy just with 50%. It was clear he still didn't know the exact value of the tablet. Even if he wanted 90%, they would have to accept the conditions. Considering the value of the tablet, and the additional cash flow that was generated from the event, they would have to just take what they could get. Since the contract was finished, they could trick with things like the service fee. All else aside, when this auction was over, Atran couldn't even start to imagine how renowned he would become. His twisted smile grew even deeper as he thought about his future. Because of that, Atran wasn't able to see the satisfied face the crow was making at him. Another letter was delivered from Atran at the Union. But this time, only a few select VVIPs were sent the letter, and it was emphasized that this was a secret auction. Of course, the tower was flipped upside down again. It was surprising that there were new pieces of the tablet, but since only a few people were secretly participating, of course the players would be furious. But the West Wind Union didn't break their rule, and the people who weren't invited were urgently looking for invitations. The rankers and large guilds that hadn't participated in the first auction announced that they would be doing so this time. Thanks to that, even though the second auction hadn't begun yet, prices of the invitations reached to the sky, and the name and honor of Atran engraved in the heads of the VVIP players. In the second auction, it wasn't sold to the magnate Croy, but to the Magic Tower, who ran at it like they were going to bankrupt everyone in the tower. If you can't escape from that soul, you won't know. Forever. You'll probably fight from the loneliness until the end, and close your eyes. The fire burned. Even if the path of the hot ashy fire, that guy was looking at her with a faint smile. Yes. She hated that smile so much. Really, to an extreme extent. Poor and pitiful Ismenios. The last dragon. And the burning fire swallowed him up along with his smile. The Summer Queen shot her eyes open with a gasp. She looked around and frowned when she realized when she was in her lair. Her hair was damp. Sweat dripped down her forehead. A guy like that again, in my dream. The Summer Queen ground her teeth. When did this start? It was probably after that guy died that she wasn't able to sleep properly. Draconic species maintained their magic power and power through a balance of sleeping and being active. It was because they had to rest in order to take care of the enormous amount of energy they had. However, as her sleeping patterns were messed up, everything was messed up. Her dragon heart, which had already been in a critical condition, ended up being destroyed because her magic power wasn't recharged, and power continued to flow out of her like water. Her fiery red hair turned blue. Now, there were even slivers of silver. She wasn't even able to dream about polymorph, turning into her original form, and it was all because of that guy. A nightmare. It was nothing more than a curse. No, it was even worse and more cruel than a curse. If it was a curse, she could restore herself, but she couldn't even do that. It was always stuck on her like a parasite, and it ate at her mind. As soon as she closed her eyes, she could see him. And he was always smiling, so it was even scarier. She would have been fine if he had tried whatever he could to get out. But he didn't even do that, so she couldn't get rid of him. He was always in a corner of her head, smiling, and continued to make her suffer. The sense of loss. The despair of being born as a dragon and having to bring someone down with the help of someone else became the chains that bound her. These chains were pushing her into the corner of death. And because her power and magic was disappearing by the second, she became even more anxious. Heaven wing, heaven wing. Cursing the guy that she couldn't even meet anymore, she tried to enter her state of Hokama with red, bloodshot eyes, thinking of ways to restore her dragon heart. She didn't see how, but she needed to do something. After the Bao God started being chased by the One-Horned tribe, she gave up on him. The Summer Queen suddenly received a telepathic message, so she had to stop her connection. What's wrong? Was it because it had been a long time since she spoke? Her normally seductive voice was dull. It was mixed with her howling, so Troy, who was on the other side of the telepathy, prostrated himself on the floor. He realized that the one he served wasn't in a good mood. Outside the Red Dragon, he was known as Hawkeye, and renowned for being in the 81 Eyes, but within their group, he was nothing more than a servant to the Summer Queen. Apologies to the Summer Queen. Please excuse me, it was because I have something urgent to report. What is it? First of all, please look at this. Through Troy's consciousness, the Summer Queen was able to see his vision. In Troy's hand, there was a small stone about the size of a fingernail. It was shining a brilliant purple. The Summer Queen read its magic power with Troy's signature skill. The Summer Queen's eyes suddenly widened. That's... I found the Philosopher's Stone. The Summer Queen clenched her fist. The Philosopher's Stone. The thing she wanted for so long but couldn't get. The thing that she thought had disappeared forever was right in front of her. It's so incomplete that it doesn't even deserve to be called the Philosopher's Stone. But the way it's activated and what it's made up of are exactly what we saw from Jeong-woo. No, actually, this is even further along. The Summer Queen asked in a suppressed voice. Where did you find it? The Magic Tower sent it. The Magic Tower. Troy explained what happened. Recently, things had been loud as a strange piece of a tablet came out in the Kalat auction house. And the Magic Tower had sent this to the Red Dragon. The elders of the Magic Tower seem to have sent this remembering what you secretly requested in the past. The Summer Queen was silent for a moment. And last night, there was an announcement that the third piece would be secretly auctioned. The third piece. The Summer Queen broke her silence at that. Get it by any means necessary. Do whatever you have to do. Yes, ma'am. No. Troy swallowed. Through his connection with her, he could feel the Summer Queen's dark fury. He trembled in fear. By any means necessary. Its meaning was simple. If it couldn't be taken care of with money, she was saying that they should take it by force. The auction house that the Guardians themselves managed. The meaning behind it was heavy. That was how desperately she wanted it. The Summer Queen growled with her lips shut. Bring the rest of the pieces as well. Everything. In front of me. Right now. Chapter 223 Kalat Auction House, 6. The day of the third auction for the tablet piece arrived, and it was at the center of everyone's attention. Although it was a secret auction done at the top auction house of the 9 sections, the building was bustling with people. The West Wind Union only sent invitations to VVIPs, but they had received so many complaints after the second auction that they ended up giving out more invitations this time. It was because they had to stay on the good side of the large clans. And of course, the large clans wouldn't send just 1 or 2 people. Even though they only sent 5 representatives each, the seats were filled with the representatives' guards. And on top of that, the place was bustling with groups from the Magic Tower and high rankers, so it wasn't really a secret auction anymore. Because these players didn't like noisy and loud things, they were blatantly frowning. However, no one here was able to say anything to the union. Most of them weren't actually invited, but they wanted to see the others who were competing to get the last piece of the tablet. Even the Elohim is weird. 4 members from the Senate and 1 from the Council? They've all gone crazy. I see the head of the family of life. I heard he doesn't leave the house often. I can't believe he's here right now. The head of the family of the protogenoi species, Ione, was only known by his name, and he was famous for not going outside. But he was here at the auction. Ione's eyes flashed coldly from his first-class seat. He was dissatisfied with all the good-for-nothings here. He wanted to auction to start now. And those sitting on his left and right were those who ruled over the Elohim, the Senate, and Council. One could easily tell that this auction would not go smoothly by just looking in that direction. But it wasn't just the Elohim who were contributing to that atmosphere. Marquis Najling and Marquis Scrap from the Bloodland came. The person back there looks like Duke Ardbad. Of the 4 monstrous power war spirit guardians who protected the Gluttony Emperor, he was the man who symbolized power. He was renowned for his sword skills, which were rumored to be able to cut through oceans, and everyone knew that the Gluttony Emperor rarely let him leave unless it was for something important. Seeing him here showed how interested the Gluttony Emperor was with this auction. And it seems the 4th and 5th bishops from the Devil Army came, too. The Sea of Time? They're here, too? Crazy. Everyone's crazy about this auction. On the right, there were 2 people who were sitting isolated from everyone else. Their black hooded robes made it hard to discern their identities, but the demonic energy that was exuded from them made it obvious they were from the Devil Army. But there were some who attracted more attention than them. The 5 people who were sitting near the Devil Army didn't care about their surroundings. They occasionally yawned and pulled out books to read as if they were bored. No one was able to approach them, like they were sectioned off. The Sea of Time. It was the most mysterious clan out of the 8 large clans. From the beginning of the tower, there had been an old wives' tale. They are everywhere and nowhere. It was an aphorism to describe the Sea of Time. They were famous for not revealing themselves. Nothing was known about how many members they had or where their headquarters were. They should have been treated as nothing more than a secretive clan, but every time they showed themselves, their contribution was shocking. The most astonishing incident was when they sent Alforoni back to the 77th floor when he was active. The Red Dragon, who was thought to be the only group who could stop Alforoni, was greatly shocked. From then, people began to say that the only clan able to stand against the Red Dragon was the Sea of Time. But of course, there wasn't anyone stupid enough to say it out loud. Nonetheless, because of such incidents, the Sea of Time was one of the most powerful of the 8 large clans and an unignorable force. Other than them, there were clans that were not in the 8 large clans but had the potential to be because of the new spot created by the collapse of the Cheongwado. Iron Lion Clan, Stray Children, Magic Tower, etc. Because all the current leaders of the modern age were here, the auction house was filled to the brim with a nervous aura. However, even in such an atmosphere, there was an arrival that pulled everyone's attention. Creak. A group of players marched in through the slightly opened door in an organized but dry manner. They're finally here. The Red Dragon. It was the arrival of the Red Dragon. Even though the Sea of Time was thought to be their equivalent, the Red Dragon always ruled supreme in the past and in the present. It was further proved by the fact that they defeated the Cheong-wado, a group that was thought to be equal to them, and still functioned normally. The people walking down the carpet all had sanguineous auras. The delusional ghost, Garavito. The Chancellor of Blood and Iron, Bismarck. The Old Sword, Hanan. The Lionheart, Richard. The Venomous Butterfly, Dang He. The Murderer Twins, Jack and Ripper. The Hawkeye, Troy. They were part of the famous 81 Eyes. They were also known to cruelly crush anyone who dared to stand against the Red Dragon. But when they passed and the last person entered, people were shocked even more. A handsome man with a sculpture-like face and cold eyes entered. These were the 9 children that the Summer Queen transfused her dragon blood to, the 9 dragon sons. Of them, the one who just walked in was the youngest, Tom, the beginning. As the leaders of the 81 Eyes, the 9 Lives Dragon Sons were probably the ones who ruled over Red Dragon. Since someone like that had brought 8 of the Eyes, obviously everyone would be tense. But Tom laughed sardonically, not caring about the looks he received, and he sat down in the seat reserved for him and crossed his legs. And just when the tension was thick enough to be tangible. I'd like to thank everyone who came to this lowly place. Atran stood on the podium, scanning the VVIPs, and politely greeted them. Since everyone is busy, we'll begin the auction right away. Here is the third piece of Trismegistus's tablet. Atron powerfully pulled back the curtains. As he did, the tablet that was kept in a glass box was revealed. Silence descended upon them. But there was a heat swirling around in the room. The eyes of everyone looking at the piece were the same. Greed. It wasn't just the Red Dragon who knew that the piece and the Philosopher's Stone were related. Even if they didn't connect it with the Philosopher's Stone, most of the large clans and high rankers realized that it could create an extraordinary organ for magical power, and there were fights happening all over the tower to get the item. The tablet was at the center of attention of the tower, creating enough of a stir to cause wars. In their heads, there was only one thought. I have to have that, no matter what. Even if they bankrupted their clan or fought wars to get it, they had to have it. Atron was extremely pleased with the atmosphere in the auction house. The greater their greed, the more his name would be known. If that happened, it wouldn't be long until he owned the West Wind Union. There was a danger that there would be a fight after the auction, but it wasn't his problem. All he had to do was sell it at a ridiculously high price. All right, then let's. Before Atron began the auction, Tom, who had been quiet all this time, spoke in an annoyed voice, raising his bidding panel. Elixir. That's crazy. Red Dragon. What are you doing? The faces of the high rankers all crumpled. A few of them shot up and shouted. But the Red Dragon didn't seem to care. They even set pointed looks at Atron, as if asking why he wasn't continuing with the auction. Atron, who had been frozen, began to tremble with shock. Elixir. The godly medicine that you couldn't buy with all the money in the world. It was something that Yeon-woo Cha Jeong-woo had been critically injured trying to get, and the price of the elixir was as high as the Philosopher's Stone. Offering this godly medicine that could treat all illnesses meant that the Red Dragon was warning others not to touch the piece. However, Tom and the Red Dragon didn't care about the elixir. Even if it was a panacea, if it couldn't help their queen, its value was nothing more than a pebble on the street. I thought we could pay with items instead of money. Did the rules change? At Tom's growling voice, Atron barely got himself together. His voice was shaking as he spoke. We have the elixir. Is there anyone else who'd like to bid? Urgency filled the faces of the players. However, of course no one had an item like the elixir. Even the high rankers who brought their life savings couldn't do anything but sit still. If there isn't anyone else who'd like to bid, we'll start counting down 10, 9. Of course there won't be anyone. There are only blind bats here who don't have the eyes to see its worth. Tom scoffed after hearing the count. Just then, Duke Ardbad from the Bloodland burst up and spoke with a face that was as red as a tomato. Red Dragon. You're the same as ever. Do you think you can take that? Duke Ardbad knew that he was making an unreasonable statement, but he didn't care. It was more important to stop Red Dragon's iron fist ruling than for his reputation to be hurt. If the tablet piece went into their hands, there was no telling how much they would grow. The other players silently agreed with Duke Ardbad. Everyone was exuding violent auras. They were all ready to raise their swords if the piece went to the Red Dragon. Cashing. Troy and the rest of the eyes all slowly pulled their swords out. Quack. A threatening tension began to build up. 6, 5. Atron continued to count in a trembling voice. He was confused as to why the Bureau wasn't interfering yet. Why weren't they here? Was it because the fighting hadn't begun yet? But the Bureau was extremely strict in its management of the Kalat auction house. Something had definitely gotten in their way. 4, 3. Suddenly, Tom laughed coldly and spoke to everyone who was glaring at him. I think everyone's mistaken about something, so to be clear, what we want isn't just that. He amusedly emphasized his next words. It's all the pieces. Just when the players were about to ask him what he meant, the faces of the representatives from all the clans crumpled. News of what was happening outside was being relayed to them live. The leader of Golden Studies from Magic Tower jumped up with a flushed face. Just what are you doing, beginning? How can you, how? Betraying us like this? It's not enough to raid the magnate's safe and the Magic Tower, but you're even after the dealing area of the auction house. Red Dragon. Have you finally gone crazy? Are you trying to go to war with the tower? Read lat.st chapters at nov.lbin.com only. People began to shout everywhere. At this moment, the Red Dragon was attacking different places in the tower. They had struck the magnate Croy's estate and killed him, and a few of the 9 Dragon Sons were massacring the Golden Studies group in the Magic Tower. On top of that, a few of them had even attacked the secretaries of the dealing area in the Kalat auction house. Atron's face paled. To attack the secretaries meant that they were trying to identify the seller of the tablet by looking in the records. Then that meant that his job as a merchant was on the line. Heek. Heek. At the continued hiccups, he forgot the counting. Tom smirked and got on the podium. No one thought of stopping him because of the unforgivable act of the Red Dragon. Shatter. Tom lightly broke the glass box and gripped the piece inside. Finally, the answer that would heal his mother and make the Red Dragon the ruler of the tower was here. It must be a madhouse right now. On the 21st floor, in the Demon's Forest, Brahm laughed his head off looking at Yeon-woo. Thinking of the auction that must have begun already at the Kalat auction house, he couldn't help but laugh. The stage that Yeon-woo set up was elaborate enough that almost no one who lived in the tower would be able to avoid it. It was extremely tight. The greedy Red Dragon would try to find the cellar to hoard the Philosopher's Stone for themselves, but they wouldn't be able to find anything. They would only discover that the seller's identity was unknown. They had already wiped all traces from the database. They're probably not gonna know, hey. Brahm curved a corner of his mouth. In fact, there was a crafty trick inside the tablet that no one would be able to figure out. That the formula for devil poison is inside it. The Summer Queen would realize that something was wrong after making the Philosopher's Stone. However, by then she would already be poisoned, and her body would be destroyed. The condition of her body, which was already ruined from the collapse of her dragon heart, would worsen. It would be a fatal injury since demons were natural enemies of dragons. Where would the anger of the Summer Queen be directed at? It was obvious. It would be targeted at where the tablet came from. And the Red Dragon would probably find out through their 1,000-year-old network of resources that the original tablet was the Emerald Tablet, and it was from the Walpurgis Nacht. The Night of the Witches would end there. This won't be needed anymore. Yeon-woo burned the remaining part of the tablet with holy fire. They had prepared it in case the tower's reactions weren't as well received they hoped, but there wasn't a need for that anymore. The dark ashes fluttered away in the breeze. Chapter 224 Kalat Auction House, 7. Then let's leave it alone and take care of our business. Yeon-woo looked at Brahm, Galliard, Fanti, and Edora. While everyone was nodding with serious faces, Yeon-woo pulled out several books from Intrinian. They were Deroy's records. It was what he got from the Kalat auction house. That was the good thing about the auction house, you could easily finish quests. You have destroyed Deroy's records, third part. The hidden piece is being revealed. The skill Demon Studies has been raised by 1 level. You have destroyed Deroy's records, 6th part. You have destroyed Deroy's records, 4th part. There were 10 parts in total for Deroy's records. Of those 10, Yeon-woo had 6 of them. The rank of the Demon Studies skill was at BB and now. Yeon-woo activated Demon Studies and released his power. The black bracelet trembled, emitting a black ray of light. The third soul 100 nocturnal ghosts. Ki-a-a-a-a. With a scream, souls poured out. Fanti and Edora flinched unintentionally upon seeing them. After taking his mask off, Yeon-woo was showing them the powers that he had hidden from them, one by one. They got shivers because with just a glance, there seemed to be thousands of souls. It was not a question of whether they were scary. Of course people would feel uncomfortable because the souls were floating around with foggy forms. Yeon-woo looked at the beings circling around him with steady eyes. Number of collected souls, 3,511. As his understanding of the dead increased, the amount of souls he could put into his collection with his power increased. Even though there were already over 3,000 of them, there was still more space left. But what was more shocking was that the souls, which were nothing more than a collection, were now able to be controlled with a flick of his finger. He realized how amazing the influence of his new power was. A power, can I make one of my own someday? Even his genius little brother hadn't made a power. His sky wings were close to that, but in the end, even he couldn't surpass that limit. With those thoughts in mind, Yeon-woo gave orders to his souls. Scatter. Thousands of souls scattered across the red sky. They scoured around, aiming for the demonic species. Each soul entered the demonic species' bodies. As the souls poured inside the beings' heads, the demonic species realized that something was amiss and tried to run away, but they weren't able to do so. And when the soul took over the nerves and brains of the demonic specimen, it stiffened, and its eyes turned black, the color of the soul's. It's done. Feeling the consciousness of the thousands of souls, Yeon-woo's eyes flashed. Demons and monsters. Yeon-woo continued practicing inputting the souls into monsters or demonic species with the power. He learned that the inputting process went a lot smoother the lower their intellect or health. Fortunately, the demonic species had a lower intellectual level than most monsters, so it was easier than he thought to control them. Move. And with the new order, the souls that controlled the bodies of the demonic species all jumped inside Deroy Lake. The demonic species began to tear each other apart under the lake. As one ate up another, another entered to swallow it, and this repeated over and over again. The lake turned into chaos. Ki-a-a-a-a-a. Horrible. Brahm shook his head. But he didn't turn away, his eyes shining with the amusement of a scholar. The man who tried creating the ceratopsian dinosaurs with demon trees was greatly interested in Yeon-woo's method. Yeon-woo used the souls to incite fights between the monsters, then collected the dead souls of the controlled monsters. Thanks to that, the number of souls in his collection continued to grow, and the predator under the lake got larger. Crrrr. The ceratopsian dinosaur lifted its head above the water. However, next to it, another ceratopsian dinosaur appeared and bit its neck. Several ceratopsian dinosaurs made their entrances. The chaos was now like hell. Flesh floated in the water. All the demon trees around the lake were crushed. Galliard, who hated demons to the bone, looked satisfied, Edora wrinkled her pure face, and Fanti clenched his fists with sparkling eyes. This is dope. Just then, Brahm shouted. It's starting. Get ready. The party all braced themselves and pointed their weapons towards the lake. The dance of ceratopsian dinosaurs and demonic species was over. When thousands of demonic species were blended into its stomach, the last ceratopsian dinosaur suddenly stuck its head into its body and began to eat itself. It was a monstrous sight. When only its head was left, the dinosaur's skull cracked open like a butterfly crawling out from its cocoon, revealing a man. It was a snow-white naked man with a pair of black wings. He looked at Yeon-woo and the others with an overjoyed face. Ah! What a refreshing breeze! You have succeeded in growing a lower-level demon artificially. Congratulations! You have found another way to control death. The range of your influence of darkness becomes wider. You have succeeded in recognizing the foundation of magic and demons. Your understanding increases dramatically. Your properties and control increase by 30. You have learned a great amount of the demon's blessing. You have learned a great amount of the demon's blessing. Your understanding of souls becomes deeper. The storage capacity of your collection is growing. Your ability to control souls has become deeper. The proficiency of the power the third spirit has increased dramatically 21.5%. You have earned the trait Dark Lord. You have earned the title Guide of Evil Spirits. You have achieved an accomplishment that isn't easily achieved. Additional karma and rewards are being given. You have gained 15,000 karma. You have gained an additional 30,000 karma. The evolution of demonic studies is being rewarded to you. A new skill is being searched for in consideration of your stats and traits. The influence of the trait Dark Lord is received. The superior skill Demonism has been created. Demonism. Numbering 19. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary: the form of demon studies has been promoted by several levels. Though it is a lower level demon that can't even be considered a real demon, you still created a demon, and so you will be given great understanding and properties of demonic spirits. With this, your black magic and other powers will surpass their current limits. Asterisk demonic energy. The demonic energy needed to activate this skill will continually be produced through the demon's blessing. Asterisk demon's curse. When the black magic learned through a skill book is expressed, its rank will increase. The increase of rank is incomparable to what the demon's blessing can do. Asterisk Devil King Poison. A more effective poison than devil poison will be created. Its quality depends on how much demon's blessing you have. Endless messages popped up. They were all about how he gained traits, titles, and skills. What he did was incredible even by the system's standards. Like when he bound Brahm to him, the reaction of the 98th floor was filled with confusion. Multiples gods and demons of the 98th floor sigh. Multiple godly societies are looking at you with strange gazes. Most godly societies are reserving their judgment of you. A few gods feel amused by you. Athena is looking at you proudly. Hermes nods his head with satisfaction. Poseidon is having a deep conversation with someone. Their judgment of you is reserved. Azrael expresses his greed for you. Multiple demonic societies are seething. A few demons are exchanging a serious conversation about you. Agars reveals his greed for you. Chaos licks his lips. A demon of Jeoljo, Tao Wu, expresses his interest in you. However, it was slightly different than with Brahm. Back then, the related godly societies were enraged, but now, they were looking at Yeon-woo with interest. There were even some who clearly showed their desire for Yeon-woo. My inventory of powers has increased. Yeon-woo saw the number of powers that were in the channel he left open. With this, even those that had been unsure about Yeon-woo had jumped on the boat. The more he stacked his achievements in the future, the greater his inventory would probably become. Then that meant the strength that Yeon-woo had would increase in parallel with his achievements. The lower level demon curved his lips up, probably oblivious to the situation. I can't express my gratitude for waking me up from a deep sleep. I'll accept you as my faithful. Shut up. Cub. He suddenly gasped and kneeled. His shoulders were trembling like there was something heavy on them. Veins popped out from his pale skin. What did you do? He was breathless from the curse of the thousands of souls in his body. The demon tried to circulate his demonic energy to get rid of the souls. But before that, Brahm activated the transmutation circle that was along the lake. CHRK. Divine iron flew out to bind the demon, and new magic circles folded the space he was in. It was a sealing circle that imitated the buildup of the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, this newborn, lower-level demon wouldn't be able to bear it. Nuuu. Yes. Boom. With Yeon-woo's cold smile, space folded, and the demon was crushed like that. Something fell down to the lake with a pop. The souls picked it up and brought it to Yeon-woo. So this is it. Brahm approached with trembling eyes. There was a pitch-black stone in Yeon-woo's hand. It was the devil core of the demon. Yeon-woo gave it to Brahm. It was now up to Brahm to take care of it. Brahm's hand shook as he accepted the devil core. With this, Sha could be cured. He was happy that what he had been waiting for was finally here. Looking at him, Yeon-woo activated his cores. On the outside, it looked simple, but binding a demon used up the magic power he had. His stamina was at a low. A demon was definitely a demon. It wasn't something that could be done twice. But thankfully, the Philosopher's Stone moved furiously, and his magic power stock quickly filled up again. Just then, he felt Fanti looking at him strangely. "Do you know that?" "What?" "There were just two things you said after seeing a demon." "Shut up." "Yes. That was it." Yeon-woo turned away like he didn't hear anything. Gosh, that personality of his. He could hear Fanti complaining behind his back, but he ignored him on purpose. Right now, he didn't have time to deal with him. He could feel countless players crowding near him. It was expected since he had swept up all the demonic species in the area. Also, Yeon-woo was the culprit who messed up the 23rd floor. He received a lot of attention since he hadn't shown himself for the past few months. Of course all those people would gather to see the situation. Eudora and Fanti also felt their presence and gripped their weapons. Galliard turned his head in its direction. A group revealed themselves from amongst the large crowd. It was a group with red armor. They looked organized like they were from the military of a certain country. Yeon-woo was familiar with the person taking the lead, thanks to the diary. The Bloodland. Of them, there was one of the sorts that the Gluttony Emperor especially cherished. Marquis Caliban. The Marquis opened his mouth. "Are you the hoarder?" The Summer Queen and Troy looked down at the three pieces of the tablet. "This is the Philosopher's Stone." A bright light shone along the Summer Queen's eyes. She tightly held onto the tablet. The appearance of the pieces was sudden. It was like the heavens gave her a gift. Like it was given to her intentionally. It was her steadfast opinion that there was no such thing as coincidence in this world. It was a teaching she had learned as the last dragon, throughout her life. Just like how a stone was created through all kinds of processes and turmoil, it seemed like someone had touched the appearance of this tablet. So normally, she would have thrown the tablet away, or tried to look into the motive of whoever did it, but she didn't have the freedom to do so right now. Her dragon heart that was turning into stone was beginning to crack, and her body was just on the brink of ruin. If this kept up, all the powers she was barely holding onto would vanish. Thankfully, there wasn't anything suspicious about the information about the tablet. She examined it with her dragon's knowledge, but there was only information about complex alchemy. There were even some things that her dragon's knowledge didn't know. The Dragon Queen felt like her knowledge had become deeper. There wasn't anything wrong with what it said. There wasn't even a trap. Unless a god played a dirty trick. But there was no way something like that would have happened, so she wasn't concerned. The Summer Queen moved her magic power based off of what the tablet said. While her subordinates made the Philosopher's Stone, she was planning on sealing her dragon heart first. Check-esh. As she did, the rate at which her dragon heart was cracking slowed down, and it was even fixed on some sides. The Summer Queen's body trembled ecstatically. The binds that had trapped her like a curse were gone. She felt like she might even be able to return to her old form. She wanted to smile. She wanted to laugh at Heaven Wing. Watch her. Even though he destroyed her, he was dead, and she was alive. The Summer Queen didn't die. Rather, she would be born again, to defeat Alforoni and rise to the 98th floor. And Heaven Wing would be her sacrifice. Just when she was laughing. Egg! The Summer Queen screamed. Her renewed dragon heart suddenly broke. Magic power flowed out, exploding. Her magic circuit was destroyed, and her dragon's blessing was crushed. Her flesh turned black, and the rate of destruction sped up. The poison that was mixed into her magic power ate up her body at a quick pace. It was devil poison. Chapter 225 Kalat Auction House, 8. Your Majesty. What? The Summer Queen's scream spread throughout all of the Red Dragon's territory. People who had been waiting outside frantically burst the door open. It was somewhere they normally weren't allowed to enter without permission, but now wasn't the time to think about rules. There was a horrifying sight waiting for them inside. A crack was appearing on the Summer Queen's body. Like porcelain breaking into pieces. Like dehydrated soil during a drought. The cracks were spreading like spider webs, and blood was pouring out from them. Her bright silver hair was turning into a dead black. They moved urgently upon seeing her look as if she would explode any second. With the quick response of the highest officials within Red Dragon, they were able to stop any rumors from getting out. But all of the 81 eyes who were at the headquarters were tense. The Summer Queen wasn't just the leader of the clan. She was the Red Dragon, and the Red Dragon was her. The reason why the tower was so afraid of the Red Dragon was because the Summer Queen ruled over them, and the reason that the Red Dragon's players were so strong was because the Summer Queen shared her power with them. The 81 eyes could basically be called her apostles. They borrowed all kinds of powers from her, and their past was passed down from her. But what if something was wrong with the Summer Queen? The 81 eyes and the clan itself would collapse. It was the same thing as their lives being destroyed as well. They needed to stop that from happening. Tom and Troy, the people who had brought the tablet, were even more rushed. It's devil poison. Nonsense. Troy clenched his fist looking at Tom's devastated face. Anger escaped his gritted teeth. Devil poison. If there was something that could hurt the great draconic species, it was devil poison. We quickly put out the fire with the help of the visiting priests. But that's just a temporary solution. The antidote. Troy swallowed the rest of his words. Tom didn't ask for any more, either. It was obvious what he was going to say. There was no way devil poison could be treated that easily. Furthermore, the Summer Queen wasn't able to rest because of her nightmares. She couldn't heal herself. Things would only get worse. Tom felt like his head would explode, but he had to do something. He was worried not only about being ripped to shreds by his brothers, who were his competitors, but that the clan itself would be destroyed. What about the owner of the tablet? Have you found the seller? Troy shook his head. They had searched through the records, prepared to stand against the Bureau, but there wasn't anything left behind. They had searched for eyewitnesses, but everyone said they didn't remember. It was someone who planned it from the start. That's correct. Tom ground his teeth. It was unbelievable the more he thought about it. Someone had dared to play this trick on the Red Dragon? And the enemy had known that the Summer Queen needed the Philosopher's Stone. It wasn't a simple case of terrorism. To be exact, an attack pointed directly at the Summer Queen. It meant that a powerful group must have planned this. Who was it? The Elohim? The Bloodland? The Sea of Time? The remaining people from Jeong-woo? Or the escaped sword god? Whoever it was, at least one thing was certain. They wouldn't be able to run away from them. The Red Dragon would chase them to the ends of the world and destroy everything related to them. They had turned the Bureau, the Magic Tower, and the Bloodland, who had been protecting the Magnate, into their enemies. But Tom didn't seem to care. His head was filled with the Summer Queen's survival and the destruction of the enemy. Then, what about how the tablet was found? If someone targeted us, wouldn't they have left some traces behind? Troy nodded his head, and pulled out some papers. Do you remember the Faust historic site from 6 years ago? Faust? Wasn't the place ruled a fake? Faust. Almost no one remembered him as it had been a long time ago, but he, the despiser of light, was someone who had stood as an equal to the Summer Queen. Today, he could be compared to the Martial King. The reason why he was famous was that although he wasn't affiliated anywhere, he was the only contractee of the demon Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles was a collector of all kinds of knowledge, and Faust had recorded achievements in history with his influence. However, the problem was that his accomplishments weren't well known to the world. He never had any friends or comrades with him. So when Faust's old research lab was discovered, the tower was shaken. But the attention soon faded. Unlike the grandiose rumors, there were only strange things left in the lab. It had been the dungeon of a good-for-nothing magician. I also thought that was the case until now. However, it seems like it wasn't. What happened next? After that commotion, Jeong-woo and Walpurgis Nacht inspected the site together 1 year later. At the time, the person in charge of Jeong-woo was Leant. Tom's eyes flashed. Leant. He was the person who had been creating the stone. And Troy nodded with a crumpled face. We don't know for sure what was discovered there, but after Leant and Walpurgis Nacht entered the site, there are witnesses who say that they had something like a stone monument. Wouldn't that have something to do with this? Tom clenched his fist. Blue veins popped up on his knuckles. Leant was dead now. Then, there was only one suspect. Walpurgis Nacht. He didn't know why a bunch of witches had targeted the Summer Queen. The witches might not have anything to do with this, since what they found at the site might not have been related to the tablet. However, it was clear that they had done something suspicious with Leant, and the Red Dragon had caught onto this. If there was anything suspicious, anything that the witches might have done wrong, all their questions would be answered if they just stormed them. And even if Walpurgis Nacht wasn't the actual villain, they would be able to find the actual people behind it soon. It was important to follow the trail. So those bitches dared to do something this horrible. Crunch. Tom ground his teeth and turned to look at Troy. Troy nodded. The Red Dragon would have to anticipate bloodshed if they were to fight against the Walpurgis Nacht, but they couldn't weigh the pros and cons right now. Even if they fought against the tower itself, they had to quickly find the wrongdoer and find a cure for the Summer Queen. Yeon-woo looked at Marquis Caliban. He was a fierce-looking middle-aged man, just as the diary stated. The swords that the Gluttony Emperor treasures the most were the 4 dukes and 8 marquises. Marquis Caliban was one of the strongest of them, a high ranker with extraordinary abilities. Yeon-woo considered whether he would be able to win if they fought. Since he hadn't completely assimilated with the Philosopher's Stone yet, it might be hard to go one-on-one. However, if Shannon and the others helped, I can do it. Easily. Now, he was powerful enough to target high rankers. Yeon-woo felt his stronger powers and looked at Marquis Caliban. If I am? It was a short, apathetic question. Marquis Caliban twitched his eyebrow, then nodded without showing his emotions. I guess you are. Of course. With the exile, the snake hunter, and the Cheongram family's siblings. Marquis Caliban asked a question with narrowed eyes. I've been waiting for you to come out. A few months ago, we thought you visited a brothel. When we went, you were already gone. Is it because of Baron Lau? As expected. You know something about him. Marquis Caliban's eyes flashed. Lau was a subordinate that I cherished. He went to invite the exile and you on the Emperor's orders, but he never returned. I want to know what happened. Don't you already know, somewhat? The Bloodland knew that the Elohim were chasing after Brahm as well. The data from the 23rd floor was from before Agars descended. Then they would have been able to see the confrontation he had with the Elohim. On top of that, there were other things Yeon-woo set up with synchronization. I want to know in detail. As you said, Lau said that he wanted to invite me and Brahm to the Bloodland. After that, Yeon-woo spoke his lies without even a single blink. Lau's arrival. Yeon-woo's acceptance. Lau's offer to help them with the Ceratopsian dinosaur. He continued to explain how the Elohim had arrived, and with Lau's help, they were barely able to escape. I don't know if you'll trust me. But Lau said that he couldn't let the guests that his emperor invited be in danger, so he told us to escape while he bought time. Thankfully, we survived, but... Yeon-woo's words faded. But that was enough. Marquis Caliban clenched his fists. His sharp, knife-like eyes were shaking. Loyalty. There was nothing better to use against the Bloodland players. How were his last moments? He died a knight. Is that so? Good. Marquis Caliban was silent and shut his eyes. Lao. He repeated the name of the loyal subordinate who had died for the emperor. Behind him, people were murmuring about the cowardice of the Elohim. They were furious. No one among them was able to sense anything strange. Yeon-woo's acting was enough to trick a mysterious merchant, so of course, none of them could tell. Yeon-woo barely hid his laughter with the mask. He might have found another hidden talent of his. With this, the Bloodland will be sufficiently enraged. Everything was put into motion. The Red Dragon would soon chase after Walpurgis Nacht. Yeon-woo was planning on interfering using Brahm and Ananta as his reason. Then, the Elohim would step up, and the Bloodland would follow to attack them. In an instant, 3 of the large clans would be in hot water. And with this, the Magic Tower, the Merchant Union of the Magnate, and the Bureau would jump in to confirm the legitimacy of the tablet. There hadn't been a fight like this since the beginning of the tower. Yeon-woo was going to extract what he needed from the fight, including Ananta. Vieradune's head will be a nice addition as well. Fanti looked flabbergasted at how Yeon-woo could lie through his teeth like that, but he didn't show his face towards Marquis Caliban. Marquis Caliban calmed himself down and asked Yeon-woo another question. Then what did you say at the time? I said I would go. Is that still your answer? Of course. It's where our comrade was. Comrade, all right. You're right. If you're Lao's comrade, you're also my comrade and the Bloodland's comrade. Marquis Caliban's eyes shined brightly. I'll swear here. Following Lao's will, as long as you never betray us, we'll consider you as our ally and protect you from danger. Wherever you are, the Bloodland's emperor will be with you. Magic power was infused in his voice. And the Elohim will have to pay. Ching. Marquis Caliban's pledge has been declared. An invisible line was connected from Marquis Caliban and Yeon-woo. The pledge of mana he had just made was applied by the system. It was a declaration of war against the Elohim. It was a pledge that not even the closest of friends made, but that was how angry Marquis Caliban was. Marquis Caliban confirmed that the pledge was made and nodded his head, and he invited Yeon-woo to the Bloodland again. Sir. Just then, his subordinate quickly whispered in the Marquis's ear. His face hardened. Yeon-woo was able to realize what happened. It's begun. Marquis Caliban turned to look at Yeon-woo with an uncomfortable face. I think we'll have to push the invitation back to next time. The Summer Queen seems to have messed up. Since the Red Dragon was on the move, they would have to be on guard as well. Yeon-woo nodded his head like he understood. There's no need to rush. We can talk next time. Marquis Caliban turned away and left the stage with his subordinates. Brahm approached Yeon-woo, watching them leave. Kane. Yeon-woo nodded. Yes. We should go too. Yeon-woo and his party jumped into the portal.